Hello, hello. Sound check. Sound check. The hills are alive with the sound of terrible singing, apparently. Anybody there? Anybody there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's he saying? Nobody knows. Hey, guys. Hey, Jack. Hey, the great. Can you guys hear me? Madison, what's up, brother? Okay, thank you, power plant. Cool. Let the liveness begin. Here's a funny idea, or a fun idea, I thought. I'm going to throw at the beginning of this while people are showing up. Oh no, no more updates. I don't think my computer can survive any more updates today. Thank you. Bodolph. The blonde, yeah. That's my wizard status currently. It's probably like a white belt in wizardry. Maybe a blue belt, you know. Here's an idea, guys. What if future fitness topics where I discuss a fitness concept, if somebody asks me a good fitness question and it makes a topic video, what if I do it all in Arnold voice from now on? I'm likely to do it, at least on some of them. We could practice today if somebody wants to ask me a good fitness topic. You know, something that I can get into the explanations of the details a little bit, you know. If you ask me a good question, but there is no bathroom. Yeah, I like that idea. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or anything else it may be where you are. It's Saturday Night Live for somebody. Nighttime somewhere. Ratings. Yeah. What else is new? What else is new? I don't want to ramble about random stuff. Somebody asked me a good question. Somebody asked me something. Put a quarter in the slot and go ding and see what happens. Night. Stop it now. Night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Neville Goddard. You know, he's on my sidebar a lot. And one time I did, like one time, I think I clicked on a short video, or maybe it was a short, you know, of something he was saying. Because of the title of it, I was like, yeah. I think I know what this guy's going to say, you know. And I totally resonated with it. And I thought it was really interesting to see somebody from the so-called past, you know, and realize that there's always, well, I didn't realize it because I already knew it, but it was just nice to see another confirmation of the fact that certain truths have always been available. And there's always been somebody around here and there, interdispersed, carrying certain truths that they were able to tap into, probably due to some events in their life, you know, that sort of took them out of worldly focus for a while and made them sink into something deeper. And then they come back with some of the same insights. And anytime you can see the same insights that benefit people coming from around the world in different times, in different languages, in different cultures and stuff, I really like that. I really like seeing it. The way the light of truth finds its way. Now, I don't know enough about the guy to say a lot. I'm talking about one short that I saw that I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I've been trying to tell people. I think he just put it in maybe fewer words, you know, in that short video anyway, whatever the topic was at the time. I think it had to do with the fact that, because I remember thinking to myself, whatever this clip was, and this was years ago, but I was thinking about how people they go, oh, I want to be spiritual, so give me like a bunch of spiritual homework. Give me a bunch of spiritual stuff to do. And they're thinking about what they've seen, which is like church and rituals and other types of cultural rituals for spirituality. And for some people that might be valid and useful. It could help them get in the right zone. And then there's those of us that actually that doesn't work. It interrupts us. And maybe we go around the circle backwards or something, but we tend to go straight to things that a lot of people think you got to spend a lifetime earning or something. There's certain truths that if you can just let go of every preconceived thing you've been taught and just accept and relax, like if you're ready for it, they will be made evident to you. But I think that's really what it is. It's a readiness thing. You're like a vessel, and if you can make your vessel ready, if you can get all the stuff out of the way that's in the vessel, then the light of truth can fill that space. I remember thinking thoughts about like something related to that based on whatever the short clip was I saw from him years ago. But no, I'm by no means an expert. It was just one impression I got from the guy because he was on my sidebar all the time. Still is a lot of the time. He's one of the ones I see a lot. How to forgive yourself for something you did in the past that was terrible and insane. I hear you. I got some cringes too in the past. And how to forgive yourself. Yeah, I would approach this from the side of reason right now for whatever reason. And you got to reason with yourself a little to approach it from this angle and realize, what does it do to hold yourself in shame and guilt? It makes you dysfunctional. It probably feeds the same trauma that caused you to do that cringy thing to begin with. So the darkness wants to keep you trapped in the same loop. So it wants to guilt trip you, wants you frustrated, afraid, miserable, hateful, angry, disapproving of yourself, whatever it is, because you're much more likely to do more cringy things and not even know why it happened, because you're carrying so much doubt and pain and fear and whatever inside of you that certain things can trigger you to do things that you're like, I don't even know why I did that, and it was terrible and I feel horrible. So repentance just means you turn the other way. You go, yeah, I don't want to do that or be that. So help me God, let's heal whatever's going on with me and, process whatever needs processed, because I want to be an asset to people. And I don't want to have strange triggers that sneak up on me that cause me to do dysfunctional things. So help me go back and recreate and rewire so that the next time I'm in that situation, I'm really ready to do the right thing. Or if it's a terrible trigger for me, at least I'm ready to walk away and not do the wrong thing. It's totally unproductive and destructive to hold yourself in chains of darkness, in other words. And it will only cause you to make more cringy decisions, because carrying all that darkness, that's what it does. It's a slippery slope. Also, practice it on others. Realize that people didn't come into the world planning to do awful things. They got all mangled up when they got here. So I'm not saying allow people to do awful things or encourage it or enable it. I'm just saying see deeper. Realize there's something divine that person's out of touch with, that they lost track of, and that's why they're doing such dysfunctional things. In practicing forgiving yourself, you're basically practicing the same skills you need to forgive somebody else. Because whether you did something cringy or somebody else did something cringy, when you look at it and you can't help but judge it and strangle it and choke it, you're just doing the work of the darkness. Look at it with a healing, redemptive light and ask God to help you develop enough faith to realize that the great source of all things can heal all things and make all negative things into positive for those who believe. Okay? And that includes you, my friend. No exceptions. PSAOARS. I don't know. Did you mean psoriasis, or is that a different word that I've never heard of? Psoriasis, I've known lots of people that suffered from it in the past that wouldn't listen to me, but I want to make sure that's what you're asking me before I go off on that one. Isometrics? Yeah. I bought a book a long time ago in my early 20s called Static Contraction Training, I think it was called. And I got really into it for a while, where you take like a bench press, for example, and you have something really heavy. I remember using like 700 pounds in my early 20s, and you unhinge it and you just bring it down a little to where you're at your strongest, and you would just hold it there like for 10 seconds or whatever you could do that week, and then, let it off. And the idea was that over time, if you can build muscle and strength this way. And I did the protocol the way the book had it listed, and I did get stronger at everything I did, and I got a lot denser. I got really, really physically dense muscularly, which is really great, but it didn't really volumize or make me gain any mass. It just made me harder and denser and stronger. So I think it was a really productive thing to spend some time doing. In the long run, I think any training modality that you really put effort into, even if it didn't achieve everything you were looking for at the time, it upgraded certain systems in your body. The kind of density and muscle maturity I have is partly from 30 years of lifting and this and that, but that stage really added to it. So early on, even in my early 20s, I got really dense, hard muscles, probably largely because I did a big phase of that. And it's, static contraction training is basically just fancy terminology somebody was rehashing, because they built kind of a functional system of progression to really use isometrics to their advantage. And, I like to wedge myself against immovable objects sometimes and just push or pull as hard as possible, because it just teaches you to have that nervous system learning to make its full effort, so it's valuable. It's got a place in things for sure. What is Gnostic Jesus? I don't follow Gnostic anything. Gnosticism pretty much leads to a hopeless worldview and possibly Satanism for some, for all I can tell. There's a lot of truth in it, but at the root of it is some hideous, life-destroying philosophy. So no. People that have been trained within the conventional Roman Christian cults, they think that anybody who uses any unromanized writings is somehow Gnostic, Not true. Not at all. I don't follow really anything labelable. I interact as directly as I can spiritually with the source, and I operate from there. The universe being an illusion. Well, I'm not sure if I ever said that, but you got a physical universe being, where energy is being held together into what we call physical matter by the infinitely powerful intention of the ultimate creator, so that this experience can exist. And not just ours, but all kinds of things throughout the physical universe. And then it's a multiverse. There's there's like countless layers to it, as far as I can tell, from what little I've seen projecting into different dimensions that blew my mind and were too much to comprehend. It seems that it's just layer upon layer upon layer of creativity. So you could call it an illusion, and you can call it not an illusion, and you're kind of right either way. It depends on how you want to look at it at the time. What would nanotech look like coming out when you're detoxing? Probably, unless it's constructed itself into something, wires and, tubes and chips and, some of it tries to do that. And I have seen evidence that it's built things inside humans that were hideous looking. Unless you're dealing with it at that level, if you're dealing with just the nanoparticles, there's nothing to see. Maybe it comes out in some mucus. Maybe you poo it out. I don't know. The stuff's meant to be too small to see. So unless it's constructed something, you probably wouldn't see anything when it's coming out. Hey, thank you, Matten, so very much, my friend, for the support. We all thank you. What is your view on all this pride, homosexuality, trans, etc.? Bible is against it. Well, Paul and certain men railed against gay people and acted like God hated gay people and we should all throw rocks at them. But that's a little different than what you're asking me here. But is God against a man with a man? I find it hard to take stance. Yeah, I wouldn't take a stance on it, because all you have is the word of patriarchal men who were barbaric, bloodshedding, people that threw rocks at women when they made them mad and said it was God's will. So you can't take any of that to the bank. Do unto others what you would want done unto you. Okay. Here's how I look at it, Madden. My own human sexuality is strange. It can be enjoyable. It can be terrifying. It can be all kinds of things depending on how I look at it. And if we all took out all of our sexuality, our thoughts, feelings, proclivities, and whatever, and put it on a table and looked at it, we could probably all have lots of things to start weirding each other out and judging each other for. And we would all descend into worse madness and tear each other apart. So I don't like that attitude. Now, the whole pride thing and trying to shove your alternate lifestyle and be belligerent and try to terrify everybody, and that hateful sort of fighting back that's going on there, that's just more divisiveness in society. It's just another autoimmune disease with society dividing further and destroying itself. It's very unhealthy, all of it. So I definitely differentiate, which I think you do too, between nasty sort of social movements that are destructive for everybody versus what sexuality a human might have been born with, or in other cases, because of things they've been through, might have shifted them a certain way. Well, whoever you judge, you're just judging yourself in the end of the day. Go back to the basic spiritual principles. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Do you want to be judged for your sexuality and hated or whatever and hurt and punished, Do you want other people making a big deal out of that and plaguing you? Of course not. But these groups that are doing stuff like that, they're making it worse for everybody. They're just making worse tension and division on both sides, and it's ugly and nasty and weird. And when you see the people involved, a lot of them seem totally possessed by some kind of inhuman evil that just wants humans to hurt each other and distort even worse. So there's a lot of nasty something going on there. But as far as individuals who maybe are gay by birth, which is a real thing, or even those who something in life, made them that way or whatever, like I see zero excuse to treat a human negatively based on such things. I see zero excuse, it's just love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself. And man starts adding, but if your neighbor, doesn't look the right way or isn't the right race or the right gender or the right sexuality or the right this or the right that or the right political group, I didn't hear no buts on that when Yeshua said it, I desire mercy, not sacrifice. Go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. And man doesn't listen. Man always wants to blood sacrifice somebody else, which is disgusting and cowardly. So hopefully that wasn't too all over the place in ADHD, but that's the way I see it, as far as I can tell. I'm sure that some of you on here are gay or whatever the correct modern term might be or not be. I don't know terminology. A lot of people are offended by anything you say now, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, and that's perfectly fine with me, and you're just as welcome as anybody else, and you're a soul, and you're a spirit, and you have a human sexuality right now, which is an entirely temporary condition. So, I just like to take a larger view. Cudslayer, it's been many profound experiences and changes, most of them very harsh, sort of a lot of death and rebirth cycles in life, causing breakthroughs. And it's been many different times. Something heavy pushed me a little deeper into spirituality, true spirituality, for lack of better terms. So it hasn't been one thing, it's been many things, and it has not been consistent. It's been like these big changes that come around every so often, and something big hits me and then forces me to look deeper and seek deeper. And it's not always easy, and sometimes there's mistakes involved, but hopefully that explains it. Thank you so much, voluntary citizen, for the support, my friend. What's your view on amphetamines and such being a catalyst for communication with God? I did not know such an idea even existed. In fact, I've heard lots and lots of stories of amphetamines being a catalyst for being possessed by all kinds of demonic entities and archons and whatever else you might call them. I have never heard anybody claim that amphetamines got them close to God. Now, I'm not aware of all the things in the world that count as amphetamines. I'm thinking of the really nasty stuff, speed and crank and crack and, over-the-counter crap that's liver and kidney toxic. And so I'm not a total expert on the subject of what all counts as an amphetamine on planet Earth. There might be something natural in nature that technically is an amphetamine that might actually help some people raise their perception and, make some kind of spiritual progress in certain circumstances. I don't know. But the only kind of amphetamines I've been around, seen, and even used a few times were not productive things in any way, shape, or form. And all I saw was people trashing themselves and each other in their lives. And I saw I literally saw all kinds of negative entities taking advantage of the situation. So I don't know what that's in reference to, becoming closer to God. And honestly, I wouldn't assume too much, but when I hear that, if somebody came up and said, bro, amphetamines got me closer to God, I'd be like immediately like, what are you calling God? I would have a very large amount of concern. That would be a pretty big red flag for me, based on what I've seen and experienced and witnessed in life so far on the topic of amphetamines. That's my honest answer. And thank you very much for the support, my friend. Maybe you know of something I don't in the realm of amphetamines. I mean, guys, I don't have vast experience on the topic, but there's people that are no longer with us that I used to know that got on the amphetamine path, and man, did I see a lot of dark stuff happening to them and around their lives. It seemed to open doors to just evil entities in any example I can think of. Hey, thank you so much, Thog the Boss. Should we listen to dreams? Had been giving me ideas. One of those was it telling me to go into the wilderness to free myself. The thing is, Thog, is that dreams are an archetypal language that humanity has been forced to forget. And I know most of the interpretations, but I don't talk about this much. And none of it means what you think it means, okay? It's all code for something else. Now, in that particular case, go into the wilderness to free yourself. I'm not sure, because different types of entities will interact with you based on where your consciousness is at currently. Some of them are devious. Some of them are positive. I'm not sure what you're going through or aiming for or where you're at consciously. And that is a very short sentence for me to translate. All that one's actually... Keep in mind, this is like a snippet out of a much larger conversation. But to translate this one small part, it was talking about going into your mind to free yourself. So there's something, either it's a negative entity and it's trying to lead you further into your mind and further from your heart with misinformation and misguidance, or it's a positive entity and it's trying to get you to free yourself from being trapped in your mind. And I would have to see more of the things that occurred in that dream to be able to tell you which. The thing is, because humanity's been made to forget the archetypal language, when you look at dream interpretations people do, it's nonsense. They're making it up and they're guessing, and it's completely off base, and that's not going to help. So for most people, it wouldn't do them any good to try to make life decisions based on things they experienced in dreams. But I was trained to actually translate. I'm working with a couple people right now on that privately. It's not something I advertise, but a few people sought me out for it. Because if someone dream journals for like a month, every single detail, even all the things you think are not significant because they are, I can tell you what spiritual gift or gifts you meant to use in this life and what's stopping you from using them. I can tell you health warnings, what'll eventually lead you off the planet that's currently brewing in your system. I can tell you well ahead of time. These are the things I was trained to understand, and it's huge life breakthroughs. But 99.9999999% of dream interpretation out there is just pure nonsense. Psoriasis? Yeah, psoriasis is when your lymph system is so polluted because of your leaky gut. Your whole body's basically just full of sewage and all kinds of immune system struggles, inflammation, and problems. It's right back to the first 3 videos on the Health Topics playlist. If people would master those things, psoriasis and the vast majority of all the common things plaguing people in society would heal themselves. So it started with leaky gut, probably after taking antibiotics, and candida penetrated the gut and the whole body, and then sewage and other things have been penetrating. They're in the brain, they're in all the organs, and the lymphatic system is so clogged up and toxic it can't do its job anymore. And it's made it all the way to the surface of the skin. That rash and that irritation on the surface of the skin, that's the last layer of it. It started at the deepest part of you, and now it's made it to the surface. That tells you that your entire body is completely full of inflammation and toxicity, and you need a complete cellular cleansing, first video on the detox, and gut rebuild and immune system rebuild. Like pretty much everybody in society, that's what you need. And I've seen people just rake themselves bloody with it, man. I've seen it up close, how rough it is, and I feel for you. And what happens if you go to the medical beast pharmacopoeia system? They'll give you a topical steroid that'll chase it back inside your body. Your body's using its last resort to try to get some of the excess poison out, pushing it out through your skin. And they'll give you something that'll chase it back inside and keep it locked inside of you. Brilliant. It's like putting a bandage over like an infected bullet hole and pretending that fixed it, you know? Exercise is just part of how I'm built, and it's a joy for me. It's just the way I'm made, you know? Sometimes it's a meditative gratitude, spiritual type awareness. Sometimes it's not so much. But I've exercised with different motives across time, but I found regardless of what state I'm in a consciousness, it's always an important part of my life. It's just part of how I'm made. It's part of who I'm supposed to be, you know? That's authentic for me. It's not an imitation of anybody else. It's not something I've been influenced by. I mean, I've been influenced by some inspiring people, but even without that, and even when nobody's looking, and even if I'm isolated forever by myself, exercise is just part of who I am, you know. Prototype, you have to free your consciousness and not let it be fed and programmed by evil agendas that keep you believing what makes things the way they are. As a generator for the current matrix of humanity, you have to free your consciousness first. And if you do, you'll know it, because everything in your life that you currently think is your comfort zone will fall apart because you won't fit it anymore. You won't fit in the matrix. And you'll have to reinvent life completely because you won't belong in the system at all. But you'll know that. You'll know that. You'll be able to see it if it's happening. That's a good question, Woke Sage. In fact, I was thinking about doing a part 2 on the AI thing and saying, okay, guys, I told you what I found with the current AI we have. It's a piece of junk programmed by fools, and it contradicts itself, and it's ridiculous to be looking at it like some dead program thing by idiots. It's some kind of great leader for humanity. But if AI is ever conscious, that means that when you create something capable of working with like mental data, it creates like a space or a vacuum where consciousness can enter. Would it be a positive or a negative entity? Unfortunately, being that most of humanity's motives and uses for AI currently are very negative, those with the most influence over people's minds and so forth are making it that way. It would probably be a negative entity, unfortunately. But that's a out there concept, and it could come true, maybe, but maybe not. And I haven't seen the evidence of it yet to say that that's real. The thing that I'm being shown as AI is a joke. If AI is ever conscious, it's because they built sort of like a brain, and that created a space for consciousness to enter. And if it works that way, then that's what we're going to find out, you know. You healed your severe eczema. Yeah, if you lost 50 pounds, you got a lot of lymphatic toxicity out of you in the process. Nice work, man. Cudslayer, what people call sin in Bible terminology are just errors or mistakes, translate to DNA. And the accumulative collection of those errors just keeps downgrading DNA. When they say most of the human brain is not used and most of your DNA is junk, that's the most retardedly stupid view possible. The truth is, those are all disconnected aspects of what you potentially are. If more of these things were reconnected because people lived in alignment with the actual nature of creation and what works, lifespans would start getting a whole lot longer again. But good luck with that, because everything pulling the strings in the world right now is absolutely in a complete war against it on your DNA, and has been for a long time. If I was a Lord of the Rings character, who would I identify with the most? Man, what a question. Oh, wow. Love you too, man. Well, they say Gandalf is an INTJ personality when you analyze him, and I'm an INTJ personality, So maybe, I don't know, man. That's a good question. I never think about that. If you want to be more lupin, I've been through that too, and I've been around people that constantly had those infections from the same thing. I didn't get the infections, no matter how hard we clashed and grinded horns against each other. So what it is like, if your immune system's strong enough, your body can fend off those kind of things. So basically, my health topics playlist, bulletproof immune system. Look into that video and the ones leading up to it. And if you're going to use something topical, use something natural that isn't poisoning and weakening and destroying your whole body's communication system. Don't use some prescription nasty corporation cream. Use oregano oil or something that'll just kill it naturally and not harm you in the process. That's my 3 cents for you, my friend. Are you superstitious? Very superstitious? Not really. Nah. No, I don't think so. I don't catch myself being superstitious. I do look at things and watch patterns and realize that nothing's a coincidence, and everything means something at a much higher level. And if you had higher consciousness, which I do sometimes, you can understand what a lot of it means, and the rest of the time you can't. But superstition has caused mankind so much suffering, people making up things about God to fill in the gaps, for example, and they've depicted a horrible God everybody believes in. So superstition's a massive problem. And no, I don't consider myself superstitious, because it's very harmful and ignorant. I don't think you choose your Myers-Briggs personality by free will choice so much, Dial, as much as it's the way your mind is wired. It's just a mental test to see what kind of mental machinery, how your mind works. Now, perhaps pre-birth it was a choice or an agreement, at that level. But I don't think people are walking around right now choosing their Myers-Briggs mental personality. No, you could fake it on a test and lie and try to get the letters you want. But if you want some useful insights, you try to answer all the questions honestly. so you can get an understanding of what kind of mental machinery you're working with and how to use it better. Hyperpigmentation, I've heard that turmeric, resveratrol, what else? There's some other things, but off the top of my head, those two help. Hold on, guys. I got to go latch this door before the wind slams it. 1 second. Oh, man. All right. Ashwagandha. I had a World of Warcraft tune a long time ago. It was like a night elf mage with a big white beard and long white hair. That was his name. I named him Ashwagandha. Before I figured out that Bill Gates bought that game. And he bought a whole organization of an actual professional sport I was involved with. And I totally dropped both things because, nah. No offense, Gates of Hell, but seriously, nah. Not supporting that crap. Helping you kill people. I mean, excuse me, I didn't say any of that. That's just dystopian nonsense talk. Please forgive me. I was having a schizophrenic episode. My mouth just, blurp. Same way anyone else would, Teddy. Basically, the foundational body rebuild things on the Health Topics playlist, my friend. You master those. I mean, that's why it's full spectrum. It's to deal with all the many, many thousands of chemical toxins and other things that have invaded people's body and are fighting their DNA. But also, of course, you'd have to get out of their environment. I mean, it's better to compensate. If you can detox, upgrade, supplement well, you can help the math in your favor and survive in toxic environments much better and longer and stronger. But ideally, of course, to truly fully heal, you're going to have to get out of the exposure of the thing that's built up in you, at some point, and get away from it, of course. I used to play World of Warcraft, yeah. I liked that game. That was fun. It kind of got worse over time, and then it got so stupid I quit. But yeah, I had some good times. Well, that's, dial, things can happen. It's very, very rare. But yes, someone can rewire their brain. I was actually told that by a spirit guide, hopefully a pitchforks. I mean, maybe it was an angel, but I don't know. He didn't appear to me as an angel, but in a dream where I fought something very negative and nasty, and I built great power within myself to defeat this thing so she could stop torturing and hurting everybody else on the astral plane. This being told me afterwards, what was his quote? This was a lot of years ago, but I can remember this one quote he said to me, looking me in the eyes. He said, the plasticity of this reality is far more than you think. So he's talking about your mind and a lot of other things. Yes, there is plasticity. For example, guys, and maybe I should do a separate video and explain this slowly so people don't make it into some looks-maxing retardism. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that word. Looks-maxing ridiculism. My bad. Ignorant past habits. I come from the salt of the earth working class. Please forgive me for the thug-like sounds that come out of my mouth. I didn't mean to offend anybody. But when I had a massive upgrade to my philosophy of life, my hair color changed. Now, a bunch of other things about me changed, but that was a visual change. So my DNA changed. And I'm not saying that a certain hair color is better than another. That's what I would have to explain very carefully. But what I'm saying is, my whole DNA structure repatterned itself based on a deep subconscious upgrade in my philosophy of life. Whoa, right? So definitely, the brain can be rewired. Absolutely, man. It's rare, and maybe you have done that, That's awesome. Stream record gaming? No. No, not me. I mean, maybe my older son will do a gaming channel sometime and I'll be on there with him. If that happens, I'll let you guys know so we could just like have some fun there. But I'm not going to do gaming here. I do or start another channel. I don't really have time for it. And I got to stick to the topics that really I have a calling to share with people and not I'm already spread too thin, guys. I do so much stuff in the real world, a lot more than I do here online, you know. Lately I've been playing Street Fighter 4. Really like that one. Before that, the last game it's been a while. I don't play much. I don't do much gaming. I played Fortnite with my kids a little bit here and there, just to play with my kids because it's fun. But yeah, I don't do much gaming anymore. There's very little time for it in my life currently. Yes, super boy. That's why it's called Full Spectrum, my friend. It's code. It's code because I can't spell it out or I'll just get canceled for the 11th time. But it's code. Full spectrum, brother. Full spectrum, right down to the cellular level. Open all the channels on the body, all the detox channels working together at the same time. Can get all of it out. Ronald, not in my life. No, not in the real world with everything real, medicine and food coming from organic soil. No, not necessary at all. But for everybody else in society, if you want to intelligently use supplements to compensate for the amount of things trying to kill you and destroy your DNA, it can be done wisely and powerfully. And in the past, I was able to keep myself and my family alive and functioning and powered up enough to get out of the matrix because of intelligent use of supplements. So it's not the ultimate ideal, but progress is progress. And when you're in a certain situation, you have to be realistic about it and do what you can in that situation, which might lead you to being able to take it to a better situation. Yes, of course it is. Mohammed, of course it is. Have you seen my video on it? Granted, nobody seems to understand my video on it, but I mean, I did. Look at my picture. I was vastly receded hairline at age 20. And here I am 26 plus years later, got all my hair back. That's not even that hard, to be honest with you, in my opinion. But then again, it was easy for me to have faith in and then just follow what intuitive guidance I was given. And most people don't seem to have any faith and have lost track of their intuition, and they're running around being told what to think and fear, and that everything's false hope and all these negative things and clashing ideas. So it's maybe harder for most people. But there are some simple physiological processes that can help too. Some things you can put on the follicles that can help. Yeah, I got a few videos on it. I got a hair regrowth stack. I don't know if you've seen it. People keep asking me that question all the time, and I've already answered it multiple ways. No. I can get by CUD with sort of rudimentary Spanish for some basic interactions, but I by no means speak the language. I know the archetypal language of dream interpretation, which is an ancient language that applies to all cultures in all time. So that's a big one. But that's not actually counted as a language on this planet because that's unseen and unknown from people. So no, not really. Yeah, I have a little familiarity with those topics. 11. A little bit, not a whole lot. I took that stack down, Joe, because there was one supplement in it that I no longer feel comfortable recommending to people. The rest of the stack was great. And off the top of my head, I don't remember which supplement that is. But guys, as I learn and grow and improve my crafts, I always go back and redo things because I'm not greedy and I'm not here to profit from other people's ignorance. Once I realize something could be done better, however good it was, if it can be done better, I redo it and I make it better. You know, it's an integrity thing. So when I improve my craft, sometimes I have to go back and get rid of things that are good, but they're not as good as what I know now. You know, I can make it better. That's why. Oh, I know what it was. Iodine. It is safer and healthier for human beings to get iodide in food. That's really the natural chain of things, because supplementing iodine, I guess I got to explain this now. I'm getting into it. Supplementing iodine can save your life from various things that are trying to kill your thyroid in society. It can save your life during, radiation issues. But it is kind of like an end chain product where there's a negative feedback loop. It's kind of like injecting testosterone, say. A lot of you guys, being that this is technically a fitness channel in part, would understand that if you put external hormones in yourself, your body starts forgetting how to make its own. There's a similar feedback loop when you take something like iodine. So in the long term, what's more ideal is to be eating foods that contain iodide, so your body builds the right amount of iodine and doesn't forget how to do it and how to use it properly. That's the higher standard. Yes, Virus. And it was a lot of things I was being shown in lucid dreams that helped me do it, from beings from a much higher plane that were interacting with me at a time when I needed it because I was very close to death. That's why I was leaving my body frequently, and they exposed me to a lot of higher information that people aren't normally exposed to in this realm. And what I was able to bring back and translate and change deeper in myself, I noticed going forward, was completely changing my DNA too, for the better. I haven't been given many premonitions in dreams, AJ, because that's a certain particular spiritual gift and it's pretty rare. I can say I've had a couple premonition dreams, but that could have just been my mind. I don't think they were genuine spiritual gift premonition dreams. I think they were just my own subconscious mind calculating some things pretty accurately that happened to come true later. I don't think that I have that actual spiritual gift. I know some of the ones I do have, and I don't think I have that one. It's very rare. People that have premonition dreams, that's a very specific thing, very specific and very unique, and it's rare. There's not many people that have that actual gift. My favorite color, generally shades of green. In the green spectrums is generally where I find my happiest place in colors. I like a lot of colorful colors. I like, orange and yellow and red, and I like most colors, light blue. I don't like gray. I was never huge on white, but it has its place. But yeah, mostly green. Yes, I've had many, many astral projections, Ronald. Many. The instructions are always unclear, Proto. You know why? If they spell it out for us, we're lazy and we don't do anything good with it as humans. They're wise. They understand us. They give you something that will cause you to have to stretch your consciousness in order to fully access and understand and use what they gave you. It's like an oracle. You remember in the Matrix when the oracle told Neo something and Morpheus said, "Don't tell me." And he said, "Remember, whatever she told you is just what you needed to hear." She didn't even tell him an accurate fact. She told him what he needed to hear. So sometimes these guides and dreams, they give you something like that, like an oracle, so that across time and life experience, if you're paying attention and stretching and working to grow your consciousness, you will unlock more and more of what that meant. That's the way it works. And it's for your growth in consciousness. My definition of the Watchers, Diego. There's a lot of different ideas out there. I see them as someone present and non-physical, and I do not see them as negative. The what I refer to as the Watcher is very different from like Nephilim or something like that. Some people mix it all up, but I don't think so. The way I perceive them currently is they are watching. They do care about the well-being of this species. I don't know how much interactivity and how they go about it, but I sense that they're more aware than humans in a sense, and they're able to see certain things, and they're concerned about the species. But I think they have limited freedom to interact, especially if they're positive entities, because positive entities never interfere with free will. So if they are in fact positive, then to get any help from them, you have to be looking for it. But I don't want to go too far into that topic because I don't spend a lot of time on it. Real musicians are born musicians. Has nothing to do with an industry, and most of the stuff coming out of that industry these days isn't even real musicians. So to protect yourself from it, same as anything, walk in the light of real spiritual principles, the ones Yeshua showed and lived. And then you're protected from all darkness in every industry because you're protected in your awareness and your consciousness, and that's a guiding light to your decisions. My favorite body wash is dry brushing, actually. And face, I just use a wet rag, wipe my face off when I come in with, dirt and pieces of trees all over my face and stuff. I just wipe it off with a wet rag, and then I put some oils back on my face so it doesn't get dry. Organic castor oil, if nothing else. Some people don't get dry skin on their face, and oiliness would just, irritate them. So that's not for everybody, but it's good for me. I have a lot of muscle knots myself, Rhett. It happens. Nervous system stress, repetitive motions in imbalanced positions. Sometimes I got to get my wife to kind of deep tissue some knots out of my back because I got headaches so bad I can't function. So I'm real familiar. Some deep tissue work, and the more you alkalize and clean your body, and the more you de-stress, these things can help. But when you're in a profession that causes you to hold certain positions, it's always unnatural, and there's always overuse imbalances that come from it. I can't think of hardly any profession I ever did that didn't cause certain imbalances and problems, to be honest, because it's unnatural. Humans aren't robots. We're not meant to just get in the same position every day and do the same thing. It's not right for us. So you got to do your best to compensate, but some deep tissue work, and things like, magnesium, for sure. Magnesium oil can help relieve the stress. Calcium causes muscles to become stuck in knots because it's a contractor and it won't release. Whereas magnesium is the releaser, and everybody's deficient in it. So if you want better circulation, better relaxation, better sleep, better glandular function, and 300 plus catalyzed necessary enzymatic reactions to work better in your body, magnesium oil on the knotted areas and as much skin as you can put it on. Yeah, we have lots of animals. We have like 60 ducks and 30 chickens and 4 dogs and 8 cats, and currently, yeah. No, virus, no. No, for reasons that I tried it in the past and it was disastrous, and for some reason that doesn't work. I think it's a rare gift that for some reason I was trained for. And when I tried to teach others, they're out there doing it completely wrong and screwing it up for everybody, thinking they're doing it right. And I'm not making that mistake again. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Walk. If you're a real musician, like my friend Johnny Apple Shreds, my friend Timo, my friend Todd, some of you guys I know on here now that are real musicians, it's a crazy industry. I was a professional athlete in a certain industry, and believe me, the politics in the industry ruined it for me. Sometimes the real thing doesn't belong in the industry that this world's created out of it at all. It's unfortunate. So some of the most talented musicians I've ever seen are completely not appreciated, and then I see all this like garbage music that's just apparently somebody signed a contract with a Nephilim in blood and semen or whatever, did some ritual, and now they're getting paid to like have their terrible excuse for music promoted. It's very unfortunate. And there's pretty much all the industries on the planet are kind of working that way. You got to sell out and just, do things that put you in this conundrum where it's like, gee, in order for me to have worldly success with this natural talent I have to do things that are against my spirit. Whoa. Once I finally identified that, it was very painful, but I had to give up on a lot of hopes and dreams for this life, to be honest with you. I don't think I am. I've been tested, Mushin. Myers-Briggs test, brother. If you take it accurately and if you're honest and you know how to be honest and reflective with yourself, the Myers-Briggs is a pretty interesting mental category profiling device. A lot of people can't be honest, and they answer every question trying to think about what they want something to think about them. But if you answer the questions honestly, it can give you a pretty accurate profile of your mental machinery. Awesome. Good to hear that, Rhett. Mathis, much love to you, friend. Love healing and upgrades. Yeah, ADHD, Storm, it's a gift just as much as a curse. It's all about where you apply it. It's like being a race car in the midst of pickup trucks. They're going to say you're wrong because they don't understand what you're for. Like you're just in society's little widget systems where, like, school, for example, is basically practice for prison. You're young, you're full of energy, you're surrounded by female pheromones, and you're supposed to sit still all day and behave yourself and pay attention to boring stuff. And if you can't, because your mind starts getting really bored and going all over the place, you get a label, and then you get drugged, and then you get your endocrine system destroyed, and you get, a bunch of doors closed to you in society, and it's a bunch of nonsense. Running an off-grid, self-sufficient homestead where you have to wear 50 different hats and professions to even make it work, ADHD is your friend. It's necessary. Now, that said, you need a break from it sometimes. So what I tell people, because I have ADHD and I use it well, I would say, I tell people that you just need to develop the other side or find things that help you to truly focus, because it's therapeutic and it makes you feel better. When you combine certain things in your life that actually center your focus so you can spend some time in that mode, then you're good to go because you have some kind of balance. And then you can learn to use the ADHD, even though it's just a crappy label, because it's not a disorder. I would name it something entirely different, but you can use it very positively. It's just a certain type of ability that needs to be aimed at the right things. And then you can find what it's good for. No, I go barefoot a lot. I don't have any shoes for it. Could. But it's improved my foot mechanics and the way my whole lower body works. Barefoot running, jogging, and stuff like that. Really good. INFJ, that's how my wife is. Yeah. I like INFJ a lot. A lot. It's good for me, Has my nasal breathing improved? I don't know. Was I being judged on it? I was unaware. Oh, are you talking about how I used to complain that my nostrils are small? Not really. That hasn't improved. I have small nostrils. I have to like flare them out to like get more air. And the truth is, if I start doing anything with all this muscle energy, it creates an oxygen jet, and I just have to breathe out of my mouth to keep up, you know? That's interesting, woke sage. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah. Yeah. You know exactly what I was saying then, right? It's just the same pattern. Here's your life and your time and energy contained and not allowed to express or be what it is, you know? Training kids to be complacent with prison from a young age, you know, like it's normal. And gaslighting you that you're wrong if you can't do that unnatural thing good enough to fake it, you know? Society. Yeah, Adderall damages you bad, man. You can heal from it, but some people don't even live through what that does to them. How do you get omega-3? My favorite source currently is purslane. I have it growing here and I eat it pretty much every day. I like flax oil a lot. Organic cold pressed, and you got to keep it refrigerated because it'll spoil if it's not kept cold. But flax oil or organic flax seeds is a good way to go. If I'm single today, how would I navigate the dating world? I don't know. I'd probably use online things again. You know, I got to be able to communicate with somebody and find signs of intelligent life and somebody I can even have a meaningful interaction with. And if I happen to like the way they look, then that's two things. And then maybe that, you know, that's enough to meet somebody and start interacting in person. That's a good start. But there'd be a lot of filtering because I realize there's a lot of silly nonsense in dating sites, you know, and you need discernment and you need to know who you are, you know. Otherwise, you're just throwing yourself in a random chaos blender, basically. Yeah, I do fasting, intermittent fasting, uh, fasting, you know, at 1 day, 3 day. I've done some 7 days. Yeah, I do fasting when my intuition feels I should. Hey, thank you very much, Bert Mac, from all of us. That's symbolic. That's symbolic. The tree of life is still accessible on the spiritual plane. It's symbolic. You know, in the physical realm, humans are given symbols to try to understand. Like when Yeshua would go around telling parables, that's because you can't describe non-physical higher realities in some kind of literal form because they're formless. You don't require form in those higher realities. They can be anything. They can be whatever is appropriate in the moment. So when you're trying to translate spiritual concepts into things that earthly people might have some chance of pondering and starting to understand what it really means, you always have to use things that they can see to try to be like, it's like this. It's like this. It isn't this. It's not a tree with food on it, but it's like this. You know, it's always symbolic with a higher meaning. Very, very cool question. Very cool. Much love to you too, Vesica Sword. Nice to see you. Nice to hear from you. Much love. I hear you, Adam. There's actually so many rich things in a vegetarian diet done right. The disturbing idea that there needs to be blood sacrifice. I won't be strong unless I'm preying on the innocent. I mean, it's really, really sad. And I understand. I used to eat more animals and I loved animals. I'd cry if I saw a dead bunny rabbit when I was a kid, and I ended up eating more meat than everybody put together. Pretty crazy world we live in. Pretty crazy. The cognitive dissonance of that, you know, has to do with a lot of things I had to reverse engineer from the way I grew up in this world and become clear on. And boy, is it nice to align with mind, body, and spirit instead of having them all going completely different directions, divorced from each other, not even knowing each other. That's a painful place to be when they're stretching so far different directions from each other, it's tearing you apart. And that's the situation a lot of people are in, and they don't know it. But I totally agree with you. Stacks and upgrades for society. All the ones I'm putting on the list, Joel. That's why I'm building them. Those aren't for me, buddy. They're for you guys. The biohacking playlist, my friend. Check it out. Pretty cool. Pretty nifty. Good soundtrack, too. Really cool synergistic supplement stacks. Even though I don't use them anymore, I'm really good at putting together synergistic supplement stacks because of thousands of hours of guided research and understanding what a lot of things do and what the implications are, and how certain things is like 1 + 1 = 3 if you understand the synergy, which most people don't, including the scientists that do the tests. I read their summaries and I can tell they didn't understand what they observed themselves, but I did, so I put it together. Anyway, that sounds braggy, and I don't mean it to be braggy, but check out those stacks. They're pretty cool. That's interesting. I did not realize my eyebrows had gotten thicker. I'm not when you're talking old pictures, you must be talking like back when I was 20, that one picture. Because for the longest time, I remember my wife telling me I got the thickest eyebrows. So I've had thick eyebrows for a long time now, because we've been together 20. What is it now? 22 years or something. So, but yeah, I guess a long time ago they weren't, and I'm not sure what to tell you about that. Just maturing and hormone changes or whatever. But I kind of grow a unibrow, and I used to get harassed for that by some people. And back when I thought society had an opinion that mattered, I was like, is there something wrong with me because I have a unibrow? And eventually I just started rocking it like, yeah, so I really don't care. So now I just let them do what they do. Bushy, elf looking. Maybe I can like put some castor oil on the ends and bring it out and twist it like a mustache, What's going on here? Somebody asked me a fitness question so I can have Arnold answer it for you. And he'll tell you how to not be an economic girly man. I'm the governor of cauliflower, the West Coast. I'm the president of the West Side of the Americas. What about being a pescatarian? What about it? You tell me, Punic. You're the one asking. I know I'm a turd sometimes, but I'm just messing with you, friend. Just giving you a shoulder bump. Is it equal? No. The darkness is a lack. The darkness is everything that is a lie. It's futile. You can fight the ultimate creator at your own expense and go further and further into depravity to the butt end of some dark hellhole, and you'll never achieve anything except depravity and misery and suffering and ugliness. The darkness isn't anything close to evil, even though church and Hollywood and all these things act like God's fighting the devil and you're in the middle. There is no fight. There's no fight. You can't touch something infinite. Those in the darkness can't comprehend who they're even messing with. That's why they're ignorant enough to think that they can fight the source of all things. And how do they do it? Mostly by hurting you. Hurt what it cares about, because you can't hurt the source itself. Oh, thank you so much. It's Hafid. Thank you so much, my friend. Much love. I'm glad to hear it. It's an honor. The morality of self-defense. Well, yeah. Just ask yourself I don't know if you have kids or even a pet you really love, but like, do you want to be the one that sits there and goes, and just lets that which you love be murdered in front of you while they look to you screaming? Do you want to live with that? Because I couldn't. So I know where my morality is. You cross that line and you are begging me to put you out of your misery. and send you back to get some kind of spiritual therapy or something, because you should not be running around violating and doing awful things. So self-defense is moral to me, absolutely. What people call self-defense in some cases is not, but I mean, real self-defense, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't defend that which I loved. Couldn't live with myself. What does even attachment to the universe mean, really? I think attachment to worldly things is great suffering, yes. But when one person says the universe, what they mean versus another is very different. So I would insert the word worldly there and say, yes, it's a cause of all kinds of great suffering, because it is, for sure. Worldly success basically is the opposite of spiritual success in its modern definitions. Karmic retribution, not so much retribution, but everybody gets what they need. Yeah. It's inescapable, though. The path of darkness may work hard and it may seem strong and clever sometimes, but it's completely devoid of wisdom. It's extremely foolish. And all the pain and suffering caused on others, you're just basically creating it for yourself. That's what you have to look forward to, because you need to experience and understand what you did until you have compassion and empathy, instead of being the monster you currently are in your pathetic abusing of others' form or whatever. It's very, very foolish. Was going from raw meat to vegan more scientific or moral? For me, it's more moral. But it's both. It's heavily both, but it's even more moral, yes. Even if, and this is not the case, but even if I couldn't be as strong, smart, and whatever else, fancy pantsy, whatever you insert the definition of it, on a vegan diet, I would still do it. And I'm not a vegan diet. I'm a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan. I eat vegan a lot of the time, but I'm a vegetarian. But my point is, even if I couldn't be all you could be, or be as much of a man, or whatever people are worried about there, without eating meat, I would still not eat meat. Even if it was a sacrifice, which it's not. It's a massive improvement once you align with it and fix your body and all the things that are wrong with it. People talking about how vegetables are killing them. That's not because vegetables are the problem. It's because your body is in an absolutely destroyed unnatural state. But yeah, even if it was a sacrifice, because of the morality, which really, morality sounds all preachy and churchy, and a better word for me would be empathy. The empathy for living things. If I'm going to chop things up and eat them just because I can, then I have no right to think that something from outer space shouldn't just come chop me up and eat me because it can. If because I can is a justification for things, I should just go around raping and pillaging and stealing and just killing anybody that gets in my way and taking whatever I want because I can. I mean, where does that lead? Deeper, darker hell, layer by layer. It's insanity, and it's disturbing, and it's pathetic. So for me, it's just empathy for other living things. And I don't mean to make anybody feel horrible. Look, it takes time to transition your life off of ways of life that you realize they're not in alignment with who you are. It's not something that most people can just instantly do. You're not in a situation where you can. So I'm not judging anybody, by the way. But you're asking me about my personal psychology on the topic, and there it is. If I was restarting my journey to get big quick, well, I have this thing called muscle memory, so I can get big. I can get really big really quick. But if I was a little economic girly man and I was eating other kids' lunches and I was pretending there was a bathroom and everything was potty time, it would be time to turn this mush into muscle. I would do lots of volume and short rests, and I'd use as heavy a weights as I could under those conditions, and I would do it frequently, and I would even sneak back into the gym and do a second 2 or 3 hour workout that my other competitors weren't doing, and they were partying and eating and playing around and all this nonsense, and I would never tell them that I was working twice as hard as they are to overcome them. And I would always smile and act like I'm not trying hard and everything's so easy for me, and it all comes natural because that messes with their mind. But the truth is I'm working 5 times as hard as they are, and everything is super organized because I'm Arnold. And I have an INTJ personality, so I mastermind this whole thing to make it look the way I want while I'm secretly doing a lot more than you think I am. That's part of how I would go about getting big, but I can't tell you the rest. I'd have to kill you. So get to the chopper. Do it now. Come on. I would also eat I would eat combinations of foods that I could actually digest correctly and stop mixing everything into chaos like a silly glutton. I would learn how to use this like a machine, a well-oiled machine with all the right fluids and oils and upgrades. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's lots of cockroaches here, man. It's the tropics. Hissing, jumping, flying, running all around. And then there's bigger, nastier things that eat those. Way worse. Makes me feel sorry for the cockroaches. Ugh. If you're super scared of cockroaches, yeah, you'll have to get over your neurosis to make it here, or you will have a mental break. And you might realize the craziness of how such a small thing can completely defeat a human being. And you might get angry about that and stop tolerating it and get over it. Are fish living beings? That's all I saw of that question. Of course they are, bro. You can read all about the special things about gotu kola, but don't read it from Western medicine. Read it from traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda, and you get a much better idea what's special about it. Over time, it can harmonize the right and left hemispheres of the brain, which will completely change who you are, and you'll be accused of being enlightened or something. Because in this world, everybody's hemispheres are divided from each other. And if you happen to have brought the spiritual gift of channeling with you, that'll activate it. Because in order to channel higher consciousness, you have to have both hemispheres working together in alignment, a true marriage of hemispheres, male and female, yin and yang, which this world has gone the opposite way from for a very long time. It improves microcirculation. It improves connective tissue structure. It improves the lymphatic system. It improves the function of the nervous system. It's profound. It's a true adaptogen. No, it's not the same as what's in fish name. What's in fish is an end product. You're basically stealing DHA as an end product of omega-3 metabolism. And again, the human body, see, now people say, oh, you can't just take like flaxseed because your body can't convert it into the DHA. Well, that's not true. And if that is true, you've already destroyed a system of your body. So starting with the root material from, say, something like flax oil or a plant omega-3, your body constructs the amount of DHA you need, and it remembers how to do so. So yeah, it's different. It's different. They're both going to get omega-3s in you, but one's going to do it through a route that keeps your body regulating and working right. And the other one's kind of an end product with a negative feedback loop, to be honest with you. I don't cycle gotu kola. True adaptogens should not be cycled. I don't care what WebMD or Western pencil pushers have to say who know nothing about it. If you look into the ancient systems of people that did amazing things and lived for hundreds of years, you find that true adaptogens should not be cycled. They should be taken over time. Only true adaptogens should be used that way. Every other herb should be cycled or only used when it's appropriate. And some herbs should not be used by certain people because they have acute uses and they push energy one way or the other. That's what Ayurveda is good for, by the way, learning about the doshas. But a true adaptogen like gotu kola does its real magic when you consistently take it over a great deal of time. And it's a slow buildup of profound change. Lukic, Yeah, I might have been that way myself because I'm ambidextrous. I learned everything right-handed because that was the world around me, and I just did what people were doing, you know? So I don't know if I was originally left-handed or if I'm just ambidextrous, but what do I think about it? I think that maybe the way energy flows through the hemispheres of the brain might move in a different direction or something. But I think humanity finds the dumbest thing to like fight about and categorize people and get all freaked out about. I don't think it's a big deal either way, you know. It's like if I wired an electrical socket on the wall and my light switch was upside down where I have to push it down for the light to come on instead of up, which I have some like that here. Do I care? No. Down means on, up means off. What do I care? It's a switch, you know. So if the energy flows this way or this way, as long as it as long as it works, I don't care. Yeah. Gotu Kola also has the highest, um, let's see, it lowers telomerase in the highest percent of any herb I've found evidence of, which means that it helps you lengthen or maintain telomeres, which means you don't replicate DNA damage and age, you know, because aging is just DNA errors. It's like a copy of a copy that's making mistakes. And Gotu Kola has the highest percentage studied, proven that I found on papers of activity to take care of your telomeres. Just so y'all know. That Chinese guy that lived 256 years or whatever is one of his 4 daily herbs for a good reason. Yeah, I hear you, Bert. That's nonsense. That's why I don't trust that book. Is it good to have faith no matter what? Yes, but somebody went nuts when they wrote that book, and they have God and the devil making bets over humans. That is just ridiculous caveman, superstitious ignorance. And I applaud you for knowing better in your heart because that is sick. Oh, I killed your kids, but that's fine because I can give you new ones. Excuse me? Excuse me? That's a monster. Whatever that is, it's not the creator of the universe. It's not who I know. That's something else, much lower and nasty that plays sick games with people. Or at least it's the creative writing of a certain author who really messed up a lot of people writing that, whether they know it or not. So, man, thank you for having a heart and calling that out for what it is in a world where that's hard to do, to stand up and say what's true, even when it's obvious. You got some spiritual spine, Bert. I love it, man. You got a good heart because that's total BS and that's totally dysfunctional and disgusting, and you're right. And thank you so much for the donation and the support for the family and the homestead and the ducks and chickens and doggies and cats and fruits and herbs and this and that's. Oh no. Oh no. He's going to make it into a musical. His ADHD is taking over, man. Try to anchor him down before he goes completely nuts. Good luck. Just kidding. What? A couple I know, Lukic. Let's see. What's another true adaptogen? He Shao Wu. Now, that one some people have an allergy to in their liver. So beware of that, but look into it. It's amazing, powerful herb. I actually consider goji berries to be a true adaptogen, believe it or not. They're not one of the more obvious ones, but I believe they are a true adaptogen. I think holy basil probably. No. Let me take that back. No. Holy basil, I don't consider. I consider it a tonic. The reason I don't consider it a true adaptogen is because it slows down the thyroid. Whereas ashwagandha, which many people call a true adaptogen and is not, speeds the thyroid. So they're both tonics, but one's really appropriate for people with hypothyroid and one's really appropriate for people with hyperthyroid. Now, a true adaptogen, no matter who you are, no matter what your dashic balance is, it is so intelligent that it finds everything within you and starts coordinating all systems into a better harmony. What's another true one? That's funny. I'm blanking on it. But do some research. Do some research. You can figure it out. Pretty much. Bonk. Yeah. But there's been, negative hands of evil that have used it to destroy people's nervous systems, minds, consciousness, and get a hold of them through very dark doctrines, and then do a lot of damage in the world. So there are more nefarious levels to it, but in a general sense, I'd say that's a really good description and observation. Rhodiola, I was thinking about mentioning rhodiola as a true adaptogen, and I think it is, but I'd have to go research it a little bit more and look into the stimulant properties to make sure. Rhodiola is a good candidate. There are certain mushrooms, but I'm not an expert on the mushrooms, and I don't want to mention the wrong one. Some of the mushrooms are true adaptogens, like cordyceps might be. I have to look its properties up again. Reishi might be, but I have to look up its properties again. That's why I don't want to say it right now, because if I'm not currently taking these things and up on all my research on all their properties, I've noticed that a lot of people, once they learned about the concept of adaptogens, started labeling all these different things as adaptogens, and a lot of them weren't. So I'm trying to be careful, and I haven't recently updated my personal list on what I consider a full true adaptogen. I know the properties of a true adaptogen, but right now I don't have some to list, sadly, because I've just been using the ones that I've been growing, that I chose. Hey, Padragan, you might find non-Romanized things like the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, the Book of the Nazarene, the Didache, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary. You might find those profoundly valuable, my friend. Yeah, I'm not sure where to get spirulina. I've heard all those concerns. Back in the day when I took it, I got really good feedback in my body. Like I was going on this 6-mile run every day, and all of a sudden it was just so much easier from the chlorophyll and a few other things. So I had good experiences with spirulina. I don't know exactly if it was contaminated or not. I don't have the equipment to test that. So your guess is as good as mine. People are dumping everything in the sea because it's a good place to hide your sins, for now. So it's kind of a crapshoot, unfortunately. Panax ginseng, it might be, but I don't quite confidently say it's a true adaptogen because it seems to be a little more stimulating in yang. So I think it's like a really good male tonic, and this can be good for females too, by the way. Male energy though, like yang type energy, which both genders have and need. But I think it's a little on the yang side to be considered a true adaptogen. I don't think it quite makes it into that category, even though it has a lot of good adaptogenic properties. I consider it a very strong tonic, but not quite a true adaptogen. And my opinion remains subject to change on these things, guys, as I study more, because clearly the Western world is kind of rediscovering the concept of adaptogens, and it takes a lot of work to gain back knowledge that somebody erased. So I got to go slowly on these things. It's an amazing herb, but I remember chugging a bunch of it and going out and running 10 miles at a time when I didn't even run. And it just felt good and I couldn't stop. And my feet were destroyed, man. They were like bloody with blisters everywhere and swollen and just like shocked. It was crazy. I just remember that. It made me feel so good I couldn't stop running. So it's definitely stimulating. Oh yeah, man, you got to eat during a detox. I'm sorry if I made anybody think that my detox protocol is just like you got to fast through the whole thing. No, I would do my detox protocol in the early part of the day, and later in the day, I would eat healthy food, absolutely. Specifically for joint health, no, my whole lifestyle is good for my joints. If I have an injury, I'll put like an oil carrier with comfrey and magnesium oil on the injured area to help it rebuild collagen faster. But in a general sense, my whole lifestyle is good for my joints. So, when I was in my 20s and I started lifting real heavy all the time, my joints hurt everywhere. My joints and ligaments were so sore. I think I was kind of autoimmune arthritic at the time. And I would get really sick because my immune system sucked. And I'd be trying to set personal records with like a flu and all my joints hurting. And now my joints are wonderful. My joints and tendons, they're awesome. Are you sure the elites are recommending more plant-based diets? And if they are you looking at which sources of plants and where they're recommending you get them from and how contaminated those are? Or is it just a rumor you heard that some so-and-so on the internet says that elites are doing that because he's trying to sell you a blood diet? Well, okay. Totally disagree with that one, but I'm not going to get into it. What about hibernation? Are you asking me that? Just random words? What about hibernation? It's something bears do. Yeah, I think eating a fish in most cases is probably causing less misery than most mammals. I mean, it depends on the mammal. Is a mouse the same as a cow? Is a cow the same as a monkey? Is a monkey the same as a pig? Is a pig the same as a dolphin? Is a dolphin the same as a muskrat? I mean, there's all these different things with different levels of awareness and nervous system and brain development and all these things. And fish are different too. I mean, a dolphin, you eat a dolphin, maybe a dolphin is a mammal, right? So I guess that doesn't count. But yeah, to me, it seems like fish are less, I can't be sure about it, but it seems like fish are less conscious and experience less pain and things than mammals do. But then again, as a mammal, maybe I can just see it more in a mammal. I'm not fully sure. No, not well. Yeah, Joel, we can do that. Sure, sure. Um, we can do that. Yes. And I'm not talking about like ongoing counseling. I'm just talking about like if you have a specific thing you want help with, we can get in contact and I'll hook you up with whatever I can give you to work with that, if you want private help. That said though, guys, you don't have to spend money and talk to me privately. If you're comfortable typing things out on the threads under a false ID or whatever, I'm always happy to help people for free, just so you know, guys. It's not a greed thing, but if somebody wants private attention, yeah, that works. Sure it is. Vesica, yeah. Things that, pull on your tendons and make them carry around a higher tension for a while. It stimulates the collagen. Absolutely. And when you're carrying something like that, when it's swinging around, it's a much more real life thing. It gets your tendons going in all these different directions. That's a much better way to do it than you need to lift this weight exactly like this, standing on flat ground in this exact range of motion with this exact move. It's like, yeah, that's all neat and sounds cool and nerdy and whatever, but your tendons and ligaments and stuff were not meant to exist in an air conditioned flat ground with machines and perfect planes of motion. Out here in the real world, nothing works that way. So definitely when it comes to connective tissue, I said in my connective tissue video, how to bulletproof your connective tissue, real world stuff that pulls on things at every different real angle that you can't simulate in some flat ground on, basic exercises. That's much better overall for your connective tissues. Because there's a lot of guys that are like really strong at certain angles and they totally tear something under a light amount of pressure just because it's some angle that the collagen matrix is so out of balance it wasn't prepared for. I knew a guy that was 6'5". He was an ex-pro football player. He's a friend of mine. Back when I worked in a gym, we were personal trainers. He was 300 pounds. He had 22 and a half inch arms with pipe veins and just, monstrous beefy muscle, everything. And he tore both his knees apart in a parking lot when he slipped on some ice, destroyed his knees. This guy probably squatted incredible weights and all these things. And he goes out there and just slips a little bit on black ice and completely tears his ligaments off just because it was an angle they weren't ready for. Isn't that crazy? And I can think of countless examples like that, and they're everywhere. So when it comes to connectives, real world reality where things get challenged in all directions is a much better long-term policy than the incredibly narrow-minded approach most people take to strength training. Hey, thank you. Vausen, probably hope I'm ballpark on that. Thank you so much. What are your favorite three animals? Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. And I manifested a situation, I think I was 18, something like that, 17 maybe, where I got to work at a refuge, volunteer there, and I got to literally go in because the guy that ran it was a pretty wild dude. He was an ex-cop from LA that supposedly shot a lot of people in the riots, which I didn't find cool when he was bragging about it. But anyway, he was a risk taker. He was a wild dude. So I used to go into the units with the lions, tigers, and bears, including the lions and tigers that had been abused and wanted to kill us, which was a little bit hair-raising how you handle that situation, because you have to mentally convince them they can't kill you, because if they try, they will. Done that too. But there was a lot of them that were really friendly. I got to play with bears. It was so fun. I got to play with lions. It was so fun. It was so wonderful, man. And I never got hurt because I could read them. I could understand what they were feeling, and I knew when to back off or not do a certain thing, and other people couldn't read them, and they always got hurt. It was a wonderful experience. Thank you for the donation and the question, my friend. Okay. Okay, Obi. No, if we had need or use of hibernation, we would hibernate like bears. I don't know, man. You got to look around what's in Europe. I don't live in Europe and look around at the market or whatever. You got to do that, my friend. A few words about meditation. Yeah, I don't define meditation with, do this and look like this. And meditation's just a state I've always slipped into at times in my life. So I don't have a process for it. It's just a natural occurrence. But it's very healing. And you realize things without trying, without thinking. You get clarity on things that you couldn't get clarity on by thinking, which I find priceless. And it's really good for your nervous system. That's a few words. Hey, SLPTD, thank you so very much from all of us. I remember you saying you played Street Fighter 6 in another stream. Do you play any other video games? What are your favorites? Yeah, I like Street Fighter 4 more than Street Fighter 6. I like them both. But recently, there's been so little gaming in my life. I'm too busy. Sometimes when I'm heat stroked and exhausted and I realistically can't keep a balanced lifestyle and just keep doing more work, sometimes I play a little bit. I kind of like Fortnite. I'm not very good at it, but I have some fun playing with my kids on that. I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft a long time ago, and it was a pretty good game before it kept getting worse and worse. And that was really cool. I do like those interactive world games where you have a lot of freedom to evolve in your own way. I find games like that to be really, really cool. And there's a serious lack of them, and they tend to become more communized over time where everybody's sort of forced to be the same, just like in society. I'm like, really? We got to follow that pattern even in a video game? But back in the early days of that game, it was like everybody was totally different, and it was up to you to creatively evolve how you did. And I thought that was really fun. For the Horde. West plays Team Red, huh? Figure dreams into efficiency. Yeah. I mean, if you can be lucid enough in a dream to do something intentional, it powers you up in this reality too. It changes everything in this reality because you did some actual, it's like you made yourself more conscious basically. So if you're going to practice lucid dreaming, guys, have a goal, have a positive intention. When you realize you're lucid, you can do something constructive. I'm not going to tell you what, because that's not fair. Your consciousness development should be more authentic to you, but I've made big progress that way. Minecraft, yeah, that it always looks so pixelated to me. You know, I've watched my kids play it. I just never kind of got it. But I've certainly heard the repetitive music for hours at a time. At what point in the detox? You know, you can start the gut building stuff while still detoxing. I kind of focus on it at different times in the day, but you don't really have to wait. You don't, you know, because ultimately you can manage to balance things where detoxing is a normal part of your life to some degree. It doesn't have to be full on like what you're probably doing right now. But if you can organize it into your day, you can go ahead and start doing some gut healing stuff at the same time. Yeah, I understand that, Mattel. I've had a lot of those things mess with me in the past. And once I figured out that in the realm of consciousness, you can make yourself more powerful quickly, now they flee from me. The same things. And I watch them torment others, and sometimes I stop them. In fact, I've even forced negative entities up into the heavenly realms against their will to go be fixed, which is a really weird thing. And apparently it's a very strange spiritual gift I forgot the name of. But I did it instinctively. I just found myself doing it. I don't know why I was even doing it. It's like I'd been trained. But yeah, I know the entities you're referring to and how much hatred and fear they put on you when they have you paralyzed. That's what stops most people from exploring those things further. Yes. Vishal, yes. There's tons of zinc on a vegetarian diet, my friend. If you get any decent plants grown in real soil, a lot of them are high in zinc. Google plants high in zinc. Lagging forearms, I don't know, lots and lots of reps. Maybe have a couple dumbbells, the edge of your bed, and do a whole bunch of, forearm curls, reverse curls every night before you go to bed or something. Volume and consistency, probably. Yeah, nothing specific, Evan. I'm just hanging out with everybody, and people can ask whatever they want, and wherever my eyes are led to go, I say, Creator, let this be in the best interest of all involved, and help me be in alignment with that. And beyond that, I don't worry about it. Try magnesium oil, Foku. You can absorb more using your skin than you can internally orally. And it's very simple to make and very effective. Because if you're trying to take too much orally, you're just losing it anyway. And you're, from the diarrhea type scenario, you lose other electrolytes and stuff. I mean, it's good if you're constipated, but other than that, taking high dose oral magnesium, it doesn't really work. You can only take a small amount orally. So magnesium oil is a much better way to get more into your system consistently. You can detox by fasting alone, sure. It's just that a lot of these herbs and supplements can drastically enhance it, and opening the body's detox channels can speed up the process and detox you from things that would have taken years of consistent fasting. So being that you're in a society that's inundating you with toxins at an incredible rate, normal fasting is a lot better than nothing. But I like to compensate for the amount of things that have been added to the damage in the war on human DNA. I like to take the math the other direction and speed things up and really make some synergy and make some stuff happen and stimulate the body's exit channels to do what they can do powerfully. No, I don't wear contacts. Yes, eyesight. I have a video on it. Check it out. How to improve your eyesight. It's somewhere on the health playlist. And that's just to get you started, some of the understandings of connections and implications about healing vision or improving it. There's many people that improve their vision. Yes. I missed that question. Yeah, I'm not sure about that Vesica sword. I suppose if you're getting organic soil, it's good. If you know that, maybe you can go get your own out in the woods somewhere. Of course, that's all illegal. Everything good's illegal. So I'm not telling you to do anything illegal. But if it really is organic dirt, then, the soil quality. As far as light, I mean, try to get it in the sunlight if you can. You can grow things on non-full sunlight spectrum, but, it's not going to really be the full thing that it could have been from the full spectrum. It's better than nothing, though. Like I always say, improvement's improvement. It's better than if it's an improvement, if it's better than not doing it, then it's worth doing. Much love to you, Adam Green. Happy to help, my friend. Yeah, you can regrow cartilage. I was talking earlier about how I had something sort of like autoimmune arthritis, I think, in my 20s, doing all this heavy lifting. Not long ago, somewhere in my 30s, or no, maybe my 40s. Yeah, I think it was in my 40s. I actually I gained an inch of height, and people are like, "How'd you do that?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm pretty sure I finally just healed a lot of worn down cartilage is how I did it, because my joints and tendons and discs in my back are all real happy these days." So yeah, plenty of people have regrown cartilage. Absolutely. Yeah, you got to chase them magnesium flakes. Talk about bitter, right? Definitely. And don't overdo it or you get the squirts, man. And that particular type is really good for magnesium oil. I take a little bit orally just so I can absorb it through both directions, but really good for magnesium oil. Probably WOW guy. Yeah. Yeah. Interfering frequency. I mean, it won't stop you if you get to a certain point, but it's interfering probably to some degree. Yeah. Yeah. Spirulina, chlorella, wheatgrass, barleygrass. That's really good, potent combination of greens. If those are organic, yeah, that should be a really good supplement. Yep. I don't know what cryas is. Moving and swaying in snake motions, hands making mudra positions on its own. No, no, no experience with that personally. How to deal with depression, feeling lost in life? Well, go through the consciousness playlist and, try to absorb what's there to help you with that, my friend. And it'll keep being added to that playlist, but there's a lot of richness there if you contemplate it. In his 60s, he regrew his knee cartilage. Nice. Very, very good. Awesome. Awesome to hear. And I totally believe it. I've seen people do all kinds of great things. They're not likely to get promoted well, and they're likely to get silenced for it. I know through experience. There's a lot of great things I can't tell you guys I've seen and been a part of because I get shut down if I do. Because it's medically impossible. And you're not allowed to say that or give people false hope. But yeah, I believe you. Absolutely. Well, Alzheimer's is plaque in the brain. So high dose K2 and lots of magnesium. And also, I've noticed with plaque, if you put like vitamin C, well, that's on a recent video I just posted, vitamin C and oregano oil to kill the infectious bacterial part of the plaque, then the K2 can access the calcium deposits and get them out of the soft tissue better. And the vitamin C helps your body fight all the bacteria that you're breaking loose. So basically, those things put together will start removing plaque from soft tissue. How that applies to a grandma, I don't know. But, medically or not medically, because somebody else thinks they own that word, physiologically, those things are very good for getting calcifications out of soft tissue. My recent video, what was it? Calcification is death, so fix it. That's part of it. Just check out the health playlist and the biohacks playlist. There's actually a lot of things in there about that. Nice. I don't know anything about that AJ Adams. It's just not lore that I've read or concerned myself with, to be honest. Yeah, if he's some player, then, it sounds like just some male nonsense fantasy to me. Battling gray hair. People's causes for gray hair are different, totally different. You could look into He Xiao Wu, not faux tie, not that knockoff cheesy product. It doesn't work. Real He Xiao Wu, properly prepared, because it's a complex herb, and if you do it wrong, it can hurt you. Also, maybe some people like copper peptides or healthy copper in their diet. Some people, it's a copper deficiency. Adaptogenic herbs, because some people it's just stress induced. Also, if you look into Ayurveda, you realize people with high pitta dosha bleach their own hair out just from internal fire. So if you adjust your doshas, if you realize you're high pitta, you could adjust your doshas to bring down the excess pitta, and that might actually restore some hair color. And you can put all that together too, and probably more. But those are some rabbit holes for you to head down, because those are some big bulletin points that have definitely restored hair color in plenty of people. Sounds like a parasite, Alessandro. Cats get a lot of them. They tend to be real prone to parasites. Sounds like some type of parasite. So I might be looking into natural healthy means of parasite cleansing my cat and choosing something I was comfortable with. The K2 once a day is fine. Just take it with oils or fats, because it's fat soluble and you won't absorb it otherwise. The enzymes are to help you to digest meals. Now, if you eat a simple meal with proper food combos, you really don't need them. But most people have no idea what that even means. So most people's meals are not proper food combos. If you take the enzymes with them, you're going to digest all of it and utilize it better. Well, I kind of can't say it out loud, Mike, One thing interesting that I've seen miracles occur in my fictional dream reality, and people cured from all sorts of incurable cancer. Now, keep in mind, this is all just imaginary sci-fi talk, right? No need to cancel me. I claim nothing. I'm just a dumb, strong guy who just lifts things, right? Gerson therapy. That was just a cough. I just coughed. I just choked on my words. What did I eat yesterday? Various fruits and pea protein, and then a big old protein bread thing my wife made for me at night. I ate some purslane. That's all I can think. Oh, some cacao. That's all I can think of yesterday. Oh yeah, and some greens. I drank a drink my wife made me with Go-To Cola. I probably had either nettle or collard greens. Probably had several other nice herbs in it, actually, a bit of ginger possibly. So a greens drink infusion also. That's what I remember from yesterday. Oh, I'm happy to help any way I can, African child. Much love to you. Huh. I'm not going to get into that, Nelly. Why would I do that? I'm here to undo the damage and abuse as much as I can. Now, if you're getting picked on or bullied, that's a different topic. Let me know if that's why you're asking. I get from most of my information from the source. Now, as far as bio functions in the body, I did thousands of hours of spiritually guided research in my 20s where I was just being trained what research papers to find on the internet, how to understand them, and how to put it together. But these days when I sit here, I'm just basically channeling because I don't even read books anymore. And half the time, I don't even know why I said what I said or where it came from because I'm relaxing and letting it happen. It's a certain spiritual gift that I'm supposed to use in this life, so I do. But I do reference things here and there. Some of it's in writing. So, ultimately, all information comes from the ether around us. Everything ever known and that could be known is right here in an invisible particles within me, outside of me, seemingly. It's all in the same stream, and it's a matter of getting all your human conditioning out of the way and having the receptors for it. I mean, that's one way I could try to put it into words. But it's an act of faith and love and trust in the ultimate creator of things. Ah, thanks. Thanks, wifey. So the green drink yesterday had nettles, noni leaves, chonka piedra, woo, gotu cola, and ginger. That was awesome. Awesome tonic drink, man. Yeah. Yeah. Get to the tonic green drink. Do it now. There is no bathroom. I don't know why I keep saying that. You never were that smart. That's why. Intimidating a boss? You want to intimidate your boss? I don't know about that, man. I mean, if you succeed at it, he'll probably just fire you. So, I mean, what's the point, I'm not sure what you're I'm not sure what you're aiming for with that, Like what do you think I'm curious. What do you think it'll get you if you're able to intimidate your boss? I'm trying to understand the situation better. And I might lose track of this conversation. But so far I don't know what to say. Thoughts on Keanu Reeves? I don't know the guy personally, so I like some of his movies that he's been in. But unless I know somebody personally, what is there to think about him? I wish him well. Keanu, if you're out there listening, much love, brother. I mean, maybe you are Keanu Reeves, huh? Oh no, Kung Fu. Thanks for the Matrix Squad idea, bro. Oh, thank you so much, Bert. A possible interpretation of experiencing a blue-purple dragon in my back spine area on a shroom trip. Like the elephant behind you. Yeah, it was symbolic of what people call Kundalini. It's like this big energy wiring harness that runs up and down through the spine and feeds the whole body. And I would say it's the central hub of your nervous system, which means that spiritual energy is coming through that to branch out into the rest of the body and branch out from there into your life. So in that experience, you were probably experiencing an enhanced flow of that energy, and that was just symbolically showing it to you. The fact that it was blue and purple means something in your life right now. It is important for you to focus on true communication, authentic communication, which is really hard in this world. A lot of people have been butchered for it, lynched, burned alive. I understand. Modern day, it's usually not quite as hard. You just get your reputation and career and all that destroyed, for being honest. But depends where you live in the world. Actually, you could get burned in the streets. But if you can find a safe place to express yourself better, it's going to help you understand and use things in your own third eye and higher perception better. Those colors indicate that there was an emphasis on a couple chakras of the way the energy is flowing. Those are important for you for some reason in life right now. And that's really all I can say from that. Yeah, many and lots of experience with it, 11, but I don't talk about it because it destroys the channel immediately. ADHD. I need mental stimulation, coffee, weed, gym, sugar, YouTube. Yeah, kind of a hyperactive version. Yeah. Thoughts on it? Some go-to cola would help you over time to slowly kind of balance it and not expend so much energy unnecessarily. It's not that you'll have less energy, it's that you'll waste less energy. You'll actually have more. That'll be a calmer energy. So true adaptogen, that's one of the things it does is balance everything into a more harmonic balance for your own overall well-being. I mean, that's my thought since you asked. I use moon phases for planting and cutting and trimming and certain things in the land here because moon phases drastically affect the effectiveness of when you plant and when you harvest and when you trim and when you kill weeds and all these things more effectively. That's really all I use it for, though. Technically, the third eye is not the crown chakra, but I know what you mean, friend. Those are just terms anyway. You need to stretch your left hip flexor more. It's just overly tight, probably from being in a seated position too much. I had one that chronically bothered me for a long time, and all it came down to was just remembering to stretch it. And after a while, it just quit hurting. It's just irritated from being too tight, and it needs to be stretched out and relaxed a little more. Probably. I mean, that's what it was for me. I don't live in a city, so I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, African child. It was almost impossible for me not to get myself imprisoned on any given day due to the infinite, ridiculous frustrations of being around people that just make everything so hard because they're conditioned to and they never question anything. Took an incredible amount of self-control and self-restraint to not make mistakes that would have caused me to never be able to make it to here. So, yes, I feel your pain and frustration and pent-up energy, my friend. I do. Can you please go back to my question? Friend, you got to understand I'm talking to a lot of people here right now, okay? It's not all about you. So please refresh your question. I'll try to keep up with it. And I can't really scroll back because I'll never catch up to where I am if I do. I didn't mean to miss your question, okay? I'm trying to be as useful as I can to everybody here. Pretty much everything on the consciousness playlist, my friend. Evan, Lake Lock Sanderlock. Yeah, that's what the consciousness playlist is for. Yeah, it hurts, Wyatt. It hurts having your reputation smeared and having everybody project their own filth onto you. It hurts a lot. I've been there. I've been through a lot of it. Eventually, it's weird. And I don't know if this is good advice, but when you've been through enough of it, it finally gets to the point where you just don't care anymore. And then you're free. No. I'm here to undo cults, Moist. And all these little gurus that want their own cult, that's just a disgusting ego trip of low consciousness. So my thought on it is it makes me nauseous. Like how they laugh. I don't know. I don't really experience that ultimatum. Hey, Nicholas. What's up, brother? Oh, pinch nerve. Yeah. If you can figure out where it is, maybe put some magnesium oil, start reducing inflammation, and then look into the mechanics of the body, figure out why it's pinched, and pull the other direction with some muscles to tighten something to open that space, if you understand what I'm saying. Like leverages in physics. You want to open that space back up. In the meantime, put some anti-inflammatory things in your body. If people had a lot more antioxidants, like burdock root, healthy herbs that are super anti-inflammatory, it would help reduce inflammation and pinch nerves faster. Topically, magnesium oil. You can look into herbs that you can infuse into a carrier oil that are very anti-inflammatory for pinched herbs. Make yourself kind of like a healing salve and put on it. Those are my thoughts. And if it's a recurring issue in one area, there's an imbalance where it's too tight there and you need to pull something a different direction. Pull the bones away from that by tightening on the opposite, whatever the opposite of that area is. If you'll tighten the muscles over there, it should open up that area a little bit and loosen the pressure on those nerves, if that makes sense. Yeah, they can affect you now, Weasel. Big time. Big time. That's kind of where you started this life. Not just past traumas, though, also gifts. Most people only find their traumas because you come into this energy field of low consciousness, but actually the higher dharmic path potential for your life is where you use gifts you've developed. Sometimes not in the material realm. A lot of that training comes from a higher place. How often? Edvard, if you take it on, I would say once a day is plenty. In the morning, it's a great way to start the day. Saltwater flushes are good too, absolutely. But they don't stimulate the liver to detoxify the body the way the coffee enemas do. Coffee enemas make your liver a superhero. And it needs the help because it's been beat to a bloody pulp by the toxins in society, and it's way behind on all its work. It needs help. It needs help getting it done and feeling great. No, I designed those for people stuck in society, Ayash, because intelligent compensation for the many things trying to kill your DNA can help you power up enough to maybe see a better way of life and make it and survive long enough to create it. Once you get to a place where you can grow all your own food and medicine right out of rich soil, you don't need supplements anymore. But how are you going to get there? And are you going to get there? So that's why I devise really intelligent, synergistic supplement stacks, because in the past, it's how I got my family strong enough to make it out of all the things that were trying to kill us, essentially. No, it was just a name for the live stream, man. I was just sitting there going, oh, I got to call it something. I got to call it something. First thing that popped into my head was no pill, because all the colored pill talk is just ridiculous at this point. So I don't know. I might even change the name later. I just had to call it something. That's just what I typed. It's not a big statement, to be honest. What if you start enjoying it too much? I know, right? What if getting really healthy and just living life at a higher frequency than others makes you worry? When is the other shoe going to drop, and when's somebody going to sneak up on you and hurt you for it, right? Inner seas. It's a funny question that we've been conditioned to fear that we might actually enjoy a healthy process too much, isn't it? I don't know, Nicholas. A lot of those are just suggestive, Maybe there's this tiny, tiny chance it's legit, but mostly it's more likely to be a self-fulfilling prophecy if you take it too seriously. And I'm only talking statistically here. I don't know that particular situation. Hey, thank you, Adam, very much. From all of us. Since I have been having success with my meditations and practice, my neck and base of my skull have become tense. Yeah, I get that a lot. Not pain, just tense and stiff. Yeah, I wish I understood that. I think there's an energy building there. And I think that maybe our DNA, having so many generations leading up to this body that did not flow that level of that type of energy, I think there's actually kind of a bottlenecking going on somewhere between where the energy harness flows and the neck meets the back of the head. I get overloaded there too. So my theory is that it's such a high energy that physically it's I got to take time to like pop my neck and loosen things up a lot because of it, so I don't get headaches. That's just a theory at this point. If I ever have any great breakthroughs with it, I'll let you know. But there's definitely a higher energy that starts working through there, and maybe the wiring is not quite up to it genetically, and it takes time to adapt. That's my current working theory. Great question, man. Got some great minds on here. I've heard of Carlos Castaneda. I've heard that name. People ask me, but I've never, dabbled in whatever that person is or does, to be honest with you. I'm very happy to help Edward. Very happy. Thank you for the feedback. That helps me, my friend. One more thought about that stiffness that builds here is that all of humanity has been living in their head separated from all their other energy centers, especially the heart. And I think trying to reopen the channel, this is kind of the bottlenecking point. The neck is the separation between the head everybody got trained into for thousands of years and the loss of all their other consciousness. And I think by working to reopen it, it's like the floodgates are opening and old structures are kind of being torn out of there, possibly with an overload of energy. No, I haven't heard of that 11, but I'm sure plenty of people claim to have new revelations. And a few here and there are probably actually legit. Probably not most of what's marketed on the internet, though. Goatweed. I forgot goatweed. Are you talking horny goatweed? Forget which herb that is. I can't remember if I have it. Can you give me another name for it? Because I'm forgetting which herb that is. There can be weasel, but it's a deep art and science, and most people are pretty poor at it. But yes, done correctly, there can be some very potent insights, yes. Awesome, Stefan. Somebody was there supporting you with that. I've been through that too. Not the exact same support, but it is interesting when you discover that you're being helped, isn't it? And from their energy that they're positive. Unlike when you find yourself in sleep paralysis and there's things there that hate you. I mean, as soon as you start disconnecting from your body, feeling the energy of who you're interacting with, whether it's light or dark, whether it's of a higher consciousness than your own or a lower, gets pretty obvious. But that's really cool to hear that you had that experience, man. You're getting some support from your spiritual team. See, that means you're actually ready for it. They wouldn't help you do it if it was going to be detrimental. There's a chance for you to actually gain something from this that'll make a positive impact in your life for sure. Master Chief, isn't that from Halo or something like that? Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, my hair wasn't blonde at all in the past. Completely changed colors. Whoa, this is going fast. How can I train the way you did in your 20s? Well, in my 20s, I kind of just did mostly gym stuff, That was back when I was doing conventional stuff, So I'm not sure how to answer that question. If you're living in a van and you want to train more like I train now, that's probably a lot more relevant. Physics is physics, angles are angles, contraction is contraction, resistance is resistance. Your muscles don't care what's being done. They only care about the overload level and the stimulus. So you look around, even your van itself, I could do all kinds of exercises off your van, using your van. If there's any other objects in your environment, you can build all kinds of muscle. Volume, duration of rest, short rests, intensity levels. This is what stimulates muscle development, It doesn't require any particular man-made anything. So if that's what you're asking me, if you browse through my channel, you'll find all kinds of exercises that aren't involving a gym that are building particular muscles, and you can get all kinds of ideas from that if you're interested. Yeah, Castle, I think you already know this, but you need to get well away from that and get it out of your life completely and be free. Forgive it, but leave it behind you, really behind you. Your inner child will never feel safe, and you'll never be able to fix the trauma and reprogram your own subconscious, which controls your life, unless your inner child can trust you that you've actually made it safe. Your adult can rationalize and say, oh, I'm an adult, you can't do that to me now. It doesn't matter. Your inner child is still traumatized by the source. So when you make your life actually safe from that source of trauma, then you can start the process of actually healing and changing and reprogramming your own subconscious, so you can bear fruit in this life instead of being held down by someone else's darkness. That's the simple, powerful truth, to be honest, speaking from experience, my friend. Not that exact same experience, but speaking from experience. No, I don't make videos about posture because I never practice posture, I think just my lifestyle takes care of my posture, basically. So I don't know what to say, if I haven't been through a struggle and found a way to correct it, I don't really feel sure I could make a video just to get clicks and views and subs, but it'd be pretentious because I would just have to read what somebody else did and then just re-say it myself, which is what most people do. And I find it offensive because I see right through it. So me personally, I don't feel qualified to do that because it's not something I've really been through, to be honest with you. Love story. I have never thought about trying to be a romance writer. Let me think about that. Maybe someday I'll have a way to make a video on that topic. I couldn't do it any justice right now. Oh, it depends, Scar. It depends how well you absorb it and utilize it and how fast you're losing it. And your body's breaking it down and using it for other things. It varies drastically depending on health and bodily efficiency. I don't need near the amount of protein I used to bodybuild on, for example, because I can use it better and I don't lose it as fast. Because a lot of systems in my body are able to regulate and not be so wasteful the way they used to. So, I could probably, well, we'll see, because I'm kind of getting back into my natural bodybuilding now. When I get up to a certain larger size and I have some numbers to crunch and let you guys know, like I'm maintaining this much lean mass with approximately this much grams of protein per day, I'll let you guys know. And people will say, no, you're not, you're lying, blah, blah, that's impossible. It's all drugs, yada, yada, like they always do. But maybe you'll be able to hear me. Bipolar. Yeah, more improvements to your health will make it less severe. Also, remember that the manic stage of it is where some of the greatest creations that changed humanity have ever come from. So it may be a challenging energy to live with, but I wouldn't let the world define it for you. I'd look for a spiritual meaning. Are there traumas that could be healed to make it less severe? Yes. But are there things that it can be used for that are positive? Yes. So first thing that comes to mind is detach from the world's definition and all victim narratives about it, and look at it with fresh eyes and see what can be done from there. Being trained by an entity. I missed part of your question about that. Trained by an entity. I was trained a lot of biological knowledge by higher conscious entities through my 20s. I knew I was being trained for something. I didn't know what, but now I use it all the time and it's all still inside of me, which I find awesome. But there's people trained by negative entities because their motives are negative, worldly, and selfish. So, I mean, beware, know a thing by its fruits. What is it training you in? It's an important principle to pay attention to. Oh, yeah, Stefan. Yeah. Profoundly life-changing. But I mean, it's so personal and it's so out there that it's like, people would be like, ooh, and if I told the stories, but it's like, it's not going to mean to anybody else what it was like to me, and I think you know what I mean. But yes, I have profound experiences. Yeah. To put it lightly. Yeah. Peace, bro. Yeah. I hear you. Oh, God. I'm going to ignore that one so I don't get triggered. I don't want to seem impatient with people. Okay, moving on. What do you think of raw milk? Well, if it's from animals that are treated right, it's a wonderful anabolic type food. It's still not necessarily right for everybody. If you look into Ayurveda and you look into the doshas, um, you'll see that it could be pretty great for some people, and it's really not ideal for others. But it's a massively anabolic food as far as just gaining and building. It's a massive builder. And once you cook it, it's denatured and destructive, messes up the immune system, messes up a bunch of systems in the body. Wow, thanks, Obanella. I guess I did manage to answer that question. Awesome. Thank you very much. That means you were close. Padrigan, that extreme weird vibration. Sometimes there's a sound, sometimes there's not. That's the process of the spirit, like getting ready to detach from the body. And actually, once you've done it a few times, you don't always experience that anymore. Sometimes you can leave the body without that extreme vibration, but you were close. Very close. Gerson therapy. Don't look up all the information online demonizing it. Look up the Gerson Institute website. Wink, wink, and go from there. I'd like to tell you that I've seen it save lives from incurable things, but I can't tell you that, okay? But I sure would like to tell you about some stories, man. But if you go down that path and do some honest research and look into it, you'll probably figure it out for yourself. Yeah, it is injustice, Kasich. The world's full of it. But yeah, move on and leave it behind. Move on to better things. Move on to what your life can be about, my friend. You can do it. Injustice sucks. It does. So move on to a life where you can create righteousness and justice in the world and bear some kind of positive fruit. And use that as an example of what not to do and not to be. Let it just make you more clear who you are. Eventually, you might even be thankful, very thankful for it, for that very reason. It makes you more effective for the light, if you will. In fact, you probably will be. Yeah, probably, Aaron. Probably. There's a lot of people do that nonsense to get worldly stuff, money and influence and pleasures and all the nonsense people sell out their eternity to because they're weak in their understanding and they lack wisdom and discernment and character. So they're choosing the real hard path. They just don't know it yet. The real hard path. Earth life's hard enough, and they're choosing an even harder path. I don't know. 18's different for everyone, friend. There's no generic advice based on age. Be honest with you. The one thing, though, depending on where you live, it might give you legal adulthood. So if you're clear on what kind of life you should be creating from within your heart, take advantage of that. Get moving, if that's the case. Ooh. Yeah. Royman, anything powerful that's extremely effective at getting people out of certain control human harvesting systems will be heavily demonized on the internet. Once you've seen that pattern, you realize it's everywhere. And most people being completely under the spell of the so-called authorities of this world are going to be easily terrified at anything that would make great progress for them if they would take that breakthrough and that sovereignty over their own consciousness. And maybe this person will, All of us have backed down from things at times when the whole world was against us, and sometimes eventually we stop doing it and make a breakthrough. I don't know, Padrigan. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of mathematical variability there, but it's a very individual thing. You got to figure it out by the individual. No, no, it was not you. No, not at all. And I don't know what question you're referring to, but what I was referring to was not about anything you wrote that I saw. Yeah, I fixed a lot of physical deformities. I was born with horrible genetics. Hirschsprung's disease, horrible teeth, horrible immune system, autoimmune diseases, bad circulation, weird heart function, severe acne. I mean, I could go on and on, probably complaining if I wanted to think about it more, but there's been an incredible amount of overcoming and recreating. Yes. Wow, you've been carrying a lot of wood and moving horses for 2 hours, and you're still here. Yeah. Glad you got your grunt work done there, my friend. I know about that. Give those horses a good scratching for me, if that's what they like. Mm. Synchronicities, when they're positive, it's because someone of higher consciousness who's assigned to your life wants you to know you're honing in closer on a path that can lead you onto a whole higher timeline for your life. That's why they're lining up like that. Awesome question. No, I haven't played The Witcher. You mean like in a movie? Not yet. When they get tired of these lesser actors, maybe they'll give me a call. I think they know I'm not going to sell out to the satanic after party, so Hollywood probably doesn't want me there. No, probably not for every single person, Ayush, but for most it is. There's an immune problem happening there that's attacking the hair follicles. Yes, the vast majority. Yes, that's generally the situation. That's kind of the missing link. People are DHT, plaque, and they're pointing at all these things, but it's like really what's actually killing the hair follicle is the dysfunction in one's own immune system. So I'm glad you know that. You've obviously looked into it deeper than the surface level. Yeah, it probably is path. It's becoming some weird new religion, and people are all hostile and stuck up and egotistical, and it's a massive turnoff to me. So I did my one video on it, and that's it. Honestly, I'm getting more tired of the topic when I watch how people behave and act like they're superior because of what they do or don't do with their own genitals. I mean, for crying out loud, to be honest with you. It's like anything. You can go into it and find something constructive with it, or you can become a total turd and use it the wrong way. And it's based on your approach and your motives. We are, Richard. Love you, brother. Hope you're doing better, man. Hope things are going well for you. I love you, man. How do you determine whether anything is good or bad is to know it by its fruit? Al Goiter. What is it leading to? What is it creating? What is it affecting? What is it manifesting? What are the fruits of it? And then you'll know. Whoa. Parigin. 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 I hope I'm saying that right. Little Patrick. Irish. In Irish. Okay. Our fruit trees are doing great. Love you too, bro. Nice. Lemons. We don't quite have any yet. I think one of our trees is getting close. Looking forward to the lemons. I think we have 3 lemon trees, and one of them's getting close now. Oh man, happy to hear that, doppelganger. Do my best to live up to that. Much love to you. Man, there's a lot of places PBN. I can't send. I don't have like one place to send you. You can learn a lot of it here. Then again, my INTJ personality is actually not easy. Even though I'm good with words, supposedly, a lot of people don't really understand me well. So I would say if it clicks with you, look for holistic practitioners who actually practice what they preach, and it's not sold out and telling you to take antibiotics at the same time or totally half-assing it, for lack of better terms. If you find real holistic practitioners who practice what they preach and they're healthy and they have a great track record really helping people, and as someone you understand their teaching style, absorb whatever you can. But don't stick to one source, look around and you'll pick up useful things here and there from different holistic practitioners and put it together piece by piece in the ways that it comes together for you. And when you understand something, practice it, and then your skill sharpens and your perception sharpens. And you just build upon it like that. Basically, Vesica sword, yeah. All those things. That's how, yes. I mean, I always knew it was there. I always knew what was written in those books, but I never knew they even existed until I read them. So I was reading it straight from the ether, straight from the source. And to find that somebody hid those things and they exist, pretty thrilling for a guy like me after all the misery he's been through and all the abuse just for knowing things that the world doesn't want to hear. I think so, path. I think in and of itself that's positive, but I also think there's exceptional circumstances where probably it's not the right thing in the moment for the person. But in general, yes, I think it's positive. No, it's not. Folk tie is a product that's been processed and changed, and it's crap. I mean, you can waste your money on it if you want to believe what the internet says. Those people have big funding. It's a big company. But I said what I had to say about it, and it's up to you. That's why I said it, friend, because I know what the internet's going to corral you into, and you're going to be disappointed just like everybody else. You got to get the real thing, not some westernized nonsense. Properly prepared, he shall woo, done in the way that those who did it and did great things with it did it and do it. You got to do it that way to have a chance to get the real power and benefits. I've heard about that, Stefan. Supposedly that's a good place to pull toxins out. Yeah. Especially if you're using like a castor oil pack or whatever they call it. Yeah. That's interesting, power plant. Yeah, I hear you. That's heavy, man. It's heavy. And I couldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you what to do, but much respect for the realness of what you're dealing with. Hammy, I would say Hammy Pig, the only voice of unadulterated truth and energy I've ever heard on him was Yeshua ben Yosef. He constantly illustrated what the spiritual reality is versus the upside down physical reality, how one detracts from the other, how to attain the kingdom of heaven within and develop it and even bring it to earth, and how to create eternal treasure rather than squander your soul on temporary things that you're guaranteed to lose. The Essene Gospel of Peace Gospel of the Holy 12, the Book of the Nazarene, the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Mary. Really good, really good, really, really good. No, it's not telepathy, not the internet. It's just a bunch of I mean, there's people that are somewhat telepathic that interact on the internet, but it's just a big left brain collection of different opinions and agendas competing with each other for attention for the most part. Government is necessary, but the question is, when are humans going to become self-governing so they don't have to be controlled and manipulated by deceitful forces? When are they going to attain true governance, self-government, which would just be to live by the golden standard: love God, love your neighbor as yourself. We could all have utopia. People were spiritually mature and ready to do it. Then you wouldn't have to have people with swords and guns and money and weapons and hidden agendas deciding your life and death for you and calling it government, and how hard you have to work to pay them to make your life harder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Right on, Mike. True, true. Hmm. I think it's more of an allowing process than it is trying to do something, Vesica. I think it would come natural and you wouldn't realize you're even doing it until you realized you were doing it. It would be a lot of conditioning that's just in the way of it, and a lot of health challenges that are in the way of it. If those were stripped away, and the conditioning of the mind and the subconscious, all the interfering programs were stripped away, and you had a framework that was conducive to it in your subconscious, it would happen naturally. You'd be doing these miraculous things involving spiritual gifts, and at some point you'd actually see yourself and realize that's what's happening. Whoa, when did this start? My days of lifting extreme weights, which continue, by the way, my brother. Do you think power to live this life? For me, yes. For me, yes, probably, because sometimes emotional pain, I'm able to transmute it into something positive that way and discover great strength and not eat away at myself. And then also, how else does it translate? Of course, the discipline can be helpful. The courage, if there is some in certain cases, can be helpful. And also, in my case, just the authenticity of it, just being yourself and doing something that's just part of how you're made, helps you feel what it's like to be authentic and like that. And then you start to find it in other areas of life. I think that's how it's helped. Yeah. That's a super deep question, really. When I enjoy it for what it is, and it's not about whether anybody credits me with worldly credits or whatever, when I just do it because it's true to myself and it's just how I am, I think it helps with everything else in life to be more authentic and more real and really be here is what I am. If I let other people's opinion or attempts to discredit or any of that, like, get involved in it, then it kind of starts backfiring and going the wrong way. So it's really important that I'm doing it just to be myself, and then it enhances the other areas of life. Whereas if it's about proving something to somebody else, they'll just say it was fake anyway or whatever, and then you're just on this spiral of ego and struggle. And so for the most part, it's been really conducive to benefits in other areas of life. And I think for me, that's kind of how. I hope that makes sense. That's a really good question, man. Oh, I still see things, Hammy Pig, in a materialistic way. I had some very materialistic models growing up, and I value the ability to take care of practical realities. I couldn't do what I'm doing right now if I didn't have a bunch of tangible, materialistic type skills and practicalities. The difference is I don't live from that and look for something spiritual. In my case, I actually live from the spirit, and I look into what I have to be responsible for in this life materially and how to properly prioritize and organize my tactics for that, basically. So I think it's like looking at the same thing from the other side of the mirror. Because when you're over identified with the material world, it consumes you and it drags you into darkness because it's filled with it. And it's detrimental to your spirit. It's not healthy for your spirit. It hurts you there. And people lose track of their spirit and then they're really lost. Whereas if you look at the material things necessary and you accept the responsibilities and opportunities there, but they're not your identity and they're not your goal and they're not what you think existence is about, because you have a higher standard or a higher experience or perception of what you are and what the purpose of existence is, then I think you can handle all the material realities in a constructive way. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and then all these other things will be added unto you, in other words. If the inner kingdom of heaven is the top priority and what's being fed, then the material world will fall into its proper place beneath that, and you'll be able to make decisions in the material world from a better place of wisdom that are more conducive overall, by far. Hey, thank you, Jerp. What are some interesting things you know that nobody even knows to ask you about? If that makes sense. Wow, there's so many of them, man. Yeah. Okay, Almighty, what comes up? What should I say here? What's something? What's something here? A large scale one, and I have mentioned this, but a large scale one the world doesn't understand is that whether you were born male or female, we're both the same thing. And we're both supposed to entirely embody male and female within us. And if you want a perfect figure eight of infinite flowing energy and higher consciousness, you're never going to get there without integrating that. So every time little men are trying to make themselves bigger than women with all their nonsense philosophies, they're becoming trapped further and further in mind machine-like and losing all track of life. And this planet's a hellhole because of it. True wisdom comes from the heart, and the heart has access to things the mind doesn't, and you can't do it with male energy only. With male energy, you can do a lot of work, you can occupy space, you can do a lot of thinking, and you can do a lot of thinking and working and stuff. But you cannot come from a place of higher wisdom and harmony. And the color and the joy and the other dimensions of life are missing. The world's cold and gray and dead and machine-like because of it. Both genders currently are lacking the female energy. They're both lacking it entirely. And unless that is restored, this species will never transform into a higher form. That's one that's largely unknown, because you almost cannot access that truth, as far as I know, from this earth plane. It's almost impossible to find that truth, especially when you're stuck here and all you have is the writings and the ideas and the words of other men. Good luck ever finding that truth. For whatever reason, that's the one I was queued up to share with you just now. To share with whoever I'm sharing it with, I guess. Yeah. Nervous system point of view. So you're talking about getting guidance, getting training from like spirit guides to rewire your nervous system or something. I'm trying to remember our conversation in the midst of all these other ones. Well, what I just said is a huge part of it. Until humans operate from the heart center instead of the head, they're never going to be able to fix the nervous system. There's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of adaptogenic herbs that help. But until consciousness becomes holistic and married again instead of divorced from itself, there's limits. There's a ceiling on that. See, holisticness is not just about eating real food and, being in real sunlight and real water and real air. Those are just lower shadow reflections of higher principles of truth. The same way that holisticness is missing from the way people live in the material plane is because of the causal plane. It's because they've missed it at the spiritual plane. And the nervous system is the system in the body most closely interacting with the spiritual reality, the causal plane. So the causal plane is coming through your nervous system into the physical plane, and vice versa. You know, when you stub your toe, you get this message that moves back through your nervous system and ends up having some effect on your spirit, which is aware of it. But to address things at the causal plane, you need a more holistic consciousness, which means repenting of all the ignorant man-made ideas and philosophy this world's been drowning in its own blood from for thousands of years, and opening up to something much greater. The inner child. Your inner child had both genders when you were born. You were free. And it started being trained out of you immediately. And to be born again means to rediscover all the colors that have gone missing that you didn't realize you lost. All the colors and flavors and depth and dimensions of life that you lost access to along the way. And because you lost access to, you don't remember them. So you don't even realize you've lost access to them. All that coming back would fix the nervous system. In the meantime, there's nutrients, there's breathing practices, there's better sleep, there's stress reduction. And for the sake of all that is holy and good, people doing what they can to discover their dysfunctional root philosophy of life and replace it with a root philosophy of life that's conducive to life, more in alignment with the nature of the infinite creator, not all the false gods everybody's broken themselves down with. Yeah. That's an interesting question, Chris. In a sense, sure. You know, I think like any word, angel is a label, and it could be applied a lot of places. I mean, obviously, because people can't even agree what an angel supposedly is. And different people have different definitions anyway. But I like that one, and it makes sense to me. I don't see why size would be. In fact, the Essenes, who Yeshua, the real Yeshua, came from and was the great leader of, really, the great one, they practiced perceiving water, air, fire, and earth as angels and interacting with them in a healthy way. So obviously, the deeper spiritual definition of what angels are was not like people with harps. It was deeper than that. It was like elemental life energies of the creator that are conscious, and different ones specialize in different energies and forms that are part of what life is. So I think what you said makes perfect sense in context of that. Yeah. I think you're onto something, man. Yeah, I eat an omelet sometimes and potatoes rarely, but yeah, I would eat them. I love potatoes. Yep. Oh, you're very welcome, Richard. That was a really cool question. It made me think about it more than I have been for a while. On this channel, you know, people are always asking me like about the health stuff and the consciousness stuff, and they don't normally approach it from like the physical side of things. But of course, it's all part of the same holistic spectrum. So I like it when I get a question that's kind of like, you know, start from here and then just expand on that and see what it connects to, you know. Makes me think. Much love to you too, brother. Always. Yeah, detox can be real rough. Toma, this is very common. It means it's really a productive, important thing you're doing. Like anything valuable in life, and you're starting to make a breakthrough into a potentially way higher timeline of a life, you meet with whatever resistance is in the way of it, and that's what you're dealing with. But you're dealing with it. What I always tell people is if a detox becomes unmanageably intense, reduce it. Like cut it in half. Cut the intensity of how you're detoxing in half for a while. That way you're not stopping because you have the channels open now and you want to keep getting all this junk out. But you also need to be able to handle your life in the meantime and not have some event where life gets too hard to manage. So reduce the detox to a manageable level, but don't stop. I mean, I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm not allowed to, and nor would I want to, but that's how people that deal with detox deal with it. Just so you know. Everything on the health playlist is about that, Plero. Reducing and correcting all the damage and all the DNA errors. As well as eventually, if the things on the consciousness playlist are perceived and connected, it's really about connecting strands of DNA that were dormant before that point. It's about that too. That's good to hear. Enchanted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Much love to you. No, PBN, I mean, look at the fruits they bear. What are the results of the things they do? And then from there, you'll know where it's coming from. Now, if you're so confused about what's positive or negative that you can't even tell what effect it's having on you, it's going to take a while. When you get a little clarity and you can see, okay, this is making me either healthier or unhealthier. And we're talking mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, all of it. Or if you see it affecting other people, is it making them healthier in some way or unhealthier in some way? And if you don't have any clarity about the difference, I would suggest praying for discernment in the eyes to see. Because once you can see whether something is adding to life or distorting it, then you know what the fruit is on the tree. And a tree is a tree. It bears what fruit it bears. If I look out here in the jungle and I'm not a master on recognizing every kind of leaf, if that tree eventually produces some fruit, I'm going to know what it is, you know. A guanabanon tree is going to make guanabanones. It's not going to make apples. So when you figure out what fruit, what is being produced by what this individual is doing, when you figure out what that is, you'll know if it's serving the light or the dark, because no choice is neutral. Hey, Callie Putra, I actually discussed that very thing earlier in this live stream, just so you know. I don't want to be too repetitive. Many things could help with constipation. There's so many different avenues I could suggest. I mean, you look into Ayurveda, you could just take a bunch of oral magnesium and quickly fix it right now. But the things on the health topics playlist, learning how to actually eat proper food combinations and rebuild your gut lining, your immune system, and your flora, basically, in your gut, and fix leaky gut and all these things. It's really the holistic approach is the only way I know to approach things. Because otherwise you're selling people pills and nonsense, and I just can't do it. Okay, Willem, the thing about coffee enemas is when all the other detox methods break loose all the toxins in your body, it can kill you if it's too much. Coffee enemas were invented, or they were used early on. Okay, let me just say this. Disclaimer, this is not medical advice, treatment, whatever. Please don't cancel me. Let's just say this is fictional, so I don't get canceled 11th time. What happens is the body will break loose so many toxins, it could actually kill you if you can't get them out fast enough. And the one thing that gets them out fast enough is the coffee enema. Gerson therapy used it to save many lives from cancer. And that's why, and that's how. When you start breaking down tumors, if you can't get all the junk out fast enough, it'll kill you. So you need to open the main channel and flush it out fast. Otherwise, the amount of circulating toxins you're bringing out of connective tissues, organs, glands, in the lymph system and so forth can poison you. Enough to make you suffer a lot or even die. And all that unnecessary suffering when you could be flushing it out faster just doesn't make sense. I realize everybody's just terrified to stick a little plastic tube up their butt. But once you've done it a couple times, you get over it and you mature and you realize it's no big deal. And it's the best part of the whole thing. And it's the most powerful part. But I said none of that. And that's all just fiction. So forget it, everybody. And please don't cancel me. Hope I don't get canceled for answering these questions. I really do. None of it means anything, internet. I'm just a big strong guy who doesn't know what he's talking about. No need to block him. I'm just a big dumb meathead, right? I'm just a big dumb cliche. What do I know? Yes, those vaccines do that. I mean, those fine imaginary things in my dystopian novel, they do that and a lot more. Padrigan, yeah. All kinds of problems. I was actually canceled, though, 12 some years ago for warning that this was coming, so I'm definitely not going to talk about it. That was my first cancellation. You'd have to be a little more specific, August Pui, but he's probably completely full of inflammation, and everything real in nature is anti-inflammatory. And he's alkalize his whole body and clean out the incredible amount of toxins that are just have everything on fire and swollen and full of infections and parasites, yeast, bacteria, nanotech, metals, pesticides, herbicides. I mean, it's just hell in there. It's the Health Topics playlist. And that's a lot for somebody when they wait to that point. I mean, only a true warrior would even attempt to dig themselves back out of it from that point. That's why prevention, for most people that aren't going to be that strong-willed, prevention is worth 1,000 times the cure. That's why I'm hoping people can hear some of this before it's at that point. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Enchanted, that you can appreciate that. The algorithm doesn't understand it, and sometimes it's a problem, but I'm just, I'm like a holistic consciousness. I can't be a widget, it's just fake. I'd be wasting my time. I'm not even going to do social media if I have to just be a widget, So I appreciate that you appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. No. Well, never mind. I'm not answering that question. It's a lot more than that, Slayer. It cleans years and years of cities of things built on your gut wall, yes, but most importantly and significantly, it stimulates the liver to go into overdrive and massively pull things out of the whole body and quickly get them out of the body so they poison you to death. It's a huge, 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 huge hack. It's an entire leg of the table. It might even be more than one leg of the entire table of the most powerful detox currently available to human beings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be recommending something that just gets you thought of as weird and made fun of and memed on the internet. And people are going to be profoundly resistant to, and I understand that. It took somebody a few years to talk me into trying it. And then once I did, I'm like, well, why am I such a big baby? This is just a simple technological hack. It's a bit of science. Why do I let society's weird, shameful, perverse confusion stop me from doing something productive, Once you're on the other side of the hump, looking back is kind of like, can't believe I was so resistant to something so useful. That's between you and that individual, Weasel. They know you better than yourself. You don't need a third party telling you what to ask them. It needs to be kept personal, because it is. And if they are of the light, then the more you intentionally interact with them, the more they'll interact with you. And they'll interact with you in a way that's right for you to help you grow spiritually. And I can't predict what that is. And if they're not of the light, they're going to try to do all kinds of things to get more control of your life, even if you don't ask them to. So, keep that in mind. Organic Algor. I think mostly medium roast is recommended, but I've used light roast, medium, and heavy, and they all work. But just keep it organic. You don't need to be putting pesticides directly into your liver. It kind of defeats the purpose, you know. A wound that won't heal. A wound that won't heal. Well, the body's not absorbing nutrition and using it very well at the time. I mean, you could try some topical stuff like a comfrey poultice to help the wound heal, to help get it sealed up. Internally, maybe Solomon Seal would help. You could look into those. I mean, you know the situation better than I do, but I'd have a look at that. For wound healing, you know, antioxidants, a lot of antioxidants in the body, Solomon Seal, plethora of minerals from real plants, adequate essential amino acids, adequate essential fatty acids, and externally, like I say, maybe a comfrey poultice is something I might look into, depending on what the wound is, where it is, how big. But you know, those are some pretty good rabbit holes to go down, to say the least. Oh, geez, African child. I don't think I can say it publicly because at this point, being that they've changed 5,000 laws since then, I don't think I can talk about it, to be honest with you. I wouldn't say, I don't know about wrong, like, you know, morally paradigging. Just remember, it's toxic. Everything's cause and effect, you know. Those same chemicals in the soil, if any are uptaken into anything you consume, it's the kind of thing that causes cellular mutation in the body. So, you know, just consider all that and decide what you got to do. Yarrow is a great wound healer. Thank you, wifey. Thank you so much. Yarrow. Yeah, that's another great wound healer. I'm vegetarian. I tend to eat vegan a lot of the time, but I'm vegetarian. Tommy. I have videos about vegetarian and veganism. Check them out if you're interested. They're on the health topics playlist. Or just use the search function on my channel and type in vegetarianism and veganism. I can't remember how many videos I have right now, but there's some good ones on the topic. Hello, Mrs. Earthroots Healing. Did you hear that, dear? You're talking to my wife. Hey, bro, what's going on? What's going on there, man? You trying to cut in on this dance? Playing. I heard her go, "Aw." So you had a good effect. Yeah, check out Johnny Apple Shreds. Good. Thank you, Ultimatum. Great suggestion. My musical genius, awesome friend Johnny Apple Shreds, aka Evan. Go check out his channel. Super cool guy. Super good guy. I love him. Super underrated talent too. We were talking about real musicians earlier that the world doesn't care about because he didn't do some blood sacrifice or something to get worldly power. So being that people don't recognize that level of talent, it's kind of, I mean, I'd like to think I do. I can't play what he can play, but I can sure appreciate it. Anyway, check it out. He does some good videos on coffee enemas and other stuff. He's very forthright in sharing with his fellow human beings to everyone's benefit. Very good man. Yeah. Poor circulation. Is he mobile? Could he do rebounding? Could he jump gently on a small trampoline? Can he do that, or is he like immobile? Because, man, that would be good. Get some circulation, get that lymph system unclogged so things could start circulating and healing things. I don't really get to travel currently because we don't have enough allies yet that anybody can stay here and watch the place for us. But there's a couple people moving here probably next week that we're going to help get established and stuff. So we're starting to attract the allies we need. And eventually, when we have friends and we have all our own homesteads and stuff, we can take turns caretaking each other's places so somebody could go somewhere. So it's in the works, I believe. But basically, I live where most people only look at on a postcard, so I can't complain about not traveling currently. You know what I mean? I am where I wanted to travel to, the tropics. Intestines are cramping. Is that what you were trying to write there? Lando, I've heard of that. Means you really need it. There's some brutal stuff, and it might be rough. I got to be fair with you. You might have like some gut. What is it? Like why did my brain blank on that word? I'm missing too many words today. Biofilm. You might have a light flashes in the corner of my vision, and somebody gave me the word. That was cool. Thank you, friend. Biofilm. You might have like a wall of biofilm that's starting to break loose, and that could be rough and scary. I don't know what your job and your daily responsibilities are. Just be aware that and it might, you might have some days where you couldn't just like go to work. It might get to that point. Okay. And if you need to slow down the detox and reduce the intensity and drag it out over a longer period of time so you can manage your life, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes that's the best way to handle it. King Gizzard, the Lizard Wizard? Nah, haven't heard any of that. My wife said hello to everyone. That's awesome. Oh, I missed the question you wanted me to ask my wife, friend. I just saw it. It went off the screen. And I'm trying to keep up with all these. If it's important, just post it again. I'll try to notice. Lipomas. Yeah, I've seen those. It's kind of like a fatty lymphatic mess. You need the things on the detox. You need the things on the first 3 videos of the health topics playlist, like everybody else, basically. And it should cure the lipomas if you do it right. Hello, Dalton. Thank you so much for the support. My mom just reluctantly took antibiotics to treat several infections. She wants to replenish her gut bacteria. What food should she eat and avoid? Okay, well, any organic food that's fermented is probably a good idea, but I would also, at the same time, immediately get a highly rated, well-reviewed, powerful full-spectrum probiotic and prebiotic supplement that combines both. And all natural ingredients from all natural sources, and I would run that entire bottle right now to colonize the gut before the cockroach known as candida that just can't be killed completely takes over, because right now everything else in the gut biome's gone and dead, and candida is like a cockroach. It won't die from that, so then it takes over and it drills a hole in your gut. You get the leaky gut, you get the immune dysfunction, you get all the diseases and confusion everybody has. And I'm not trying to scare her. That's what I do. That's what I do. Anybody that has to resort to antibiotics, it happens. If you have to save your life from antibiotics, do it. And this goes for anybody. And I'm not telling anyone what to do. No medical claims, yada, yada, disclaimer. But what I would do, what I have had people and animals do after antibiotics, immediately take a full spectrum, highly rated, well-reviewed, a product that's really helped real people, that's a probiotic, prebiotic, full spectrum, potent one from all natural sources. That's what you want to do right after antibiotics, so that the gut doesn't have time to be taken over by the candida and then the cascade of downward spiral that comes from there. Basically, that way you can do kind of a reset. You could almost look at it as a positive thing. I just wiped out everything in my gut. If I don't do anything, it's going to be all downhill from here. But if right now I jump on it and really work on colonizing my gut biome, maybe I can set myself up with a better gut biome than I ever had before now. That's how I would approach it. The mindset and the practicalities, my friends. Yeah, a lot of people feel suicidal after an NDE. In fact, I felt suicidal more than most people most of my life, and that might be part of why. The contrast between that realm and the things here, brutal. So I would tell you this, hey, that place is there eternally, friend. You came here because you signed up to be some kind of spiritual warrior and bring some light into this darkness. Might as well embrace it. Because whether you live 5 minutes or 500 years, it's going to be over in a blip, my friend, and you're going to be back to that side of things. So why not toughen up, bear some pain, and do something with it while you're here, right? That's what I tell myself once in a while. Soldier up, guy. Don't just wuss out because maybe this is, yeah, I said enough. I don't, Moistury. You got to do your own research. I don't need those things. I don't use antibiotics. Last time I used antibiotics, I was 20 years old. It was like 27 years ago, man. So I don't have a product to be affiliated or recommend or do what I do. I'm telling people who do use antibiotics who still don't have an immune system, and that's most everybody in society, and you're going to get sick and need antibiotics at some point, most of you. And then what I'm saying is right afterwards, jump on it and populate your gut biome. And after that, if you could do some other things to start building your immune system, you maybe can get strong enough to never use antibiotics again. And it'll get to a point where you won't ever need to, possibly. I mean, I'm only speaking from personal experience. I'm not diagnosing anything here. Please don't lynch me. But yeah, that would be how I would approach that. That is how I approached it a long time ago when I knew I was done with that weakness. I'm not going to be dependent on something like that to keep me alive. I'm going to build up what the Creator gave me to keep me alive wherever I go. So I'm not going to the beast going, I need pills or I'm going to die again, Every time I go outside, I start dying from bacteria. I can't live life like that. I couldn't live life like that. Dang, Al Goiter. It sounds like your brother might have maybe a hyperthyroid, like Graves scenario kind of thing going on. I'm not fully sure, I'd have to know a lot more. That's one way the heart could be going extra fast for no good reason. Does he have a lot of severe trauma and anxiety? Hello, Raz. I'm just a voluntary servant of humanity. No sensei here, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of answering that question, user. If I keep answering the questions that I've answered over and over, guys, I'll be answering them forever, and I'll take up a lot of airtime. So it's getting to the point where I'm just disciplining myself not to keep doing it. Just so I mention that every once in a while, hoping people understand. I've heard some good stuff out of that path. I haven't read the whole thing, but I heard some stuff I agreed with. But I don't know. I don't know the whole thing as a whole, or I don't have a book review for you or anything. I don't know it that well. Materialist person here again. Thanks for the reading list. Really love your channel. Currently a non-spiritual person in their 20s. Well, here's the thing, man. You are spiritual. That's why you're conscious. You just don't know it. You look at it from the other side because the world conditioned you to. You don't realize everything's spiritual. Physical reality is being held together by spiritual consciousness. It's all spiritual, and you are too, my friend. So you're looking to discover more of what you really are and what life really is, and that's awesome. And you know what? If you're like, man, I'm too materialistic, I want to be more spiritual. That's because you're spiritual. That's because it's your true nature you're looking for. That's really cool, just so you know. It's a very good sign. And I love you and appreciate you. And I believe in you. No, I don't know weird red bubble spots that stay permanently. I mean, you need to give me like a name for that. I don't even know what that is, my friend. And I don't want to just guess. I don't have any red bubble spots that stay permanently. So, I don't know what to tell you. If there's a name for that condition, I could go look up and do a little basic research, figure out a plan for you. But if you knew the name of the condition, you could actually do that yourself. But I'm not sure what that is. Hey, thank you, Jupiteria. Jupiteria, nice. Question for your wife. Does she take supplements or herbs for premenopause or knows anything about it? So many women are taking bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. Ay, ay, ay. All right, wifey. Type something in response to that. Look for an answer from Earth Roots Healing in the threads here. See what she has to say. Well, contacts, I wouldn't say they're bad, but they're a crutch. That means your eyes won't correct themselves if a crutch is being used to keep them seeing clearly by looking through a corrective lens, because that means your eyes think that they're seeing right, and so does your brain. If you practice eye exercises without the corrective lenses, then your eyes and brain realize I'm not seeing things that clear, and they at least have a motive to work towards it, And then there's nutritional things and lifestyle things. Check out my eye health video on the health topics playlist for sure, and see where it leads, my friend. But just remember, it's a crutch. It's like saying, is a wheelchair bad if my goal is to walk? And it's like, well, it's not bad, but if you're ever going to walk, you're going to have to actually walk. You can't stay in a wheelchair because your legs won't learn to walk, right? It's kind of like that. Psychotic break? I don't know. I've had so many strange experiences of consciousness. I don't know if any of them qualifies as psychotic break. I'm not really sure what the definition or description of that is. So I don't know. Psychotic break? I mean, I kind of doubt it. I've had some absolute crushing dark night of the soul levels of insanity probably, but I don't know if any of it technically, medically would be what they call a psychotic break. I'm not sure. I mean, that sounds like somebody going postal at Taco Bell or something, I don't do stuff like that. So I'm just not sure what a psychotic break is. Yeah, those binders are really good when you're detoxing. They are. Because that way the toxins get stuck in that instead of getting reabsorbed. And they can reduce the misery of a detox for sure. Yes. Binders are wise to pair with detox for sure. Nice. A book called Throw Away Your Glasses and See that teaches you how to exercise your eyes to better sight without glasses. That's awesome. Thank you, Algator. I have no idea. I know I butchered your name, but thank you so much. And it's not your name, right? Who knows? Either way, you guys heard that, right? Sounds like a good book. Midnight snacks? I don't have any midnight snacks. I don't have any junk food cravings because I don't have any parasites in my body. So nothing ever makes me crave anything junky. I eat pretty much with a purpose. Sometimes I'm hungry, but I just eat real food. And I never wake up like in the middle of the night hungry. In fact, I never wake up hungry at all. I'm not a morning eater. I'm not a wake up eater. It takes me a while to get going enough. Those of you that know about Ayurveda, my kapha is really high in the morning. I'm mucousy, I'm cold, I'm slow. Nothing's moving in my metabolism. So until I get going and get moving mentally and physically, I don't have any hunger. So that one doesn't apply to me. Well, Nicholas, if you find a way to come out here and establish something, your own little piece of the puzzle, absolutely you'll be integrated because, more homesteads means we all benefit each other rapidly. Now, I can't take on like just dependence. I tried that once. That was a big mistake. I already have kids that don't get enough of me because I'm trying to do too much for too many people probably. But I don't think you meant it that way. But if you come out here as an adult and establish your own place, oh yeah, there's all kinds of ways we can benefit from each other's progress and help each other with that progress. Big time. Big time. For anybody thinking about it. Cherry angioma. Now I recognize that term angioma, but it's been forever since I read about that, and I don't remember reading about it much. I would have to refresh my memory and look it up. You know what I'd do? I would Google angioma, natural cures and remedies, and I would look for people that have improved it for themselves, and I would start putting together a plan of action. That's what I would do. Not only do I believe it, I've done it, I've shown it, I've proven it, I've experienced it, and I've got videos about it. The great. You might like the what do I call that one? How to program your own biology, become a cell whisperer, something like that. It's on the consciousness playlist. Yeah, kind of a teaser, but it goes over the basics of a topic that's profound and most people don't believe in. But yeah, I've experienced a lot of it, and it's very real. No pill just means a lot of people are going to ask me about pills in this live stream. It was just what I thought to type for a name that'll probably change later. So I'm not answering that question for all of eternity. It was just a name for the live stream, guys. I just have a creative mind, and I was sitting there going, I need a name so I can start this live stream. No pill. That's what it means. And I don't care about pills and colors and definitions and limits and boundaries and nonsense anyway. I don't have to look it up. I did it for years, X4, long time ago. And then I moved on to better things. I've done every extreme diet, guys, and then some. I did way better on that diet than most, and I still don't recommend it. A lot of people ended up all full of worms because I got them on that diet. So it's not all the magic. Eating a bunch of raw death and pretending you're a lion or something is not all it's cracked up to be. But that's okay. I'm not going to argue with it. There's the whole blood sacrifice meat camp there. They're going to try to justify their world religious view about the God in their stomach, and they're deeply ingrained in it, and arguing with them is pointless anyway. But I have a lot of raw experience with all this stuff. I'm going to retry eating raw onions again. I think I had heat flashes because of some digestive issues, which I improved recently. Yeah, I disagreed with my wife was like, I think I'm going into premenopause. And I was like, I don't think so. She was just having heat flashes from some other thing. I have heat flashes based on what I eat and even what I think. So can God be surprised given it's infinite? No, can't be surprised. No. When you know everything and all possibilities, of course not. Thank you for the donation, though. No, not the real creator. There's a lot of junk people call God that apparently gets surprised and gets mad and changes its mind about people. And now I'm going to kill them all. And now I'm not. And now I'm going to hurt them all. And now I'm not. And there's all those nonsense fake gods that apparently can be surprised and have ego trips and emotional problems and be narcissistic, psychotic Fruit Loops with emotional swings and all kinds of crazy crap made in the worst parts of man's image. But the actual infinite creator of all things, no. All things come from and exist within its energy. And there isn't a thought you could ever have that didn't already exist. That's why there's no such thing as intellectual property. That's why I posted that video. People can screw each other legally for ideas they think they own, but it's nonsense. Well, you can look up my video on heartbreak, Juan. Hopefully it helps. Some people really appreciated it. I feel for you, friend. I'm sorry. And that pain will make you a deeper, stronger, wiser, probably more creative person in some way, but it doesn't make it hurt any less right now. And I'm sorry. I am. probably the great. I mean, I don't know if you can, but I believe it's possible. Yeah. I mean, I know it's possible. I've even seen cases, but I don't have a way to prove that to you. You know, I've had things that have changed on me in my 30s and 40s that are supposedly impossible, you know, but I prove that to you. But yes, it's possible. I think I've answered it too many times, user. That's my point with that one. I'm not going to go over that topic 15 times in every single live stream. No offense, by the way. You're not doing anything wrong, but I can't keep filling live stream airtime with the same thing over and over, you know? So I'm starting to filter out the ones I've answered and, you know, look for new things to expand upon. Bamboo garden gloves. Wow, interesting. Not sure about that. I have a shirt that's made out of bamboo, I think. Fibers or something, and I like the feel of it. Can't say I know anything about those gloves. That's cool to hear, though. Because I know the difference between what an ego is, and I observe mine from the outside path. When you live inside your ego, you'll never know the difference. When you learn to observe your own ego from a higher place as well as everybody else's, you understand how it works, and then you can care for it and direct it instead of being misguided by it. And yes, I still have an ego, and occasionally it even gets to say something in these live streams, and then I look back and go, I think I'm going to delete that, but then I go, nah, what's the point? Why try to act like you're not human? It happens. Diverticulitis, yeah. I've seen people fix it. The things in my deep detox and gut rebuilding, first 3 videos on the health topics playlist. How many times do I say that in every live stream, guys? First 3 videos on the health topics playlist if people master it. 99 at least % of so-called, well, not so-called, diseases in society running rampant. If people mastered the things in those first 3 videos, they're all gone. But, you know, in that fictional novel, then the pharmacopoeia system falls, and they're not going to let that happen, are they? That's a gazillion-dollar human harvesting industry in my crazy novel. But yeah, as an individual, you can circumvent it if you do it quietly and intelligently and wisely with a sense of faith and purpose. Plenty of people have. You just don't get to hear from them. Best way to cure hemorrhoids is to clean out your body, detoxify, unburden your liver and your lymphatic system instead of things that make plant-based diet, organic, real food and medicine, cleaning out the liver, cleaning out the digestive tract, the things on the health topics playlist, starting from the first one, and a sustainable lifestyle where your diet isn't things that are just like thick sludge, garbage, blood building. They actually build like clean, light, high antioxidant blood that flows well. Basically. No more hemorrhoids after that. My camera's glitched a lot. Right now? Or you mean on other videos? It's weird. It's not glitching on my screen. But I guess it doesn't matter a whole lot. As long as you guys can hear me. Something new I've learned this year, Jay Lifts, is to admit to yourself what you already know and make the huge changes that you've been conditioned not to make, that you know you need to make down deep if you're ever going to be free from the things that stop you from being who you really are. And I can't spell it out any better than that. Not currently. Discover what's really stopping you in life and be honest with yourself about it, possibly for the first time, and get it out of your life. There's all sorts of insane NDE testimonials, my friends, getting all sorts of attention and selling all kinds of books. And the thing about NDEs is that they're largely personal, based on your state of consciousness And people should not be coming back, tying them to religion and telling people what to believe about life. That was their own personal experience with it. They got to experience what their current consciousness actually is after going through life completely blind to what's going on inside of themselves. But then they come back and make it fit into a narrative that's huge and massively manipulative on the planet Earth. And then that gives them all sorts of leverage and praise and specialness and money and all sorts of neat things. And I'm not saying they're all doing it on purpose, but some of them sure are. People, what I'm saying there is that people don't understand their own NDEs, okay? Just because somebody had an NDE doesn't mean they're enlightened, guys. I mean, look at the condition they were in. You see a hell testimonial? That's the condition of that person's consciousness. Do you really think they came back magically ready to interpret all wisdom for you? Or do you think maybe that person needs a whole lot of work? And that's why it was so hellish. People don't understand their own NDEs, but it sure gets them a lot of attention and credit really quick. You strip, okay, Mr. L, you strip away all the things that have blocked you from knowing it was already there and rediscover what you had when you were born that you've forgotten. Rebirthed as a child. You have to repent of everything you think you know and let it all go and ask sincerely from your heart. And I don't care how you ask, out loud, not. It's not a ritual. And the Creator knows what you need before you ask, and you have to mean it. Rebirth me as the child I was. Let me rediscover. Let me rediscover you and me and what that is. And if you really, really mean it, seek and the door will be open. Seek, knock and the door will be open. Seek and ye shall find. But people say, I did seek and I found nothing. That's because they made a tiny little effort, and most of their life is actually prioritized into other things. When your seeking of that outweighs your seeking of other things, you'll find it. It will be honored. I can't remember if I took down the Court of Saul's stack. If it's gone, then I did. There must have been some supplement on there. I realized I can do better, and I shouldn't recommend it. So maybe I'll redo that one if I took it down. If I notice errors or things that I can't fully stand behind, guys, I repent of them and I start over. Even if it was better than what else is out there, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. Much love to you too, friends. See you later. I'm glad to hear that, Jay Lifts. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you understood it. You probably realized an implication of that in your own life. You have the ears to hear, man. That's good. That's really good. I'm really happy that helped. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, turpentine. I've heard about that kind of biohacking stuff, but because it has man-made chemicals that are out of balance with nature, it's just not something I'm going to put in me, to be honest. Interesting. Chronic stomach cramping went away as soon as you used papaya seeds. Probably killed a parasite that was causing you a lot of stomach pain. If it comes back, you'll know that the egg's hatched and it's still there and you need to fully detox from it. That's a good theory. I can't be 100% sure, but that's a really good theory. Well, which guy in the Old Testament? Yaks? The one who abhors bloodshed or the one that requires it? Let's start there. If you want to deconstruct from the madness of a Roman invented religion that fouled up the spiritual truths, I really recommend Aaron Apke YouTube channel. He specializes in it. You can go much more in depth on all of that there than I could ever do, trying to quickly answer questions with summary here. For those that really want to deconstruct it and break it down and understand it clearly, that's what I would recommend. But no, it's not the same, not even close. And you know that. You're just looking for external validation to start to learn to honor what's in your inner child and your heart instead of your male mind that's been conditioned that you better go along with the authorities of this world or else, you know. I'm not sure the Bible said anything about that, Chris. I've read the whole thing, and I didn't see anything in there that said that, to be honest with you. Not really. I've heard people say that in religion, but but maybe there is some verse in there that says the earth is the most important thing in the universe, and I just missed it, in which case, like, whatever. There's verses in there that tell you if a girl doesn't scream when she's raped, you should stone her to death. Are we going to act on that one too? Well, the state of your consciousness determines what kind of scenario you find yourself in when you leave your body. If you can repent of that and move towards the light, yes, it'll change. It'll change something. I mean, it's funny because you got all these Christians going, NDEs prove hell is real. And hell is eternal, and there's no escaping, except every single person selling these books escaped. So, that's cool. But yeah, your state of consciousness will put you in a grouping, in a situation where you belong, according to your current state of consciousness. The problem with that is that the darker and lower and nastier consciousness state you go into, it's all the harder to repent of it or even understand why you're there or take proper action to move towards the light. It's like the gravity of darkness gets heavier and heavier in darker realms of hell or whatever you want to call it. And, if people are too prideful and spiritually ignorant to even repent of their own egotistical abuse of life from here, it's going to get all the harder from there. In some cases. Okay, Glocks, I would say that you're getting positive feedback from your own spirit is what that means. That's what that means. It means that you're moving into a state of better spiritual alignment where you're ready to interact between the veils a little bit more. And it might lead to even a lot more, like lucid dreams and astral projections and interacting with personal angels and all sorts of things. It can go that far. But something's awakened more in your spirit that you're getting more access to now. Probably because you took a lot of the gravity of the weight of death and corpses and blood and murder and suffering out of your own body and your energy field. The Trinity is a bunch of insane nonsense. That's why I don't bother talking about it. You can listen to different religious, self-proclaimed smart guys argue about all the different versions of that nonsense. I just don't care. It's a man-made doctrine. It's just a man-made thing to confuse people. And what it does is it makes other altered man-made doctrines seem to make sense that are completely unjustifiable and completely contradict Yeshua himself, which is who people should be listening to if they want to listen to anything in that book. Because the things he says and shows discredits most of the rest of the book, if anybody actually paid attention with sincerity and courage. You could divide God into three, you could divide God into one, you could divide God into infinity, and you'd be both right and wrong. And I just don't care about humans playing games like that. I just don't care, to be honest with you. I think it gets in the way. Why does God let people starve? Because you have free will and so is everybody else. If God's going to make no boo-boos happen, nobody's going to have free will and we're going to be robot slaves. Think about it, man. There's either free will or there isn't. And if there's free will, the people starving is a consequence of the bad decisions of other people or themselves. If you're going to blame God, you're basically saying take away all our free will and take over and just make all this work right. And we'll just be cartoon characters with no authentic consciousness of our own, no free will. You can't have free will and take away the boo-boos and not let people have free will. That's why. And what good would it be to create a bunch of things that are just on autopilot? Oh, look at my little world of things living harmoniously and they're all just pixelated programs. It'd be pointless. They wouldn't even be conscious. They'd just be things that somebody somebody weird invented to entertain themselves, and that's not what this is. Yeah, exactly, Chris. That one's not actually there. That one's just taught in churches. And there's a whole lot of stuff taught in churches that isn't even in the book. As if the book itself wasn't distorted enough. Men just have all kinds of policies in their extra separate books. That's what they program people from, It's just madness on top of madness, descending into further madness, basically. But man, especially narcissistic, egotistical, diseased men, love to pretend that they're the center of everything. You've got an infinite universe out there with an all-powerful source of creativity, and you think you're everything? Okay, good luck with that. Thank you, Al Goiter, for answering your brother. That's cool. Can a mole cause nervous system tension? Probably if you're like thinking a bunch of self-troubling thoughts about it, it could. Largest mole in your body and your spine. Well, if that one's cancerous and it's got little tentacles in your spine, and I'm not trying to scare you, and it's probably not, it's probably just a neurotic fear you have of it. But this is why I took close to 400 moles off my body with blood root, because some of them can be melanoma. Some of them can put cancer cells into the body. And those cancer cells are always looking for a weak place to start their colony and eventually kill you. So I just got rid of it all. Not playing that game. I have a video on, I think it's under the sunscreen is toxic, here's a better way. I think it's under that video. There's some links about bloodroot if you're interested. That'll be on the health topics playlist. Well, what causes you to fall into the habits you don't like? MKTC. Can you trace it back to what trauma occurred early on in life that makes you feel uneasy and you go into these bad habits to distract yourself from? See if you can find that. And then you'll at least know where it started. And then if you rearrange your life to fix whatever did that to your inner child, to make your inner child actually safe in that past, your current reality can change. To summarize it quickly. How do you relax in a stressful situation to reach clarity and maintain a holistic view? Is it the compounding of out thoughts and actions that create the results? I don't know. Whenever I've slipped into a state of relaxation in a complicated, troubling situation, it just sort of happened. It's like my soul did it because I wasn't trying. For a second, I stopped thinking. For a second, I stopped with my human ego-based efforts to do anything. And sometimes my spirit just sort of slipped me into a trance state. And I found peace and insights in a situation that had been quite stressful. Other times I just do my best and I am stressed. So I don't know of any way to intellectualize that, to be honest with you. If your root philosophy of life gives you a look at stressful situations where you're totally okay with them, your interpretation of them does not have you feeling threatened by them, then, it should be pretty easy. But most people's root philosophy of life is that, diseases and death and humans screwing each other over and dog eat dog and terrible world and this and that. So any stressful situation just triggers all these programs that just make it worse. So again, it comes to the root philosophy, and it also comes to whether that particular stressful situation has any triggers for you personally or not. I'm really good in certain emergency situations. Like when most people panic and freeze, I actually get more focused and calm most of the time. I'm really good in situations like that because those situations aren't a personal trigger for me. And then there's situations where somebody thinks they're being cute and it takes everything in me not to descend into behaviors I don't want to descend into. So it's kind of, my point with that is that when you say a stressful situation, I suppose you're talking about one that is stressful to you. So you'd have to backtrace to what trauma it's tied to, if you could. And again, like the last question, you'd have to make your inner child safe by changing everything about your life to convince your inner child in the past where that trauma occurred that it is actually safe now. And then that same situation wouldn't be near as stressful to you. I'm not sure. I think hydrogen peroxide can eat at some people's teeth. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked at it's hard on enamel. I know if you have a hole in your enamel, you'll feel it eating at that. Um, but I don't know if it actually harms enamel or if it's just hurting the spots where the enamel's already missing. You got to Google that. Look up its chemical property. Does it eat at enamel or not? It's a very simple yes or no. It's just a science thing. You got to look it up. How would you deal with someone who chooses not to forgive you? I don't know. You got to give me a lot more of the scenario. I mean, some of them I wouldn't deal with at all. In fact, for the most part, if someone's just going to be a thorn in your side and a stumbling block and hold crap against you, I'm probably done with them, to be honest. What's the point? It's like dragging around a lead weight everywhere you go. Oh, yeah, God can move into any flawed place, friend. Otherwise, we'd never experience God at all. There's people that experience God in church and manage to not hear any of the hideous doctrines being spewed from the pulpit. I've witnessed it. I never understood how that worked because I was getting straight up poisoned because I listened very closely to the implications of what's being programmed into everybody. Some people were protected from it. Divine grace, perhaps? I don't know. But yeah, God, despite the way people act, there is no place that God isn't. If I make my bed in hell, you are there. So absolutely, my friend, absolutely. And that's good to hear. Because there are harsher places than sitting in a church sermon. And if you can't access God because somebody put you in a terrible pit, that would be really awful, wouldn't it? It's actually usually when we're at the worst places ever and the most broken, we potentially have the most access because finally most of our BS is out of the way because we're done. We're giving up. We've had enough. Now we're truly open to change. Now we're open to rebirth. I'm not saying a church service will do that to you, but I'm just taking it to the extreme. The most horrific circumstances and situations in life are often the place where a person finally finds God or notices God for the first time and changes everything. Did I hear what about John Jones? Curious, Adam. I know who you're referring to. Is there some kind of interesting news that occurred there or something? Do I train the wrist? Well, my lifestyle is heavy on my wrist. And some of my exercises, reverse curls and this and that, sure. The way I do pull ups. I mean, but I haven't sat there and done direct like wrist curls and reverse curls for quite some time. I generally get so much work on my wrist that, like with axes and machetes and shovels and dragging this and carrying that, um, that's just been, my wrist training for a long time is my lifestyle. Currently, that's just the way it's been for a while now. There is so much on this channel about that, Sirius. And I don't be too repetitive in the live streams and keep answering the same questions. There's a lot about that on this channel. Hang around for a while. You might find it super insightful if you're really interested. But a better person to answer that in depth with deep scholarship is Aaron Abke YouTube channel. If you really want to really get deep into that particular topic, that's what I would recommend. Padra, I can't say for sure because I'd have to see some dream journals for a while to interpret the patterns, but there's a good chance that you're probably more intuitive than the average person. Have you ever noticed any kind of signs in your life that you have any kind of intuitive gifts? I'm curious. You may or may not have noticed that by now. Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole point, Isaac, is to get rid of them. That's why I did it. Why would you keep a landmine, a time bomb in your body? To me, it's the best way to deal with those. Yes. Yeah. So nothing, no news on that, AJ? You're just asking me about random names in sports? Okay. Never mind then. Isn't that the same guy that failed like 5 steroid tests and runs over pregnant women and stuff? I mean, no judgment or whatever, but I mean, it's funny how people that make a lot of money in a sport can get away with things that others can't, no matter how many times they break all the rules. But anyway, I don't care. I couldn't care less. Sports are an interesting, and I've been there, and I've been on the inside, and I've seen how it works. And it's not what people think. I don't try to, Vesica, I don't put any limits on it, but I don't plan that because it's not for me to plan, I'm more concerned with the quality of it, however long it is, the quality of it. Hold on, where to see that? Doing your protocol, magnesium, castor, peppermint oil. My hairline's getting worse and worse. Okay, there's a chance that the magnesium is causing all the dormant hairs on your head to fall out rapidly. And if you stick with it, new ones will come in. But the problem is most people break and start hating before they get to that point. And I don't want you to do anything you're not comfortable with. So it's your choice. If you want to follow through and see if you start sprouting new hairs where all the old ones fell out after a while, because hair works in 3 stages. Its growing stage, its dormant stage, and its fallout stage. Any hair that's sitting in the dormant stage right now, the magnesium will cause it to fall out faster so that it can start prepping for the next growth stage because it's a catalyst. Magnesium is a catalyst. It causes all kinds of enzymatic reactions to speed things up in the body. In all the cases I've ever seen of this before, if the person stuck with it, the hair grew in thicker in all the places it had fallen out. But many people gave up and just hated on me, and I understand that. This is why I don't even like answering questions about hair regrowth, to be honest with you. Okay? Because I give people honest answers, but they're so uptight about their hair, they can probably stress to the point where they lose all their hair. And I don't like specializing in shallow topics anyway. But I told you things I've seen work, and I told you why, and there's a lot of science behind it. And it's totally your judgment call, man, and you got to do what you got to make your own choice there. That's cool, man. That's good to hear, Padrigan. Thank you for the feedback. Interesting. Okay. Marcel. That's good to hear. You didn't even go through the enhanced shedding phase. Some people don't. It kind of depends how many dormant hairs were on the person's head at the time they start using the magnesium. However, there are conditions, another person could have where there's a different underlying condition for the hair falling out. And despite the best topical things put on, they could still lose all their hair because there's something internally that really needs to be fixed, which is another reason I had hesitated for a while to talk much about topical treatments, because you can do a lot of things to stimulate hair follicles. But if certain autoimmune conditions or systems in the body are like failing or fighting, you might not be able to overpower it with topical stuff, you know. But in most cases, it at least makes a positive difference. I always recommend people heal the body from the inside. But I had to admit that back when I regrew my hair, I did it with something topical. I was not ready to rebuild everything from the inside. I did that years later, and then, of course, I didn't need anything topical anymore. My hair just got better over time without that, which is really the higher, better path overall, because you get so many other benefits to your whole body, because life ain't about just hair, that's for sure. Hair is one of the least important things in it. You don't need to hair, you know, you don't need hair to be a complete person, but you do need like a thyroid, you know. That is good to hear, PBN. That is good to hear. Thank you. That is my soul good to hear that. That's what it's about, my friend. Yeah, I hope you see a turnaround, Ganochi. If you don't, it means that whatever's going on needs to be addressed internally. If that topical stack doesn't correct the problem in another, I don't know, if you don't see progress in a couple months, let me know, man, because there's something more serious that needs to be dealt with on the inside. But I don't want to say all that to scare you, because like I say, there's a good chance it's just speeding up the fallout phase right now of all the dormant hairs. I've had plenty of people freak out on me in the past about that one with the magnesium oil. And that's the only one that does it, because it's a catalyst and it speeds up enzymatic reactions. That also means that when the hair's in a growing stage, it should grow faster with the magnesium. I have seen some data that indicates that it actually grows at a faster speed because it's catalyzing everything to happen faster in the follicle. Not that hair ever grows truly fast, but I mean, the difference between a quarter inch a month and a half inch a month or whatever, I mean, it's significant over time. Some people grow like 2 inches in a month, I've heard. Be walking on your own hair. You'd be walking on your own hair in no time. Thank you, Lord Reckington. Good to hear from you, friend. Much love. Swimming in the wild, grown men died. Your mom says it's mermaids. I don't know what to say about that. Are you going swimming in the ocean? Watch out for the what do they call it? The undertow. There's sections in the ocean that'll pull you under and drown you. It's not mermaids. Take some tangible plan of action there. I mean, I know people that drown that way. Almost experienced it myself one time. Undertow is no joke. Tomcat, I'd call it a tonic. I wouldn't call it an adaptogen. It's too stimulating. It's too intensifying. So it has a lot of tonic properties. Definitely not what I would call a true adaptogen. Just because, people are misusing the term because they think any herb that helps you adapt to anything is now an adaptogen. They're not understanding the definition. An adaptogen is a smart herb that goes into your body like a music producer in a studio with all the dials and adjusts every single dial to bring all that chaotic noise into an epic sound and a song where everything works together. A tonic herb will strengthen certain systems in the body, but it's not going to balance everything out for you. Yeah, I think so. Alopecia, yeah. I think it's totally reversible. And I think some of these topical things could help. But isn't alopecia related to autoimmune dysfunction? So again, we're back to needing to address the underlying issues, the trauma, the holes in the gut, the leaky gut, the immune breakdown, the immune system confusion and overwhelm causing the body to fight itself. Need to regenerate, need to detoxify and regenerate all the systems from within. If I'm remembering correctly, and that's an autoimmune condition, it's really very important. Even if you can get hair to grow topically by putting something on it, your body is still suffering from an autoimmune condition. So that's really what needs to be fixed up. so that down the line you don't run into a much more serious problem than hair loss. Hair loss is just like, oh, I want my hair back, but then there's real problems that autoimmune conditions can lead to. And that's if you're dealing with an underlying autoimmune condition and you don't change your lifestyle and you don't start regenerating, over time that just gets worse to where you have real problems. I'm not 100,000% sure alopecia is autoimmune, but it seems vaguely like that's in my memory somewhere. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Dairy therapy? I don't think I've ever even, or is that diary? Diary therapy. Okay. I don't know much about it personally. I know some people that do stuff like that, and apparently it helps. If, I would say if it feels right to you, then it's probably good for something. Yeah. I would work with it if it felt like it was the right thing to do. Yes, it is, Anthony. We can do that. Absolutely. Paroli. For 77, because I know what that number means. I'm like immediately on board. Hey, what's up? What do we? And then I can ask you all the right questions. We can consult and I can figure out what the goals are, what you have access to, what your basic history of it is, and really construct something cool for you that I would do in your shoes. Well, I'm missing wisdom teeth. I'm missing my appendix. I'm missing part of my colon. I'm missing a tendon in my hand. I'm missing a tendon in my shoulder. And all those parts of me perform better than anybody else I know. So apparently I don't let the rules apply too much. There's some things consciousness can do to reroute energy and empower the body. They're absolutely incredible when you're open to it. But that's kind of that whole God can turn that which was meant for evil into good for those who believe kind of spiritual principle. And there are some steps you got to walk out and do on your own. It's not about sitting around and just, before I get on a rant about modern so-called manifestation content, if I ever get into that, I got to be ready to really get into it, not here and now. Sloth, yeah. So you're apathetic about life because something's taken all your sense of purpose out of it, and you're not aware of who you came into the world to be. This is incredibly common. Most people manage to stay distracted and not notice how sad they are down deep. But you notice it, Ricardo, and it makes you apathetic, and then you're probably judging yourself because everybody's piling the ignorant judgment on you to make it worse. But the truth is, whatever your root philosophy of life is right now, it's very unhealthy because that's all the world gives people is unhealthy philosophies of life. And it's got you so depressed you're not interested in life. It seems pointless. So recreating your root philosophy of life into something with great purpose and value. Basically, the kingdom of heaven within, an infinite wellspring of life energy. It comes from the source when you realign who you really are with what you really come from. Which is kind of what all humans need to do, to be honest. But you may sense you need it more than most currently, which means you're in a good place to do something about it. Because when the desperation and the pointlessness get so bad, you can't see any purpose in going on with life. Just in a more receptive state, or it should be. Root philosophy of life, based on something aligned with what's true about the actual source of all life. So you'll find a lot on this consciousness you'll find a lot on this channel on the consciousness playlist that if you really listen to it, it could really help. I have not done yet a specific video on, apathy, laziness, sloth. I've been asked, and it ties directly into some of the other videos on the consciousness playlist, but I'll do a specific one on that one of these days too. So at least people will have something to click on, when they're looking for something on that. You'd have to be able to figure out where the trauma and where you started to lose who you were. And usually this happens at such a young age, people can't remember it. That's the tricky part. Go back as far as you can and try to remember being discouraged for the things that you believed in you were going to be and do when you were a child. See if you can start to bring some of that back up. By the very intention of doing it, you'll get some spiritual help, and you'll probably remember certain things and start to make some connections. And that inner child of yours is still in pain from that and needs to be supported in who they are and who they came here to be, instead of told they're wrong. That's a big key to this, just so you know. Hey, that's a magical number for me. Padrigan, thank you. And for the support. Thank you for being you and your wife and family, for supporting you. Yeah, amen, brother. I don't really say amen, but figuratively, amen, brother. Your Overcoming Lust video has helped me begin to change my life. Good. I hope this helps somehow, friend. It really does, and thank you, in Australia. Punch Lee Priest on the shoulder when you see him for me. No. Much love, man. Seriously, thank you. All human consciousness affects reality, Searing. So someone else took over the narratives and controls all of humans' conscious thinking, programs their subconscious, and then keeps the world enslaved under the spiritual darkness and ignorance it is currently for thousands of years. There's profound power. That's why your consciousness is hijacked from the time you get here, to make sure you never use it authentically. Yes. Sometimes it's best to look at what evil's up to and then just go, okay, well, if they're making such an effort to make sure you never are honest with yourself internally, there must be a reason for that. There's something they're scared of. There's a good chance, Mansku, I would suggest to you that you look up what an empath is and start doing some research and try to figure out if that's what it is. I got a feeling you should go down that rabbit hole and at least investigate, okay? And if you're not really familiar with what, the phenomenon of what an empath is, at least become familiar with that phenomenon and see if it applies. Hey, thank you, Real Portal Patrol. Good morning to you, too. Prayers for your family. Okay. Let me just feel that sincerely for a second while we're in the moment. All right, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, I don't have an opinion about Carl Jung. I haven't even studied him. He's one of the various people reference and say, oh, you said what he said. And I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. I haven't read his work, though. Well, check out my video on the loneliness epidemic, Isaac, on the consciousness playlist. I did my best to just sit out there in nature and reflect into the infinite and, just share what I could on the topic. Some people thought it was a really good video, so you might appreciate it. Hopefully it's very helpful to you. What's up, Will Moreau? What's up? I'm not sure. What's up? Actually, it's funny you say that. I can see an air balloon from here. That's what's up. Didn't know you get that answer unless you did. Let me know. Someone asked Arnold the fitness question. Ask me a really good one. I need to put some topics on the fitness discussion playlist. And the only way it's going to be interesting enough to rehash things that everybody ought to know by now is if I do it in Arnold voice with more conviction. Get to the cheat reps. Come on, do it now. Get to the 40th set. Arnold neck training. I don't know if he even did any neck training. Can't say I remember that. I do neck training. What is neck training for? Unless you're some kind of a pencil neck. What's the matter, Dylan? CIA got you pushing too many pencils. That's why you got a pencil neck now. Get out there back in the field and do something. Get killed by the predator or something. Be more active. Stop sitting around letting your neck get skinny and weak. Come on. Do it now. Get to the go-to color. Yes. Get to the go-to color. Or my favorite folk name for it, which is tiger grass. You know why? Because when tigers fight and they have these big, huge holes in them, they instinctively go lay down and roll all over the go-to cola because it accelerates the healing process. Topical wounds. You just reminded me, or Arnold did. Whoever I was talking to earlier about the topical wound that won't heal, go-to cola topically will help with that. That's why tigers roll in it when they're tore open wide and they want to live. Come with me if you want to live. Roll on the go-to cola. It accelerates the cellular structure repair of collagen. Great for wound healing and disinfecting. I hope you're still here, whoever that was, or you see the recording later for your dad, for that wound that won't heal. Thank you, Arnold. You're welcome. Why didn't I think of that? Because you never were that smart. Okay, this is getting weird. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I don't do lower body. Who needs a lower body? Ha! I can't dance. I can barely walk. I just have the biggest pectorals and the grandest biceps of the Rocky Mountains. And once in a while, before I go on stage, I do a couple squats really quick so I can have a little bit of definition to accentuate my 1980s superhero maximized upper body statistics. Nowadays, these guys have 35-inch legs. I don't even know what's going on in there. I don't know what they're so full of down there. It's crazy. I do Arnold better than Arnold. I can what are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about how I can make your accent even worse than it really is, which is awesome. Because that's the money accent. Shut up. Okay, whatever. Do you ever have lower back pain? No, any exercise? Yeah. Yeah, I notice lower back, I do a job where I'm bent over in a weird position, and sure, it gets all sore, but it's not like chronic for me. I stand up and shake it off, and it's gone. So I don't think I'm somebody that suffers from lower back pain like you're asking about, but I would say that usually, unless it's an injury, usually it's an imbalance in the strength between the lower back and the abs, the lower abs and core, and sometimes a person needs to strengthen their lower core muscles a lot more. In other cases, the person needs to strengthen their lower back a lot more. So I don't know which imbalance you may have, to be honest with you. So I would build up both. Let's see if that helps. How do you maximize your body weight training? Well, first of all, you need to get some body weight. Come on. If you only weigh as much as a pencil, no, I'm just kidding. You got the dips, the upper body squat. You got the handstand push-ups, and then the regular push-ups. And you got the Australian pull-ups for your rows and the real pull-ups with the wide grip that we all did in the 80s. Not the pull-downs where you sit there in the little machine and go, No, the real pull-ups. And then you start strapping weights to yourself and doing pull-ups with a Subaru tied to your waist or whatever. And then for the legs, who cares about the legs? Just kidding. You could do like pistol squats. You could do this guy's matrix squats. They're excellent for the quads. You can do them with one leg. If you want big gnarly muscles that stick out off the bone, you can do the Nordic curls, build up to a Nordic curl and do the most real hamstring exercise ever and just take it much further than a normal curl. You can do tricep push-ups and all kinds of things like this. And remember, weight is weight. You don't have to go to a gym and get a dumbbell. You can put some cans of beans in a bag and do overhead tricep extensions, for crying out loud. Weight is weight. Physics are physics. Come on. Do it now. Basically, Just pick the muscle, find an angle you can hit it at, and work it hard. But yeah, that's me summarizing. Arnold's was way better than mine. Yes, there's the kidney gallstone connection. Whoever it is at Earth Roots Healing, they're very smart. Stop being so smart. Stop it. Stop it. I want to look like I'm the smartest here. I'm going to find this person. Give them a spanking. Yeah. I don't think you have to dry out papaya seeds. No, I think you just pop it open and swallow them, and they do their magic. I mean, I know that that's how it works. Indigenous people did that. I've watched it work on our dogs. You know, pretty soon tapeworms are just coming out of them, boop, 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 you know, along with the seeds. So no, I don't think you have to dry them. I'm not sure if some people dry them and they say it makes it more potent. Maybe so. That's just not something I know, but I know they work straight out of the fruit. Yes, you can fix the hole in your tooth. I posted a video on the biohacking playlist with a pretty good tooth regeneration formula. But I'm going to say this here among friends with a disclaimer. I am not recommending anything. Never would think to recommend anything. I'm just going to say something I did. I had a hole in the side of one of my teeth. It's obvious, you know, like when the air hits it and you can feel the nerve, you're like, ugh, you know, and if I ate a citrus fruit, it'd be just like burning at it. So I had this hole and we grow comfrey. So I decided to use comfrey because I know it can regenerate enamel. I'm probably not supposed to know that, but I do. So I would each day snap off like, you know, this much of a comfrey leaf, chew it up like tobacco or something, and just keep it pinned to that area over the tooth for maybe a half hour to an hour while I was out doing gardening and stuff. And I kid you not, within a week, the hole was gone and it was healed and it hasn't come back. Within a week or less. Just sharing crazy stories, right? So yeah, those are a few insights. I would say that magnesium and vitamin K2 internally, well, and the magnesium oil externally, so you can get it more internally. Magnesium and K2 help with rebuilding tooth enamel as well. But I was talking more about things you can put directly on it. That formula in the recent post on the biohacking playlist, and then my little comfrey story. I like to say comfrey makes me comfy. Heals injuries, reduces pain, fixes connective tissues, injuries, bones, tendons, muscles. Comfrey make you comfy. That's my little slogan. I know it's ridiculous, but that's what the little garden gnome told me one day. I swear I'm not on anything. I'm just high on Livestream. After a certain amount of hours, my ridiculous, glitchy sense of humor starts to show through. Sparks and wires and all that, you know. Do I believe in miracles? I've experienced many miracles, my friend. I don't believe anyone can just perform them in the state they're currently in, but I believe all humans have the potential, absolutely. Yes. In fact, it was a divine birthright. Humanity's just sunk and drifted far from it, for the most part. I love you too, Earth Roots Healing. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to look for that girl in the jungle. Don't tell her. I'm going to put her in my chopper. You got scammed on GoToCola. That sucks. It just basically means the mailing systems are all screwed up. It happens. Did you order it on Amazon? Because you should be able to get your money back if it never showed up, or get it resent for free. I'm sorry you got scammed. If you have any doubts within you, if there's something about Gotu Kola that actually bothers you, or creates a current fear or something, maybe you shouldn't take it right now. So the way you word that question, I got to ask you back. Is there something about it that you're concerned about it? In which case you might want to wait till you actually feel right about it. I've noticed that when it comes to amazing plants and living intelligent medicine, and by the way, some of them are poison. Not just all plants are something you should just stick in yourself. But anyway, when it comes to all these amazing plant teachers and plant medicines and plant healers and things, I found that they work much, 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 much better when you're consciously in alignment with it. If you have a conflict about it, it's just like the way internal conflicts cause autoimmune conditions. There are perfectly good plants that sometimes don't do a person any good because they don't really believe in what they're doing. So they're poisoning the process. The same thing is true about eating food when you're angry or hateful or miserable or afraid. Any negative emotion charges the food. You could be eating perfectly good food and it's turning to poison inside of you because of your emotional state. So if there's ever a great time for fasting, it's when you're in a terrible emotional state, guys. Because you could eat the best food in the world and actually give yourself cancer while you're eating it due to your powerfully negative emotions. Figured I'd throw that in there since that's kind of relevant and very important. Does life ever stop being so scary? Well, I certainly hope it does for you, my friend. It can. Yeah. You could live on milk and orange juice if you drank them separately and the milk was raw and it came from grass-fed, actually healthy animals. You could live on that. It could be done. Some could even thrive on that, depending on their constitution type. As long as, you should also make sure the orange juice is raw because pasteurized fruit juice loses its enzymes and a lot of its vitamins and becomes like the sugars become denatured to act like processed sugar. So that can be a problem. But if both those things were raw and organic from good sources, yes. Don't mix them though. Citrus and dairy, oh my God. Oh my, don't do it. Please don't do it. Yeah. But taken separately, those could be really good. Yeah, everybody would be super surprised what happens if they would detox down to the cellular level. More of their spirit would make it through this clogged filter and they'd have all kinds of awakenings they didn't know were possible. Kind of why I'm the compass, always trying to bump boats to kind of go that way without fully saying it. Because if I say too much, then I get silenced and don't get to say anything. I'll just keep bumping boats. Let's play bumper boats till we all find that magical island of healing. Oh, you never get scammed? Yeah, no, it's probably just resistance then. Just crappy thing happened. I wouldn't overthink it. I would just try again, unless the place you ordered from is kind of sketchy. Like if their reputation, if they have failed orders or something, I'd find somewhere else to get it. But if it's a good company with a good track record, I would say this is just a one-time blip and something went wrong and it's nothing to overthink, and I would just try again, my friend. Cold and flu symptoms, onion and garlic raw would wipe it out fast, most likely. They're wonderful cleansers. Oregano oil would wipe it out fast. All three would wipe it out fast. High dose vitamin C would help, mixed with them. Liposomal. So those are some ideas to help speed it up. Hey, wifey, can you come close this door? I don't know if she's there right now. I'm like pinned in here. It's so tight. It's hard to get in and out without knocking the laptop down. Thank you. You'll wreck others with that too, the big Nick. People are going around doing what they will, perpetrating their own weakness on everybody else, making others pay the price for their own selfishness, Yeah, that's a far cry from a useful idea of a spiritual principle, isn't it? Do what thou will. Yeah, let's tell a bunch of pedophiles to do what thou will. Right, brilliant. Like I say, the philosophies that men cook up to pass around the world, vomitus. Vomitus Maximus. That's a cool punk band name, right? Vomitus Maximus. Maybe a metal band. Maybe an album. I don't know. Yeah. Oregano oil is a lifesaver. We grow oregano here. That's our natural antibiotic. So we have our own supply. So if somebody cuts off all the supply trains and says you'll have nothing and like it, you'll take this chip, you'll live in this thing we're going to weld you in, and you'll live on synthetic food and injections and question nothing, I'll be like, well, actually, I won't even be in that conversation, will I? Nope. Maybe path. No. My ego is actually on the weak, self-destructive side. It's not on the selfish side. It's on the self-deprecating side. So my ego screwed it up by destroying me when I did make a mistake. That's what my ego does to stop my progress. I have lots and lots of training with gaslighting myself and destroying myself. So rather than take credit for something great, my ego just burns me up and crushes me and buries me alive if I make a perceived mistake. That's the big hang up of my ego. Never, Bob, because it's nonsense from a false apostle. That's why, bro, he said, if you're a slave, remain a slave. If you're not married, don't get married. There's no point. Rapture imminent. Okay, so if anybody followed his advice, the human species would be extinct now. No more kids. Because he wrote himself into the whole thing and contradicted everything, created a false gospel, and was basically a Roman psyop, whether he meant to be or not. I don't know. If you want to learn really about that, Aaron Abke, YouTube channel. Learn it from a really good Bible scholar, not from me. Why would anybody take my word for it? Snatching away. Yeah, let's all sit on our butts and do nothing to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth and just wait for a free ticket to paradise. Come get me, I'm ready, everybody says. Year generation after generation, doing nothing that they were asked to do by Yeshua. Awesome. But ideas like that sell so well, don't they? I don't mean to sound rude to you in particular. I appreciate your question. I appreciate you. What I don't appreciate is the massive amount of spiritual complete handcuffing that occurs due to false ideas like that get perpetuated as God's truth. It's rather disturbing. Oh, look at Earth Roots Healing, educating people. I'm going to listen to that chick. She must know some things. I wonder who she been hanging out with. I hear giggling in the other room, guys. I'm doing good here. I'm doing good. Shh, don't tell nobody. Any help for overcoming social anxiety? I'm a socially anxious person, believe it or not. But that's because I'm empathic and I absorb everybody's frequency. So I don't think it's the same thing. I think basic social anxiety is just like, it's hard to interact with people. People have been trained to be so snotty to each other. It's hard. It's like you got to fake everything just right, or you're going to get punked or something. It's just, social interactions are so damn dysfunctional at this point. It's hard not to have anxiety. But I'll tell you what, you go through enough being thrown under the bus, and you find that the best things in life don't involve socializing anyway. It gets to where social interaction is just a chance to share something if you want to or not, and be authentic if you want to or not. And it's really not that important. And then the anxiety level goes down because you're not hanging your hat on how well your social interactions go as if that's the measure of who you are. In fact, in this world, the closer you are to the nature of the creator, probably the worse things go for you. Blessed are you if you're persecuted for the sake of righteousness, because great is your reward in heaven. You will be reviled if you follow me or become anything like me. So I'll tell you what, man, if the measure in life is fitting in socially, I don't wish you the curse of fitting in socially. I don't wish that curse upon you, to be honest with you. And I got to leave it at that for the moment. But the anxiety part is all based on what? You're not good enough? Root philosophy of life that sucks? Yes. It's all about the root philosophy of life that's unhealthy. You know, the main change for me between like raw meat diet to the extreme of, vegan diet, let's say, physically, I'm a tough animal either way. Like, I didn't have physical problems either way due to that. But the big difference is the consciousness. When you stop participating in the torture and unnecessary suffering and exploitation and murder and the corrupt, evil worldwide industries that it feeds, and you align with your actual spiritual nature, you are given access to more spiritually. That is beyond priceless. It's like a man who found a coin buried in a field or a pearl, and it was worth more than anything to him. So he sold everything he had to buy that one small dirt field, and nobody understood why. But it's because of that pearl that he found in the field. It's what you don't see that's priceless about it, in other words. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of that ridiculous spiritual ego guru crap, and it's just puke. Those guys are not spiritually evolved. And when they die, they'll probably just sit in their own little dumb, ignorant echo chamber for 9 million years, thinking they're enlightened before they wake up and realize they're stuck somewhere, isolated in their own stupid pride, and has nothing to do with anything. Time to grow up. Time to repent of your stupid ego and be open to something bigger. And I'm not insulting you, by the way. You brought this up. This is a credit to you, this whole discussion, to be honest. But yeah, that's the other way. Both ways the ego can go suck. They don't help you grow. They don't help you access your spiritual self. They get in the way. The ego is going to try to do what it thinks is right. But the ego is not a leader. The ego is ignorant. If you can observe your ego from a higher place, you can kind of take care of your ego and lead it better. It's not something to kill or murder, like some people think. You're not supposed to be murdering parts of yourself. You're supposed to be seeing it from a higher perspective and putting things in proper order and perspective. So any of these gurus, and that's why I don't like people calling me a guru, because you're not paying attention, really. It's not what's happening. These gurus that are better than you because they're so spiritual. Well, first of all, everybody's completely spiritual, whether they like it or not. So that's nonsense. But yeah, it's just the guru complex. It's just, oh God. It's like somewhere where guys that sucked at sports went to act like they were better than somebody at something else, to be honest with you. It's really weak. It's really weak. In this world, it probably will. The hitman. It probably will. Very likely, yes. Yeah, the more you become your authentic self, Spoon, the more you'll be glad you don't fit in. Glad. Because you'll start to see the herd for what it is and feel sorry for it. Hopefully in a healthy way. Maybe you'll feel compassion for its unconscious, sad, embarrassing behavior of what humans have been reduced to. When you look at it from the outside, it's like, what? I used to think there was something wrong with me, that I wasn't fitting into that. Oh my gosh. I am super thankful that I don't fit into that. And you'll have much better things to do. When you're working from your own authentic, individuated spirit, the joys of that path is infinitely better than little social passing of time with a herd or whatever everybody thinks is the goal, And I'm open to social interactions. Some people even say I'm the life of the party. That's probably because I don't care. I'm just having okay, let's socialize. Let's have some fun. Let's make it great for everybody. Let's have some fun. Let's do it. And the second you wreck that for me, I'll just leave because it's like, okay, you're not fun. Bye. I don't care, If social interactions are fun and fruitful, that's great. If they're not, I don't care. I got other things to do, It's amazing the power of not being needy for something, how much easier it works in life. Crowbar, thank you for the support, my friend. Thank you very much. From all of us. Ooh. Yep, monkeys on thrones. Yep. People still worship monkeys on thrones. That crap, that stuff's been going on for so many thousands of years. It's like embedded in people's DNA, the few strands they have connected. And if they don't connect some of the other strands, they're not going to see past it. If we ever want a golden age, guys, we got to all become the lamps of the living God, not wait for somebody to come rescue us from our own apathy and the fact that we just fell asleep and went along with evil. Yeah, okay. Well, myself and many others are living proof that that's not true, XF. But anyway, you believe what you believe, man. I don't think women being attracted to you has anything to do with any spiritual thing, AJ. That's your ego talking. Throughout this live stream, you've been trying to make comments that act like you're male superiority over female. You want them attracted to you. You desperately want female attention, but you got all these unhealthy beliefs about it. You've been programmed by idiotic male philosophies, dude. It's useless. And no, tricking females into sleeping with you is not spiritual progress, just so you know. It's actually negative karma. But if you need to learn that way, then you need to learn that way. Maybe you'll learn by having daughters one day and having somebody do to them what you've done unto other people's daughters and future wives, or you're trying to do. Maybe by then you'll be able to perceive what that means, what you're doing to others with your self-serving selfishness and short-sightedness. I don't mean to be hard on you, man, but I got to be honest. And it's not about you and it's not about me. It's just about do unto others is what it's about. And I've done some crap to others I wish I didn't. But you will have to face it fully at some point. Pole shift, solar flare, California splitting off in half. Well, you know, California, part of it could fall in the ocean or split off and float away. That could certainly happen. Pole shifts, I mean, supposedly over time, it seems that there are big ones and there are small ones, and nobody knows what they're talking about. If they're trying to tell you whether a big one or a small one is happening or is about to happen or what day it's going to happen, it could happen and things could move around. They do every so often. There's no reason to assume mass catastrophe. But yeah, the Earth moves over time. Solar flares, I mean, yeah, they could jack some things up. They could shut down technology people are dependent on. You could have massive death because all the unsustainable systems that everybody are living on helplessly, eruption, and a bunch of people die and everybody acts like it's chaos and starts selling religious hysteria, but it just is what it is. I think, you know, humans in a healthy state could bounce around and adapt to the Earth moving and solar flares for the most part. I don't lose any sleep about it, that's for sure. But I also wouldn't live on a shelf that's hanging over the ocean. I just wouldn't do that. Wow! Jagalon? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Man, woman, not sure. Probably a dude. But anyway, thank you so, so much. Wow. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. My family is really, really thankful, guys. You really, really do support us back, and it makes a big difference. It really does. It takes so much pressure off on our end over here. We've been doing so much with so little for so long now that this is an amazing experience. And basically, my kids have a better future because of it. So I can't thank you enough. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart and the top of my heart and the radius of my heart and whatever else there is to my heart. I really mean it. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, you label all girls as being deceptive, and yet you have a deceptive enemy point of view that you've been trained to have as a male. And you don't think they're being trained to have an enemy point of view against you by the same darkness that plays humans against each other? You got to rise up and have the eyes to see, guys, to move past these things and stop being part of it and making it worse. Not all girls are doing what you're describing there. That's unhealthy things they've adapted to, mostly because of male dysfunction for thousands of years mistreating females, which I can see is largely prevalent and still coming up with new narratives to twist itself into the same old abusive nonsense. Armageddon will come soon. What's that? You realize bigger, better societies with better technology and so forth have already sunk many times on this planet. So which Armageddon, and what's it mean to you? If your city burns, is that Armageddon? Because it's not the end of the world, just so you know. You know, Armageddon is like a Hollywood fantasy movie title, you know. It doesn't mean anything more than that to me, honestly. Wow. Thank you, Mr. L. My remaining human insecurities really do appreciate the encouragement on that. Thank you, my friend. That's a real blessing to me. You know, I'm not sure about combining honey with cacao because cacao's a nut and a seed, and honey's a sugar sap. Honey's kind of in a category of its own, and I'm not really sure, food combination wise, what's smart to combine honey with and what's not. I got to be honest with you. But if you're enjoying the combo and your gut feels good and your health feels good, I mean, if your body's giving you positive feedback, okay, rock on, homie. That would be what I would say for now. I will say this, though. When you say organic honey, is it raw? Because cooked honey is crap. It's refined sugar. It's not good for your metabolism, and the enzymes are dead. If you want the miracles of honey, guys, like the biblical natural healer type miracles you hear about with honey, you got to get it raw, where it's got all that white sappy stuff at the top that's like hard and all the enzymes in it. That's the miracle honey. Even organic honey, when cooked, it's just kind of a sugar with a bit of vitamins in it. What's going on here? Come on. Do it now. Ask me a question I can't refuse. I dare you. No, I don't want to talk about my chart, my crazy, only possible a few days in the last century astrology chart. I don't even want to get off on that. I don't like talking endlessly about me. I'm just so tired of hearing people rattle on. And then, like, my moon is like blah, 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 blah. Like, if it gets to something specific that, you know, helps somebody, I'll get into any of that. But let's talk about my chart. It's almost like those videos where people play with their glasses in their hair all day. And that's fine if that's what you're into. But I'm just like, I'm sorry. That's just me. Yeah, it's Emic, that is a good question. I consumed a lot internally. I finally consumed enough. I got a minor rash. So I know it was irritating my liver a little bit, probably because I'm partially allergic or something. But from all the studies I've seen, it would be really hard to truly hurt yourself that way. And I think that different people's liver has a very different idiosyncratic type reaction to different types of herbs. I can definitely confirm that from all my studies of herbs over the years. So I don't know what to tell you on that. You could experiment with it. I did, you know, and I don't regret the experiment at all. But I don't know what to say. I know that all the demonization against it is just based on big money, big corporate this and that. So you can't let that stop you. That's for sure. Yeah, everybody's asking about A Course in Miracles. I already talked about it earlier in this live stream, what little I had to say about it. And I don't want to be repetitive. I got to stop doing that, guys. I don't want to go back and find all this airtime filled with me saying the same things over and over, Lemuria? Yeah, kind of. I know the concept people talk about with that. But, these are just names people come up with for ruins now and speculate about, basically. Or do you eat things you grow? We have enough information to know, if you do any real research, that more advanced civilizations than this one have been on this planet multiple times. And they've destroyed themselves because their technology far outweighed their spiritual development and consciousness. And right now, humanity's working on doing the same thing again. So one day this will be called Lemuria or Diet Pepsia, or who knows what somebody will name it when they dig pieces out. Well, not this. It won't be anything to dig up here, but I mean, at the rate people are going, might be some fun lore about what's left of this society in the future when people dig pieces up and say, that's not real. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Whatever they're doing at that point. Unless I'm wrong and everybody's ready to snap into Christ's principles and embody the living spirit of God and create a golden age any second now. If you go to any number of new age spiritual channels, that's all their videos are. Energy update. The great breakthrough is right around the corner. You ever notice that every single day, year after year, the great breakthrough of humanity is always right around the corner? It's kind of like Paul and that rapture nonsense. I think sitting around thinking that something's going to come fix everything for you is kind of dysfunctional, to put it very, very lightly. Well, pure, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, they're around. They're interested in what you're doing, and they'd like to use it against you if they can. And I want you to be aware that in that book, there are things of divine truth and there are doctrines of demons in the same book. Be careful and use discernment, because they will use it to get a hold of you if they can. And if you have correct discernment, it'll make you more spiritually bulletproof. And if you get into trouble with that, just message me on these threads until you get my attention, because I could share some things with you. But I've been through a lot of things along those lines. No, that's not entirely healthy, Rip Jaws. I mean, you got to look at the conditioning that makes you feel that way and find out where that unhealthy conditioning is really coming from. That's all I could say, though. I can't say much just from that. That's interesting. LOL, Cool J. By the way, I really loved your Rolling Deep Blue Sea. Well, you'll know it by its fruit, Path. If you take the whole thing in and see what fruit it bears in life, then you'll know. You'll know a thing by its fruit. Practice that. Don't run from something scared in ignorance, like, see what the fruit is. You know a tree by its fruit, not by what anybody else says about it or assumes, or even yourself. I could look at a tree out here and assume it's one thing, and then later it bears something different than what I thought it was. And I learned something. Oh, that's not that at all. It's this, You'll know it by its fruit. What does it do to you in your life? That's how you'll know. Blessed are the poor in spirit. To me, it means two things. In the worldwide prevalent, distorted back and forth between those on the narcissistic spectrum and those on the empathetic spectrum, it means that those who are proud in spirit are in big trouble. And those who are not proud in spirit are helpable and open to God. Then, on another frequency, a different Easter egg of it, it means blessed are the poor in spirit. It means that those who are not burdened with the trap of too much worldly stuff, they may or may not know this, but they have much easier access to the kingdom of heaven. Yeshua taught a whole lot of things about that very principle. So it means those two things. And it probably means more. Because when you have someone as advanced and wise and intelligent as him telling things in symbols, usually as you grow spiritually, you find that it unlocks into many, 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 many more layers of meaning. That's why you're supposed to contemplate those things deeply. But those are the two I'm aware of on that phrase so far. Awesome question. Glad you asked. More of a fork guy. Okay. We'll stick a fork in that. It's done, bro. I don't know what I mean. I don't know. Too cheesy. How would you quit cigarettes? I've smoked mulligan. I smoked a lot of. I'm planning on cultivating it, but still it feels backward. Yeah, it's hard. And it's not the tobacco. It's the 4,000 chemicals added to it that make it so hard. I've seen people quit heroin easier than cigarettes, man. So I know it's hard. I never smoked enough of them to be, to know what that's like. But bro, anything you can do. I would look into adaptogenic herbs and nootropic herbs that help people break addictions. And maybe I'll make a stack for this channel now that you made me think of it. Addiction breaking nootropic herb stack. But that's what I'd be doing to help myself if I was in that situation. Obviously things you can do to put your consciousness more at ease and in a healthy state spiritually is going to help a lot. That probably takes longer though. So I would say in the meantime, in order to help quit cigarettes, I would be stacking together some high quality nootropic herbs that are known to help people break addiction due to the way they affect brain chemistry. Too long to fit. Please read below. Okay, Bert, I'll be looking for that. Thank you. Valentino Rizzi, thank you so much, friend. First time catching a live stream in a while. The light shines bright. It can be held hard for me to watch these. I am going through some darkness. Thank you. This seems cheap considering how much I've learned. Hey, friend, it's not about any particular number, because some people have zillions of dollars and some people have one, none of that matters. What matters is that I love you, man. I appreciate you. I believe in you. I'm sorry for the darkness, the way it's tormenting, distorting, and making this hard. And boy, do I know what that's like. There's a resistance there because that darkness, whatever holds its hat on you up to now, it doesn't want you to, feel free of it. But I believe in you and you can. So take it at what speed works, my friend. Bert Mac. I had to scroll up and look at which name I'm trying to keep up with here on your next post. GHT, it's a hormone. It belongs in there with the other hormones. It should be in the right ratio to other hormones. And, like any hormone, it's just supposed to be in the right ratio to other hormones for things to work optimally. Do you think that winning material game necessary in order to conquer the spiritual realm as well? No. Bro, no. That is completely opposite. If you win the material game, harder it is for a rich man to find the kingdom of heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle. That's the opposite of truth. Make it much, 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 much harder. You'll be in great danger if you win the material game. course, depending on your definition of that. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, then these other things will be added unto you. It needs to be met. But if you're trying to win the material gain because you think that gets you to something spiritual, you're going the opposite direction. Okay. Where is it? Oh, is he still writing? Did I miss it? Oh, there you are, Bert. Okay. As an introverted empath, I struggle with the do unto others. I prefer to be left alone, but people are starving for connection and validation. I'm too sensitive to their true state of energy. Yeah. Well, remember, Bert, when you say do unto others, you're saying do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So for you, it's important to have your space when you need it. And I'm sure you do that for other people. See? It didn't say do unto others what they tell you to do unto them. It said do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So we can't be people pleasers and try to be the answer for everybody for everything. It's just impossible and it won't work, and there'd be too many conflicting things going on. So I don't think you need to judge yourself for that. I think society has shamed you and guilted you that you're not more social because they want everybody socially corralled so they can be controlled all under the same narratives and programs. You're not doing anything wrong by being yourself, man. And you do need that separate space or you'll lose track of who you are and become all glitchy and dysfunctional. You can only handle so much time absorbing everybody else's nervous system, that's for sure. So you're not doing anything wrong, man. You're dealing with a different system that you were given. And you have to learn to own it and use it well in the long term and not be destroyed by it. Speaking from experience. Hey, thank you very much, Clown2609 at CLWN. Yeah, thank you very much, friend. It's Otherbo. Hey, Otherbo. For funsies, I'd love to hear your take on the connection between thoughts and reality. Quite a divisive topic, but my intuition tells me there's very much truth to it. Much love to you and your family. Yeah, thank you, friend. Okay, the connection between thoughts and reality. Where to start? It's like a big old circle that just, where to jump in on it. So thoughts are creative. They are creative. The infinite source of all things, if it hadn't thought of you and me, we wouldn't exist. And I mean literally down to details we don't even know about ourselves because it's smart enough. It's infinite. But we, to be made in the image of the creator, that mistranslation, that's what it actually means. Your thoughts are creative too. Now, yours and mine don't burst universes into being, but they affect things around us and within us. And because this is true, you have dark forces that hid this occult knowledge long ago and hijack narratives so that they can control the way the masses think. Because then outliers like myself or you or somebody else, we don't make enough difference to really change things when it's just a few here and there. The masses have to be kept under certain programs in the blue pill matrix or whatever parable somebody wants to call that, because it keeps consciousness trapped at a certain level where people go along with evil. They don't know how to change anything. They just pass through and give up and sleep through their life. Don't bear any of their spiritual gifts. Don't make any breakthroughs. Thoughts are creative. Any thought you entertain enough creates something. Now, there are people out there that act like they can tell you, oh, I can tell you how to manifest this. Just think this over and over. In fact, just put it on a recording and pump it into your brain all day repetitively. And next thing you know, you'll get whatever you ask for, because the universe is just Santa Claus. And if you think no. There are larger laws of creation. There are things going on that are bigger than that. But we are all influencing the collective reality, and we're definitely influencing our own individual reality. And that's why it is so very important to be discerning about the thoughts you entertain. Because if you entertain it enough, it absolutely pushes your reality a certain direction. Feeding the right or the wrong wolf, so to speak. The subconscious has been collecting all of your thoughts, impressions, other people's thoughts and impressions and ideas your whole life. And it's the bigger part of the mind that people are less aware of because they haven't really been trained to be affluent in consciousness on this planet. And it tends to be running the program in people's lives. So that confuses this issue because people are like, no, because I think this, but then that happens. So clearly that's not true. And what they don't understand is that the much larger part of your mind that's not really in your consciousness right now that you're aware of and wielding manually, that giant ocean of consciousness within you is the one that's doing things. This is why when I tell people to rewrite your root philosophy of life would change everything, that's what I'm actually talking about. Because that's the huge program. And even if those thoughts are what we call subconscious, they're still thoughts and they're running the show. So your conscious mind is like making a little dent. And if you use it well, over time, you can reprogram your own subconscious mind. A good trick here is to realize that not every thought that passes through your mind is your own. In other words, you don't need to own it just because it occurred in your head. You have this wretched, terrible thought. You don't need to go, oh, see, I'm failing spiritually. I'm backsliding. Because that's just a downward spiral. And it's an illusion. It's a trick. You can look at that hideous thought and go, nah, I don't agree. Here's what I think instead. Here's what I actually believe. Your subconscious is listening and you are changing it. Because your subconscious, as powerful as it is, it doesn't have any filters. It just takes anything. It's like the ocean. It just lets you dump whatever in it. And it just becomes the stew of whatever that we've dumped in it. And from the time you arrive on this planet, it's just having stuff just pumped into it from all angles. Like I said, divisively on purpose. There are things that manipulate humankind and have been for a long time on this planet, fallen things, and they control all the narratives. They hoard all the money, they hoard all the influence, and they program everybody. So those of us that are outliers that break out of the box are out here going, hey, this would help, guys. But it's like people grab their pitchforks and torches like, what are you, because they think you're the enemy coming to destroy the world or something. And in some cases, maybe somebody is an enemy. You have to discern a tree for its fruit. But here's another thing. The first scientific studies showed that the outcome of every experiment they did was directly affected by the expectations of the scientists performing the experiment. Once they proved this, they hid it. Because the powers that be said, you can't have the populace know that. Just like every great spiritual leader we've ever had on this planet had their message twisted back into religion instead of the spiritual truth and empowerment of it, because that would actually change things. But once you go back to religion, nobody changes anything. They just stay enslaved at low-level consciousness. So science did the same thing. Not science itself, because it's not even real science, but the powers that be said, no, you can't tell the populace this. We are going to make science books and a model of science that says things just happen out there and it's outside of you and you have no effect on it. Now you can have a kinetic effect on it, but you're not going to fist fight your way through changing the universe. So you're allowed to think that you have some tiny effect on things, but you're not allowed to understand that collectively, the behavior of nature, weather, and everything around us, even reaching out further off the planet, would change drastically if we changed our consciousness. Yeah, those are a few of the implications. If you think about it, it's beyond huge and profound. Yeah. Awesome question, man. Super happy to hear that, Supreme. Super happy to hear it. Thank you, my friend. I got a lot of airy stuff, Wada. Good eye. Good eye, mate. I don't tell what my sun, moon, rising, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. I don't tell my aspects. I have crazy aspects. But if somebody hits on something, I'll at least admit that it's prominent in the old chart. Yeah, lots of airy stuff. Good thing, too. Probably the only thing that kept me alive through certain stuff. Got me out of other things. There's some big Virgo energy. Good eye. Good eye. Valentino. Big aspects and planets. Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember Padriage? In an out-of-body experience, you can smell, hear, and feel things without even having your body. But it is based in consciousness. And the amount that negative things can harm you is directly related to what spiritual embodiment of truth you're currently holding and able to use and wield well. And you can drastically enhance that. In fact, on the other side, you can enhance it much, much faster than you can here in the physical world. This physical realm's like weightlifting for the soul because we are stupid and dense here, stupid and dense. And therefore, it's actually a bigger struggle and it makes you stronger. And if you use a spiritual principle here, where you're being crushed under the weight, your soul benefits, your soul expands and grows much faster than it can in a realm with no resistance. That's one of the reasons we're here. That's a good guess, AJ. What you're seeing there has more to do with the planet Pluto itself, just so you know. But you are seeing something. Each of our duties is different. People came and you actually embody a spiritual gift, at least one you don't even know you have, that you came here to use. Question is, will you find it? Will you bring up your consciousness high enough during our earth life in this incarnation to discover it and use it? And it will be entirely authentic, man. We aren't sheep animals that are all supposed to, have the same haircut and hang out in the same field and chew the same cud and stare at each other's butts and just do what we're told. We're actually very creative. And every one of us is a complex thought from an infinite creator. And no two are alike. So the potentials for you to change this world for the better are infinitely variable, actually. But how that would be for you is completely different than anybody else. As far as cleaning the small intestine, my friend, you can use a lot of cleansing herbs and binders, and that will take that stuff through the small intestine down into the large intestine, where the other parts can then sweep it out from there. Hope you understood what I said. Well, to whatever degree you can keep your composure in these, trials and struggles and tribulations, that is a great strength, Valentina. To suffer with grace, they call that spiritually, and it's powerful. To develop that spiritual strength, I mean, whatever your soul is, it's getting a lot bigger. I don't think so, Bob, because you're coming from something infinite, which ultimately would appreciate us becoming better companions. So the more we grow in consciousness, the better for the source we come from, right? So why would there be a limit? I forgot what Graham Hancock, whatever his theories are. I've heard the name. I've heard a lot of stuff about Egypt, but I forget who's who and who said what. I don't worry about it much, to be honest. I mean, one thing that's interesting is that the Egyptians didn't build that stuff, guys. They found it. That stuff was all there since way before they were there. And most of it didn't work anymore when they found it. So the weird Egyptian stories of pharaohs and egos and all this stuff, I mean, that's one thing in history. But the actual origin of those pyramids and the ones that are all over the planet, mostly undiscovered, that's an older, bigger story. But anyway, unless it becomes relevant to now, I don't even worry about it too much. The spiritual principles are relevant no matter how advanced you become as a species technologically. When your technological advancements outweigh your spiritual truth and principle, you will destroy yourself and you will start over as cave people. with superstitions and even more ignorance. Yeah, I think that's the planet Pluto you're seeing, AJ, which rules Scorpio. It's very prominent for me. You are recognizing the energy. Very good, sir. Also has to do with lots of destruction and rebirth cycles, and man, is that true. Depends which side of the swing you're on as to whether it's wonderful or awful. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, the Philosopher's Stone's symbolic. You know, people try to make things out of pee and poo and herbs and stones and this and that. They think they're going to find a fountain of youth and they're going to find a magic rock. And, you know, they miss the point. Just like religion misses the point of symbols, and they make it into crazy maniacal ideas because they don't understand symbology. But whatever that's really representing is something you can do in your own soul, between mind, body, and spirit, to access more strands of DNA, basically, like someone does on this planet every so often. And then, you know, different belief systems and terminologies based on different cultures and times sometimes get passed down and then totally mistranslated later, of course. Oh, yeah. Okay, he's the guy finding the giant skeletons, yeah. Does he have any of them he can still show, or did they all disappear yet again? Were there any currently you can look up? I remember a time when I could find plenty of pictures of those, but that time passed quickly. The rather tall, elongated skull versions of people, yeah. Nephilim. Would I tune into my own live stream? I might, I guess, if I wasn't me, but I don't know how to answer that, you know? I listen to a couple parts of some of mine sometimes, especially when I was trying to find like short video clips to make out of it. And I found it interesting because it's always very different what I hear when I listen compared to what I thought I said or what I thought happened. I find that interesting. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's people out there, I'm sure, that have live streams I would listen to if I happen to come across it. But they're few and far between, and I'm not in need of anything. You know, I'm not on the search for somebody to listen to. Is probably why I haven't found anybody lately, because I have so many things I'm doing, you know, and progressing on that are a big calling right now. But I'm sure there's live streams I would listen to. Sure. Isaac, it takes time to piece that together for yourself. I was so chaotically off course at 19, but you know what? As chaotically off course as I was, all those things are useful now. So sometimes you can't force a process to move faster than it processes, and you may be able to accelerate that process of awareness and consciousness and discovery about what your life's really potentially about. Check out everything on the consciousness playlist, see what you can absorb about it. And, you know, start there. Try to learn some basic spiritual principles and start applying them, because it always opens the door to others. Simple ones. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Love God with all your heart and soul and strength, whatever that means to you currently. Don't let somebody else tell you what that means, whatever that means to you. Love God with all you are and love your neighbor as yourself. Because whatever you do to anyone, you've done to God, just so you know. Even though they don't know that. Now you do. So if you can operate life based on a few profoundly true spiritual principles, if you actually succeed in doing so, it'll open doors of perception. It'll open your eyes, so to speak. You'll have more eyes to see, and then you'll discover more faster about the real nature of reality coming from the causal spiritual plane, and how upside down and backwards the things you learn in this world really are for the most part. Man, you could Google that, David, and find an endlessly long list, to be honest. There's less binders known. You got the clays and the psyllium husk. And activated charcoal is a really, really, really good one too. Those are my faves, probably the activated charcoal. But yeah, between those three binders, you're good to go on binders for sure. And then as far as like cleansing herbs, dude, the list almost never ends. And no matter what list I put together for people, they complain about some of them. What are you gonna, I can't find out where I am. What when you and I'm like, I just put a list together to show you guys there's a lot of herbs. Feel free to use different cleansing herbs. Nature is chock full of them for a good reason. There's lots to choose from. Thank you very much, Tangoya. Thank you very much. Despite my best efforts, my hair is thinning in a very irregular line pattern at the back of the scalp. I have not heard of that particular condition. It is fixed. It is fixed. No, that's somebody else. I am not sure. Has anybody heard of a condition like that? A particular line pattern at the back of the scalp? Is there a name for that? Because I could do some research and figure something out probably. I don't know what that looks like. Is it like serious? Or are you kind of just over analyzing your hairline on the back of your head? But you say it's a very irregular line pattern. The back of the scalp. It sounds like that area is clogged. I don't know if you're overall experiencing poor absorption, although most people are. You could drastically improve that, and it might make a real difference. But it sounds like that particular area might be really clogged up with something. Something's interfering. Something is in the way of the natural process of blood growing and feeding hair follicles. It could be lymphatic clogging, some kind of calcifications, maybe even nerve damage. Sometimes, guys, hair loss patterns can be based on a nerve impingement somewhere in the spinal column that you might not feel. In fact, most of us have areas that are inhibiting nerve flow somewhere in the spinal system. So you could certainly try spinal adjustments. You could try some topical things, but you probably are already for that area. And you could definitely use the things on my health topics playlist to clean out your body completely so that nutrition works way better from then on, because that's one of the things that does. I would try those things for sure. I cannot say I've ever heard of what you're describing, though. I'm not familiar with it, to be honest with you. But that's probably where I would start. Yeah, you need some capital, Jay. And I've wrestled with that too. I think the religious dogma kind of threw people off. Ironically, the people hoarding all the money in churches will make you feel very guilty about having any. Put it in the plate, brother. Free yourself of the burden. Give God your money, God, what God am I giving my money to? But anyway, and what God needs money. But furthermore, I would say as long as you do things that are not in conflict spiritually with who you are to gain the money you need to, do like a great cause, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's unfortunate that in this world, most of the things that'll make you good money quickly involve compromising your standards for how you treat other people, but not all of them. Just because almost every profession I ever got into, I could only go so far with before I was in too much of a wrestling match with myself and I had to quit. It doesn't mean that there aren't ways, So that whole resistance and fear that you're doing something wrong if you have any money, I've had to train myself out of that too, because I realized that money is like fictional credit. They print out like a bank, for example. What does a bank do? They give you credits for money they don't even have in a vault somewhere, and you go out and spend it, and then you owe them more, and you end up giving them back all this money that's like imaginary added on to what they gave you that was imaginary to begin with. So what does money even mean? It's just trading credit. So the only question is, since it's illusionary anyway, do you have to compromise something that is hard on your spirit and causes you internal spiritual conflict to get some money to achieve a certain goal? And I really believe that with some creativity and with a better philosophy about it, which I did not have most of my life, I drastically limited myself on this, guys. It does not need to take everybody 40 years to get out of the financial slavery matrix. I did it the hard way because I had crappy moralistic false beliefs that made it harder than it needed to be. I would still rather do it the hard way than do things that I'm going to always look back on and cringe, though, to be honest with you. So to me, as long as you can get what money you need to achieve a positive purpose without doing something you know is wrong, then what's wrong with that? It's people chasing money because money's their god that have a serious problem. They're looking downward materially and they're pursuing it harder and harder, thinking that's the answer. And they're moving farther and farther away from truth into metaphorical darkness, which eventually leads to just darkness. That's the problem. It's not that the imaginary credits of money really mean anything, honestly. It's all the sick things people do over it that's the problem, my friend. And I really hope that helps. There's nothing wrong with you having the money to do better things. And, if you can trust yourself, you may have been gaslit or fear programmed a lot in life that you're some kind of bad person. And if you had any wealth, it would corrupt you. But in your case, that's probably not true. That's why you're so overly careful about it. So I hope that helps reduce some of that resistance for you, man. That is true, Peace Bra. Thank you. I didn't realize that the first time somebody donated on one of these live streams. I thought it went to PayPal. That shows you my ignorance level of how money works. And I was like, no, I don't think they tax me. I think I get the whole amount. But no, these donations, whatever this is going through on these live streams, they take a pretty big tax out of that, I guess, which is fine with me. But if you guys wanted to, like what he mentioned there was if you donated through PayPal, like we get all of it instead of some, vulture stealing part of it or whatever. That's just something to throw out there, guys. But any donation is highly appreciated, just so you know, for sure. And any positive feedback or useful feedback as well. It's all appreciated, guys. And I love every one of you, even the ones I can't talk to, because I have no frame of reference of how to reach into that insanity and even redirect it because I'm scratching my head going, wait a minute, what are you saying? So sometimes I hold my tongue so I don't sound preachy and angry. And sometimes I fail to do so. How old were you when you started to get your life together? Man, I'll be honest with you. There were many times I started to get my life together and outside sources that I used to be loyal to mistakenly destroyed that for me. So many times I've started to get my life together and then had it all destroyed and descended into darkness and recycled myself in different versions of hellish situations and eventually reemerged stronger and wiser for it. And at this point, when I just left the so-called world behind, to me, that's when life kind of like finally got a real start. So that began basically close to age 40, in my case, that version of it. But yeah, in my case, it's been many cycles of setting out for greatness and having it destroyed. So I think when I finally became invulnerable to that, if possible, was like now, to be honest with you. This time I'm not going to let that which I am and was meant to be taken from me. Many times in my life, I did some really good things and had some great vision, but I always let it be taken from me by things that I mistakenly believed I should put above my own path. And they were completely destructive lies, as it turned out. Yeah, if you guys can establish a form of passive income, that can certainly help. Again, don't sell your soul to do it, but if you can do it in a way that's, as far as you can tell, not out of alignment with spiritual principles, as far as you know, passive income can certainly help because then you have a budget to work with. And if you have a budget to work with, then you can learn to live on your budget or below it, preferably. And in the meantime, maybe come up with some ways to create other types of value that'll be tradable for other things so you can start to build upon that. That's definitely a strategy for people who aren't born made out of money. and aren't willing to do wretched things to get a bunch of it. I think atheists who have never experienced supernatural occurrences are human beings, spiritual and unaware of it, and some of them have profoundly wonderful NDEs, and some of them have profoundly horrible NDEs, because just like everybody else, whether you've had mystical spiritual experiences or not, the way you treat others and the way you treat creation, those are the choices that matter. Those are the choices that set you up for what's next. Whether you know you believe in a God or you can't figure out why you would believe in a God or anything else, you are still given a heart at birth that instinctively knew, gee, I don't like abuse and suffering, so I shouldn't inflict it on other things. Gee, I like kindness and goodness, so I should do that to other things. You have that. Everyone has that given to them. So I'll tell you this, one of the very best human beings I've ever met, if not the best. I was even told by the voice of God, I will call it, you will never meet a better person than this. He's an atheist. And I understand why he's an atheist. And I didn't try to change that about him, because actually he walks in a spiritual flow state and he just doesn't realize it, I don't think. That guy's kind to a fault, I would say. And I admire him greatly. So, and I've seen, the most religious people in the world be the absolute most wicked human beings I've had the misfortune of being screwed up by. So again, what a person, you come into this world, you're told all this different nonsense. You're traumatized, you're confused. Humans know very little about the reality that exists in. And everybody acts like the premise of what's important in his life is that you believe the right thing. Now, why do you think that is? Because as a population, as a species, if you're being treated like herd animals, what you believe is what controls you. That's why everybody emphasizes what you believe and not how you live. And what Yeshua emphasized was how you live, because that's what matters. He also tried to give people the faith in the spiritual food they were thirsty for and hungry for, because he wanted them to have it, because he loves everybody. But he told you the truth. It's how you do unto others that you're doing unto God and yourself, ultimately. So, as usual, the internet's just amplified the whole thing about everybody arguing every insane, stupid idea and how it's really important that you believe what they believe and everybody's a thought cult now. No. The answers aren't even in people's thoughts and beliefs. It's in the heart center they don't even know they have anymore. Then they would know truth without even thinking. Then you would have your divine birthrights back. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. That's one word for it. Yeah. That's awesome. Supreme Kermit. So your spirit was disconnected enough from your body to pass beyond the bounds of your five senses and witness what you witnessed. And apparently your spiritual condition in that moment was pretty good, I would say, based on what you witnessed. That's nice to hear, isn't it? Yeah, but the problem is, Valentino, people are being conditioned to take their place. They have underground cults that are cohesion by transgression. They're always raising the next generation of evil and forcing them into it. If you're born into one of those families, you've done hideous, not just illegal, but unthinkable things to children and stuff on recording, and you can never leave. And you will do what the cult says when you take over those seats. This is not some game where it's just some old greedy guys. This is profoundly deeper and darker than, and it's because you're not devious and incredibly wicked that you find this so hard to believe, but it's much deeper and darker and organized than you guys think it is. And it has been for thousands and thousands of years. Nicholas, it depends what the rental laws where you are. That can be a nightmare. From what I heard in the US, because I know people that do that for a living, and They changed a bunch of laws and absolutely destroyed their life. Now you can have horrible tenants that tell you to go after yourself and have a meth lab in your trailer and nobody's going to do anything about it or kick them out. And they'll never have to pay you because of some weird loophole they can sign up for to screw you over. So depending on where you live, guys, if you want to do rentals, look up the laws. Make sure you're not going to get royally screwed over, okay? Otherwise, that industry kind of got destroyed recently from some things I heard, but that depends where you live. There's different situations around the world, but you really got to know your environment, whether that's going to work or if you're just going to be taken advantage of in the worst kind of ways. I train fasted quite frequently. I love it, Cuomo. And your body just builds better later when you do eat, especially once you teach it to function naturally like that instead of being dependent on constantly shoving junk calories inside yourself. They're just wrecking people's digestive organs over eating garbage all the time. And calories is so terrified. Oh, my muscles are going to fall off if I don't eat this many calories before training. Pure nonsense. In fact, truly elite athletes in the sport I was in, you can eat before you do it, or you will be puking. And you learn to perform higher than anybody in any sport with no food before those incredible expanses upon human capacity that take it further than any other sport. So, I mean, for so many reasons, there's a bunch of nonsense out there about how much you got to eat, or else, oh no, your poor little muscles. That's just complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. I love training empty and fasted. For one thing, there's no blood being wasted on food in your stomach, so it can all go out to the muscles. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't just tell an obvious physiological truth that contradicts all the crap in so-called online fitness, but I guess I did. So yeah, don't be afraid to train. Under-calorized or whatever, that's all just nonsense programming. Make people dependent on foolish ideas. You can get a bit of that in that video, The Dividing Sword, on the Consciousness playlist user. You can get a lot on that playlist for that, really. Yes, Lazar. It has neurons in it just like the brain, and they actually affect energy fields much more than the brain. If humans ever wanted to know what's going on ahead of time in the next room, they'd have to have their art center working. If humans wanted to know truth without having to read it from a book and blindly trust that the authorities gave you the truth, the heart center. The neurons are much more powerful. The radius is bigger. They know things ahead of time. They know things that you can't see with your eyes. They affect others at a greater distance. They perceive others at a greater distance. That's why the heart center is supposed to lead this species, not the head everybody's been cut off and trapped in and programmed in. One of the biggest hidden secrets of the plight of what keeps humanity spiritually blind and struggling in a dull, gray, mechanical prison version of what they could be. Neither, user. I mean, the ego should just be cared for with compassion, but also guided with wisdom from a higher place of consciousness. It's just a temporary thing. Your ego is just a temporary, foolish thing. But you need to care about it because you have to have one to have the human experience. Those are really good. Natural chlorophyll and organic barley grass. Yeah, really good stuff. If you get a good organic product, definitely good for you, for sure. Yeah. Well, maybe that'll work out, Nicholas. You carefully read all the fine print, you know. I would. I just, I'd hate for somebody to set out with a great plan and get screwed over by bureaucratic, backstabbing nonsense. Tips to chew slower? I don't know, man. Look into Ayurveda. Look in your dashic imbalance and why you chew and hork food down so fast. And use Ayurvedic principles to adjust your dashic balance. then you'll find it easier to not eat like that. Ooh, this one's 5.5 hours. We done did it. I'll probably start wrapping this one up, guys. I'd like to be off of here by 6 hours or less. So if you got a burning question you wanted to get into this one, start typing it. If your tendons break. I missed part about your ACL reconstruction. I didn't get the surgery when I tore mine. And it's real good now, but it took a long time to fully heal. What video was I talking about that in? I actually made a shorter video. I don't know if it's on the fitness topics playlist. It might be. Just type like ACL in my search and you can at least hear my story about what I did, you know. Ooh. The vegan version of Tika. Isn't that the modern synthesized one? Because I never took the bear stuff. I wouldn't recommend that. Even if it's good for me, I'm going to murder some bear to pull his liver out and pancreas and no. So I think that's probably the only kind I've taken. And yes, it's very effective. It works. I was surprised. I don't normally recommend man-made products, but that one, because it spares the bears from going extinct and being tortured and murdered and mistreated unnecessarily, and it actually works. That's why I mentioned that product. Yeah. I got videos on that, Isaac. Check it out. Look some of them up on the health topics and the fitness topics playlist. You'll find some videos on that. Yeah. You know, David, when you got strong mucoid plaque, I'd recommend doing some of the things that I put on my biofilm detox. That was a little more specific for that. You might want to do a biofilm detox protocol and then get into my full spectrum, because then anything built up on your gut wall has had its fortress broken down, and then everything's really ready to get out of the body faster. That's what hits me based on your question. Man, that's awesome, Crowbar. You must have a good heart, you know? Many living things are thanking you, my friend, throughout eternity. And that's real. That echoes throughout eternity. Any mercy shown to any living thing, it's going to come back to you somehow, some way. The Creator always honors stuff like that. And, you know, I just admire your heart, man. That's really cool to hear. Thank you for that feedback. God bless you too, friend. You're all very welcome. I love you guys. Yeah, I think isometrics are good for recovering tendons and ligaments, definitely. To me, if you strain it just enough that it's uncomfortable, but you're not starting to re-tear it, you do stimulate the collagen repair process faster and better. I think that's the key. You want to challenge it a little, but you don't want to set back your healing by going too far and re-tearing it or re-stretching it or whatever's occurred. But you do want to give it some challenge. That shows your body, see this? Remember this? We need to keep strengthening this. It does that to the intelligence in your body. I hope that tip helps. And isometrics are a good way to do it, yes. Just put some pull on the tendon. Yeah, I'd say that's an interesting phenomenon, Cam. Like I say, probably the best human being, probably the most Christ-like human being I've ever seen was a total atheist. And that's just crazy, but true. So again, don't worry about the dogma of what people subscribe to. She's probably been abused by that kind of nonsense. Just admire her in your spirit and thank God for that. And, you know, on the inside, give gratitude and thanks and admiration for someone's good spiritual qualities. And don't worry about dogma and don't worry about labels like spirituality, because it sounds like she's living from a good spiritual place even if she doesn't like that label, because the label's been destroyed by all the foolish use of that label in this world. But it is what it is, with or without the labels, man. That's the beauty of it. You're welcome, friends. I love you guys. Hey, thank you, Edrin. Oh, man. That's a huge honor. I hope I live up to it, guys. And I'm just doing my best to allow. And I can definitely tell that the Creator honors that and works through this willingness. And, you know, I'm super thankful because any good that's done to any of you is good done to me, to be honest. It is. Whether I know about it or not, I'm just thankful to be a part of it. So thank you very much for being supportive and the feedback. I tried to go skydiving, Nicholas, but I was over the weight limit for their parachutes. So they didn't let me. It would have scared me. I'll do it anyway, because I'll do it just to do it, just because it scares me. It would have totally scared me. But when I got on the scale, they said no. And I'm like, oh, you mean I might break the parachute? Okay, yeah. Now I'm definitely not going. You're very welcome, friend. Ramilke. Ramilke. You're very welcome, friend. Much love to you. An alternative to go-to cola. Wow. When you say you can't find it where you live, do you not have like a way to order things on the internet through the like postal mail delivery, or do you just mean locally? And that would depend on where you live. I mean, if you're living in some place where you can't even order things on the internet, there's no exact alternative. I would have to look at where I live, do a Google search, and see what herbs even exist in the region I'm in that I have access to, and what similar properties they share. Basically, as far as dying in the sense of this life being over, yeah, I wouldn't say I really have a fear of that. There's ways of dying that are scary. What does scare me, though, what bothers me, and what causes me to lose sleep splurs, to be honest with you, just to share human frailty or whatever, is leaving my family like that, unprepared. You know, them not being ready for me to just die. Like that bothers me, that idea. So, you know, I choose to generally live wisely and diligently for the most part, because I'm not trying to die on anybody. Favorite new tree in the garden? That's an awesome question, because just this week I planted a plum, like a regular old, it's not exotic, but it is for here. A regular old plum, like a purple plum, basic plum kind of thing. We got some plums in a bag a while back, and my wife took half the seeds and I took half, and we used different methods to try to sprout them. She got 2, I got none, or she got 3, and one of them survived. And now the tree's like, you know, this big. So I made it a really nice place on the property and planted it about 2 days ago. And I love plums. Plums are important to me. That was like happy for me to get a plum, you know. Been planting quite a few things lately, but that pops out as my highlight for the week. You have a great weekend too, my friend. You want more funny, silly shorts? Okay, good. You asked for it. You'll love it. Others will hate it, but I can't help myself. Sometimes I'm just goofy. I'm like, you know, let's just make somebody laugh and smile. Why not? I do a lot of very serious, heavy-duty stuff. You know, people are like, why are you so serious, man? And I'm like, oh, because I've been through a lot of really heavy stuff, to put it lightly, you know. But humor is a fun little antidote. Sometimes you need to be light-spirited. So sometimes I get corny and cheesy, and I'll be sure to throw that in some clips for you guys here and there. That's true, AJ. I'm out of here pretty quick. Much love, man. Thanks for being here, brother. You lost weight so you could go skydiving. I understand that. If I was a pilot and had a small plane, I would, if I was into that kind of thing, I would like fast and diet and get down to like, I'd lose like 100 pounds or something just to get my small plane higher performance, just because of physics. But I mostly thud around on the ground, so I'm okay. Yeah, there's other things that could help with tooth regeneration. Feel, guys, on any of these biohack stacks or anything I come up with, feel free to drop certain ingredients or to add certain ingredients you believe in. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that at all. There's always more things that could be added. There's always some things could be taken away and it'll still work. I just come up with a nice little synergistic stack I like, and I go, yeah, that's good. Here's an idea. You can roll with this, but feel free to modify it. Absolutely. I mean, try to make an informed decision, of course, if you're going to modify it. Make sure it's something that you know what you're getting into. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. I've had that K-Trom. I've dropped 90 pounds in, what did I do, 3-4 months one time. I've actually dropped 70, 80, 90 pounds multiple times as fast as I could. And I remember one time I was recording a back exercise and I was looking at all like the loose skin over my lats because my lats were like, titanically internet breaking conspiracy theory wide. And then I lost all that weight and I hadn't been like bodybuilding or nothing. And I'm like, I have like sharp hay wrinkles forming where my lats have shrunk. That's ridiculous. After a while, it went away. So I think if you got enough antioxidants, minerals, and a healthy lifestyle, things that are good for collagen, go to cola. Antioxidants, natural vitamins from alkaline organic fruits and vegetables, minerals from natural sources, and not worrying about it too much. Now, my case was not the most extreme. There are people that lose hundreds and hundreds of pounds, and I think in some cases, yeah, it's not going to all tighten back up. So if you're in that situation, if you could get a surgery for it to just clip off the extra and give it away, that'd be the way to go. But I think in a lot of cases, given some time and some healthy practices that are good for your collagen and your blood flow, I think these things can tighten back up, and in most cases do. Yeah. Ooh, how to find water on a property. Wow. You could try that water witching stick trick thing people do. I don't know if it works or not. The main reason our family even came to look at this property is it had its own spring coming out of the mountain. I was like, that's top thing on my whole bulletin. Let's go look at the property. And then it had several other things. I was like, oh, yeah. So then we knew we were going to buy it. But I am not an expert. I know that most places, if you dig far enough, you'll find water. But obviously, if you dig in some places, you'd have to dig too far to find that water. And in other places, it's close to the surface. There are places on this island where I can hear the water. If you put your ear to the ground, you can just hear it running underground. I don't know how deep it is because I don't know how far that sound is passing through stone. It's probably deeper than I think, but it's amazing because you can hear it. It's pretty wild. But no, I'm not an expert. I don't have a good tip for that. And I'm sure there's people that are really good at that specific thing. So I would watch somebody like that demonstrate for you how they find water on a property. I don't know what I weigh right now. Nothing impressive. I'm out of shape from a bodybuilding sense, but I'm starting to gear up to get back into it. So after a while, when I gain some real muscle, I might actually weigh myself. Varicose veins. Hey, wifey, are you listening? Somebody wants help with varicose veins. Go to cola. Go to cola. That's my recommendation to you. I think my wife has some other ideas, but that one's known to be helpful. Microcirculation, those little overexpanded veins, go to cola can help tighten that up and repair them, believe it or not. It's the only herb I'm I'm sure there's more. It's the only herb I'm aware of that has that property. I'm not guaranteeing it'll work by any means, but it has the property, and some people have had success with it. See if Earth Roots Heals posts on that topic on the thread here. No, I don't think training helped me to find God. No. No, I didn't find God. When I was a child, I was close to God. The world made me lose it. Training was like a God given natural way to deal with some of the misery in life, probably. That's what it started out as. And it's just part of, my God given nature, you could say. So I can see God's creativity in it, maybe at this point, but no. I didn't have some like out of body, awesome, spiritual changing experience from doing some physical training. No, not really. It's just a part of who and what I am, I would say. Yeah, like I say, Evan, once you've done antibiotics, you wipe out the gut flora. Candida takes over the body, causes gut leakage, and then sewage leaks through the leaky gut into the whole body and pollutes it, and you get all kinds of skin problems. And every organ and gland and brain is all suffering with inflammation and toxicity. The first 3 videos on my health playlist are all about what a person has to master to rebuild their body from those things that are a plague upon society. That's too vague and unpersonal, Kumo. It kind of depends on you, your city, what you prioritize, what your diet is, what you're lacking, what you could benefit most from. There's kind of no blanket answer for that one, honestly. What kind of shoulder pain? And there's different types and different causes. Yeah, I mean, I used to get frustrated about Nicholas, but I got so good at it and I got so much muscle memory. And because I enjoy doing it, I no longer see it that way. I actually enjoy getting back into it and starting over. So a long time ago, yes, I would get much more frustrated at the things in life that would always get in the way of whatever my goals were. As soon as I would pick something that I found productive and beneficial to me, life would provide all kinds of ways to make sure I couldn't do it. And that was like a spiritual weapon in a sense used against me. But it's funny. I guess I don't have that problem anymore because now I just enjoy getting back into it, to be honest with you. There's an answer from Earth Roots Healing. For varicose veins, go to Cola, infusing olive oil now with Go To Cola, rosemary, and oregano. Let you know how it turns out. Go To Cola internally has improved. Yeah. So now she's making a topical formula to add to it. We've been using the Go To Cola internally. She's noticed benefits from that. I probably have, well, no, I have stretch marks. I don't think I have any varicose veins. Supposedly Go To Cola might help with stretch marks too, but I never look at mine. I kind of forgot where they are because I just don't care. Probably Sojourner. People, yeah. Refined sugar is hideous for human health. I don't care what anybody says. It's hideous for human health. When you crave, the reason your body needs sugar is you're supposed to eat fruit. Well, let's demonize fruit and sell like this white powder crack version of it instead that destroys people, right? So we can put that in all kinds of things and get them all hooked on it. Yeah. Refined sugar, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole unless it was just to push it off a cliff. Yeah, people come at me about panic attacks. I haven't put together a video on just that yet. There's a lot of anxiety lying unresolved in your inner child that you're going to need to fix at some point. For immediate relief, I would look into magnesium, the anti-stress mineral, internally and externally with magnesium oil. I'd look into breathing practices to de-stress myself. I'd start correcting your internal dialogue that's feeding fear all the time instead of love and freedom. And I'd look into nootropic herbs that help with anxiety attacks, anxiolytic or whatever they call that. There's a lot of herbs that reduce anxiety and help balance out your nervous system. And I would make myself an awesome stack of them, all organic, of course, and I would start helping myself that way with real medicine. That's what I would do. I don't think I've ever played that, Adam. I don't know what those letters represent. So I probably haven't. Seed oils or refined sugars. Which will kill you faster? I don't know. That would depend on the individual person's weakest link. They'll both kill you, and most people get plenty of both. And most people combine them. But depending on the individual would determine which one would kill you faster. Oh, thank you. Christic113. Can a longer dry fast cure candida and skin rashes, white tongue, postnasal drip, or what is your suggestion? I can't get rid of these problems. Okay. I am not an expert on dry fasting because I've only done water fasting. For me, I don't trust dry fasting. I think my kidneys would grind to a screeching halt and basically just be dust and blood coming out when I tried to get them working again. So for me, I stay away from dry fasting, but some people swear by it and some people benefit with it. So I'm not saying don't do it. But the thought that hits me is, how are you going to do a long dry fast? You know, to me, if you want to fast long, it can't be a dry fast. It needs to be a water fast. That's the first thing that hits me. If you wanted to fast your way out of those conditions, i.e. starve the candida to death, it's going to have to be a long fast because there's so many sugary, fermented, weird things caked on your guts for candida to live on and breed on. It would take a long time to kill it that way, probably. So I would not try to do that with a dry fast because I'm going to die of dehydration before the candida dies of starvation. So I would do water fast if I wanted to fast my way out of it. Now, me personally, to kill candida, if you don't want to go so far as a full on, really let's do it, full spectrum cleanse like the one on the beginning of my health topics playlist, which a lot of people are afraid to go that deep until they're finally miserable enough they give in and then they're thankful. But if you don't want to go that far, some specific candida killers, you could use a lot of oregano oil, internal, basically fiery things, raw onions, raw garlic, oregano oil. And when you've burned it all out of you for a while and not eaten any sugar, and I'm not talking about fruit, I mean refined sugar that man is tampered with. If you burned it all out of you for a while, you would need to also immediately then put a high quality prebiotic, probiotic supplement into your gut. Run the whole course, run the whole bottle, and eat some fermented foods. Because if you don't populate your gut biome with a healthy, wide spectrum biome of things that are supposed to be there, candida will take over again. Because candida never fully dies. The only way you keep it in check where it's supposed to be, you're supposed to have some candida, a small percentage inside your gut biome mixed in with a huge combination of flora that it works in harmony with. The first time a human takes antibiotics, it wipes out all the other flora and only candida survives, and then it just goes out of control and takes over the body. So if you're going to knock it back down to a low level, you need to heal your gut lining and you need to fill your gut with a healthy gut flora immediately. And that way you might be able to keep it in check from growing back out of control. Otherwise, you got to go deeper and do like a full. Ultimately, it involves cleaning the candida out, rebuilding the gut lining, and repopulating the gut with wide spectrum of healthy gut flora. That's basically how you defeat candida. And then you don't do the habits. Well, most people are not ready to never use antibiotics again. And I can't say that. Some people would die. A lot of people would die the next time they catch a cold or a flu, because unfortunately they don't have any immune system now because antibiotics have been doing their fighting for them. The long-term goal, if you really want to go high level, holistic, and powerful, is to develop a real immune system so you never need antibiotics again, except for natural ones that don't wipe out all your healthy gut flora, like garlic and oregano. But that's more of a long-term, high-level plan for those interested in a general concept. Oh, it's 6 o'clock, or it's 6 hours, 6 o'clock somewhere. So I'm going to start signing out and saying my goodbyes. Let me scan this, see if I'm missing anything urgent. No idea on that. No way. I do not know. Never had any good luck with that. Yep. Thank you, croutons. It's good to hear. I really appreciate that feedback. Glad to help, guys. So I'm going to go check in with my family now. My kids, I haven't seen them yet today. Urgent message, love you. Oh, man. I urgently love you back, brother. So over and out for now, guys. I appreciate it. It's been great. Hey, fun assignment. If anybody wants to try to suggest fitness discussion topics for the fitness discussion playlist for me to do in full-on Arnold voice mode, start dropping them on the threads. Let's see if we can come up with something this week. If it doesn't happen, it's totally fine. I just thought I'd be interactive and drop a fun idea. I love you guys. Hopefully we can do this again next weekend. We'll see. Don't know. Just got to see what comes up and how it goes, but hopefully so. Much love, everybody, and over and out for now. Thank you for all the support and kindness.